premonitions are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers. If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
This is impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to day number 2 of the group stages. This is Call of Duty Mobile's the Philippines Championship. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Nico, Black and Blue Gallo. So not just for today, but until the end of the show. Welcome, Nico.
Thank you very much for that an amazing intro there, AJ, hyping me up. But I can hype my man up here too. And I'm excited to rejoin the stage here with you, the desk, because we're gonna have lots of great games coming on today. We saw on day number one, and actually, even just looking at the teams we already have here in the group stages, we've got lots of usurpers, and the throne is up for grabs, AJ.
Absolutely, man. Only one of the four teams can move on to the playoffs. One that does not move on to the playoffs will still be able to smile a little bit by the end of tonight. 40,000 pesos on the line for the team that picks up that number 2 spot, right? Number 3 and number 4, at the end of the day, well, you get big smiles because we will be trying to hype you guys up all the way through as long as they step in and do their best to perform, Nico.
Yeah, as Jericho said during day number 1, 3 and 4, you go to sleep. That's all you really need. Shout out to the man. I saw that part. I remember that part. But one thing you guys have to remember, of course, is the top seed of each group will be going on to our playoffs. That will be September 5 to 7. Mark the date. You guys should not forget it because that is going to be an action-packed weekend. Yeah, we got here the group stages. We are on Group B today. 4 teams will be playing. We got 16 teams total, and the top one, once again, will move on over to the playoffs. Now, AJ, there is a lot in store here, and we're only getting started. We're barely halfway through the group stages.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, Phantasma has already booked their place in the playoffs for themselves from Group A. For Group B, we will be able to take our picks, Nico. But of course, let's wait until we conclude match number 2. We want to see exactly what all 4 of these teams are able to offer us before we try to, throw their names in there. But what are they fighting for in here, my friend? The prize pool is more than definitely sure to put a few smiles on some faces.
Yeah, I mean, the prize pool alone is something for contention here. Of course, our number 1, the champions, will be getting the lion's share of that prize pool. 3,300,000 PHP, Philippine pesos is what they're going for. 250, 250,000 pesos there for the second place. 150 for the third place. As you can see, they're on going on so forth. 5th to 8th will be getting 40,000. The last 2 teams from each group this day and during the entire group stage will not be going home with anything. And so you really need and want to secure that second place prize, at least in your group stage, if you want to go home with some bread to add to that bacon.
Oh, absolutely, man. And 40,000 pesos is a lot. And if anything, for all of the teams in Group B, they understand one thing, that it is not going to be an easy fight. Based on how day number 1 of the group stages went, it was all down to the wire. It was all down to that match number 6, where we got to see exactly who grabbed that 40,000 pesos. And these are your 4 qualified teams, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. C8 Esports, Tyrant, Destra, PDR Esports, as well as CKG ELEVATE. Nico, just based on the brands, based on the names here, do you think anyone will just be moving or soaring through just based on popularity alone?
I think there is a team that we kind of have to point out here to be maybe the favorites in that, and that will be PDR Esports. They are a team that has international experience, have played against a lot of the top teams across Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, you name it, and they have proven themselves to be one of the top dogs of the entire region. But then again, for us to tout them as the top dog of that just means the usurpers, they might be punching up, but when you're punching up, you're going to hit the chin every single time. And that is what they got going for them. That's on C8, Tyrant, and CKG ELEVATE here to make that difference noticeable.
No, absolutely, man. Let's jump onto the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Exactly what do we have lined up here for you guys today? Tyrant Destra will open the day up with PDR Esports in match number 1, and then we'll move on to CKG ELEVATE taking on C8 Esports. And then to move on to the second part of the competition, C8 Esports will then take on Tyrant Destra. PDR Esports will meet CKG ELEVATE in series number 4. And of course, to the third and final part of the day, CKG ELEVATE will be taking on Tyrant Destra. PDR Esports will close off today as they meet C8 Esports in the final series of the day.
So we got 6 3-map series here going on. Not the best of 3, mind you. 3-map series. We're going to be playing every single map in this. It is a point-based system. We'll touch on how the points are going to be distributed later. But real quick, it's 1 point for every single map win. And at the end of the day, we're going to find out who's going to be moving over to that playoff slot and who will be sent home with nothing and who will be taking at least a consolation of that second place slot.
And of course, if we do have two teams who finish off in the exact same number of points, the tiebreaker rules will kick in, and those are 1 of 4 points. We won't run through them just yet. If at all we do come close to a situation like that, we'll walk the audience through. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today's action is most definitely going to be crazy. Two teams that I am definitely looking forward to go up against each other would be CKG as well as PDR Esports. Black.
I have to agree. I think that's like match number 3 or 4. It's somewhere midway there, but our opening match will have one of those teams at the very least. It will be Tyrant versus PDR, and this is also a match that I think is going to be quite spicy to start the day off.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we want to see exactly what the side of Tyrant has, right? PDR Esports, they are solid. Let's take a quick look at the lineup of exactly which one of those talents will be stepping up for this brand, because they used to come under a totally different name. For anyone who's been following the scene, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the new addition to the Tyrant family in the form of Borgi, Kalda, Eldos, Han, Lennox, as well as Price, formerly known as NDD. They have taken on quite a number of big squads and try to earn a name for themselves. Under the guidance of Tyrant, they might just be able to make it all the way up to the top, Nico.
I agree here, AJ, with them going into the Tyrant organization, one with lots of prowess and lots of course, premier names behind it. It might just be the kind of maybe stable, platform for them to really show their talent and really shine. You can see the full roster here up on the board for you guys. They are ready, locked and loaded to get things going. You can never underestimate this roster. And for them to be going into this, maybe they might not be the favorites in this series specifically, especially against PDR. But that just means that once again, for them to have that kind of underdog status, they might just be able to catch PDR off guard. And that's something that they're kind of banking on here too.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, if you are able to take this win off opening series against PDR Esports, it's going to be huge, man. Tyrant, Destra, these guys are hyped up. Let's see if not they'll be able to get it done against the lineup of pretty much very, very well-known names now. Jello, JB, Lox, Meliodas, Rage, as well as Young J, the brand that which can most definitely be said as the most well-known in Group B. They will most definitely be looking to stomp their foot of dominance above all of the other squads out there, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, by far, this is, kind of their group to win. But then again, they cannot get complacent in that because every single team that has gotten here has qualified through the same level of competition. And if PDR think just because they have that major experience, then they might just be, washing this group away, well, they are going to be in for a surprise because Tyrant are a bad bunch of boys. But PDR, they are a mean group as well here, AJ. I'm looking for them to really assert themselves to be the top dogs off Group B.
Absolutely, man. Nico, I'm looking forward to that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is something that we need to go through first, those map vetoes. Let's see exactly who has won the coin toss and who will be able to pick those maps up first. Now, I do need to apologize. There is a mistake that I made on day number 1. As we were going through those series, I was thinking that the teams were able to go through each and every single map vetoes before the start of their match, but that is not true. These map vetoes are all done before the day of broadcast, and they have already chosen the maps that they want to play on at the start of the day itself. So regardless of whatever happens in series 1 and 2, they will not be able to change these maps, which I think quite honestly is a huge blow, Nico, because you don't really get to go on the fly, right? And most of these teams, they are quite unknown. And that's exactly what Tyrant, Destra can be banking on here, because a lot of information about PDR Esports is already out there. And it's PDR Esports that wins the coin toss, which kind of puts Tyrant, Destra in a pinch now, doesn't it?
I mean, I think it's only kind of fair here, AJ, that they don't really get to look back at the same matches from the same day and do those bans and picks live, because then, really, a lot of these matches, the battle begins before you actually get in the server. It begins with the homework that you do. It begins with the VODs that you've reviewed prior to this exact day. And for teams that may not have as much of, maybe popularity or exposure as maybe a team like PDR, that actually helps in their favor because then they have a lot more strats that they can keep in their pocket under their sleeves that maybe some of these bigger teams might not be aware of. And we're going to really see how this is going to pan out. Map number 1 will be Hardpoint, Search and Destroy for map number 2, and Domination for map number 3. And the opening map ban here, quite common nowadays, is going to be Crossfire here from the side of PDR.
Oh, so they don't really want to play here, which I most then understand exactly why. Hardpoint or Search and Destroy at Crossfire is not the easiest to master, but if you do master, you are quite formidable. PDR Esports taking Crossfire off of the list, though, really does throw me off. I'm not so sure exactly why they did that. Tyrant, Destra, ladies, Jabba boys and girls, go ahead and ban Hackney Yard for themselves, which means Takeoff is still a part of the list. Let's take a quick look and see exactly where map number 1 Hardpoint PDR Esports brings us into. It's gotta be Raid. Go.
Raid to open things up here for map number 1. Let's check out how map number 2 will go, but very interesting to see Raid be our opening map. You know, it's a very kind of back and forth map. There's lots of control here, especially towards that mid and towards that, you know, sculpture side that really does favor a lot of the teams that we want to use that specifically as rotation. But, you know, when you're going into Raid itself, we're going to see if that kind of momentum that they can maybe build up here in Hardpoint will continue in map number 2. Search and Destroy, though, AJ, is going to be a very different story. How do you think this is going to go?
You know, such a different pace map, and it's the best opportunity for Tyrant to kind of pick a win up if they don't already manage to disappoint PDR in game number 1, right? So let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the only map that Tyrant gets to pull in here for themselves. God wish these boys good luck. Search and Destroy is going to be played at a basic firing range. It's not going to be easy because the meta of the game has truly changed. In the past, whichever team picks the attacking side first should be able to call the pace of the game because those thermites were such a pain in the butt. You go in here for the toss, you get to rush in there, the bomb gets planted real quick, real easy. But now with thermites out of play already, Nico, the pace really has changed. The defending side can control the game and firing range has truly, you know, morphed. So I really wonder exactly what pace Tyrant is going to be bringing into second game here. Domination is going to go back right into the hands of PDR Esports.
We're going to see how this is going to go, but Summit, of course, a classic to close things off here. Firing range, we've seen lots of great games on Search and Destroy there, but so have we on Summit, on Domination. Such an open map and one with lots of lanes to control and contest. This is a map that really does come down to who has a great anchor to not get spawn flipped at the wrong time. We've seen that be a hallmark of great teams, to not let their spawns be flipped at missed opportunities. And so we're going to be starting things off here. Finally, map rotation, Raid, Firing Range, and Summit. I'm very interested to see Raid. You know, the opening hardpoint will be on that sculpture as typical. Then we go to the kitchen and then the garage. And whoever can be the most mobile, I think, is going to be quite formidable here on Raid. But now, AJ, we go to the ban operator skills, and Annihilator start things off. I don't think that's too uncommon.
Nah, it's definitely not uncommon. Sparrow should be the one taken off of the list here by Tyrant, unless they choose to go with the Death Machine and opening up the Sparrow for both PDR Esports and themselves, which I don't think they want to do. There you go. Sparrow taken off the list, and we'll have the two most craziest operators not wrecking havoc in the first series of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Raid, Firing Range, as well as Summit. Let's see PDR Esports versus Tyrant. Whether or not a donut is served up in series number 1, or will Tyrant be able to pull an upset here? It is all left for us to break down. Black and blue.
Well, no matter if a donut is really served here, one is going to be baked and one is going to be cooked at the end of this series. PDR, they are by far, you know, the kind of more favorite team to come out of this group specifically, and especially in this matchup. But as I said a while ago, that's not something that they can necessarily rely on. They can't get complacent with that because Tyrant, they are a bad bunch of boys. And we're going to be going into map number 1 directly here, AJ, to start things off. Bottom spawn already for Tyrant. They're on the move to take that hard point on the sculpture. Let's see if they can control the trophy systems down to get them that control. But Young Jay opens up here with a frag.
Oh, beautiful as they both push in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's going to be all about the laundry room control. And we see Millones is already in there, taken down by Calda. And this is the opportunity for Tyrant to maintain control. They've already gone in for this lane. None of their own players pushed into the laundry room just yet. They need to be able to hold it, but quite honestly, even without going in here for the push, they seem to be doing quite all right, Nico.
That is true, but look at the flank also coming here from the side of PDR. That's Jello trying to make his way in from the mid position, but as we're contesting the site itself, now has been taken now by PDR. They were able to get a few points early on by Tyrant Asper, but that control has quickly been rescinded. With 14 seconds left on the clock, they have just enough time to actually kind of get the score very close if they hold control for the entirety of this round left. So as we move into the second phase, you can already see here that Tyrant Asper are preparing for that kitchen control as the hard point will move over.
I'm not convinced with this at all, right? Tyrant opened up really well the very first time PDR Esports pushed themselves in there. Tyrant is up and away. They backed away into hard point number 2. Let's see if or not this plan will be all right for themselves, but no, it looks like it's gonna backfire. PDR Esports, they bring out the sentry to maintain control, and they get it cooking in the kitchen. A majority of the points falling into the hands of PDR.
Well, they might be in the kitchen, but somebody turned on the exhauster. Smokes everywhere. It's lighting on up. 24-43. PDR regained control right now. They've taken the lead, and they're continuing to hold on here to the point. Now, it seems like Tyrant are still struggling to really get the foothold. They're quite scattered around. Unlike the side of PDR here, really playing as a team, concise and compact, and they are just winning every single gunfight. Look at this flank coming in from Lokes here to shut down Lennox, and they've just completely seized control. Tyrant Asper, they seemed very confused on how to really take this control away.
They shouldn't have backed away so early. They could have put up a stronger fight. The second hard point was just pure domination by PDR Esports. And now this was the right decision. They kind of pulled away from the second hard point, putting a strong defense up at the garage. But let's see if or not that should be enough for them. No sentry guns pulled out just yet by Tyrant. They're gonna get all of this done just with pure gun skills. And so far, they seem to be doing well. Lennox with a beautiful slay. And they hold on to the points for the time being at the garage.
The garage, it might be what it's called, but it's currently here. Tyrant Destra, who's parked in it of itself. PDR trying to regain control of that. You can see they're all swarming around the hard point itself, but a very good positioning here from the side of PDR to regain control of that. Tyrant, they're getting shut down now on this push, and suddenly they're able to still hold on for it, but the contest is going to be happening. No one really getting control of that. The smoke is out to try and buy him some concealment, and he still wins the gunfight here somehow. Borgie up close and personal. Suddenly Tyrant Destra, they bring it to within 10 points of the hard point itself. They might just take the lead at the end of this hard point, moving to the 4th.
Grenade out!
I cannot believe what I am seeing, and now it's all about that basketball play. Filipinos, well known for basketball, Nico, but it is the side of PDR Esports who are in that court to play ball for 34-76, 2 points now. They should be able to catch up, but none of those lethals are being tossed. Look at the tacticals coming through for the side of PDR. Those smokes are going to be blinding the side of Tyrant, who run in there either way, and they get sliced now one after the other. And finally, they wall back away, and they pull in the cluster at the very final moment. A cluster response coming in from PDR Esports as well. This is the fight. PDR Rage solo standing in there to make sure he does not lose the hard point. This is one of the best fights we've witnessed at hard point so far.
We're here at the court and the game is ready to get going. Hellfire raiding from above, and they're letting the artillery rain as Rage is certainly angry about that. Lennox able to get the trade off on him eventually, but PDR, they still have that lead. They've regained control of the hard point itself, and it's going to be switching on over. Tyrant, they have it for a few seconds, but PDR, they're ready to give this up. They know that they want to play for the next hard point as it goes over to the very center of the site. We're going to be fighting for the mid control early on here, AJ. It's going to be a complete battle of attrition.
Man, I mean, so far, whatever questions PDR Esports has asked, Tyrant has responded to very well. And now it's all going to break down in Central Garden. Sentry brought out, cluster as well to help PDR Esports pick all of those points up. Now, 45 seconds. I think the cluster was brought in a little bit too early. Let's see how PDR Esports will manage to work their way out of this. The push coming through for Tyrant a little bit slow. They're all held back. Millones brings out the death machine as well. And this is just PDR Esports all the way through. Tyrant cannot even make a play even if they wanted to.
Tyrant Can they rescind control of this? 20 points left before PDR sealed the deal for map number 1. And how can they even stop this when he's going so aggressive? Still finds a frag there. Lokes, he's got it in his hands, and Jello's gonna find another one here as well. Lokes is just completely shredding the remaining members of Tyrant on the site itself, but nobody can really take it away from the side of PDR here. We're going now back to the first point here on the sculpture. Now look at this rage. He's certainly angry about this. Young Jay to help him out on that frag as well, and completely taking control now here away from it. PDR 5 points away, make that 7 points away from really taking the map, and this should be a done deal, AJ. I think it's safe to call it. PDR take map number 1.
Can you please correct me if I'm wrong? Tyrant Destra didn't even bring out one sentry gun throughout this whole hard point. Please tell me I'm wrong.
I think the only real kind of big thing that they brought out was the cluster strikes, but everything else, I didn't really see much coming in from them. Not a single sentry gun, nothing, no other score streaks that really made the big difference into the match. And I really think that dominance that they got early on from PDR, it showed all the way to the end.
All the way through. I mean, even at that final point where they finished it off, PDR Esports brought out 2 sentry guns. I mean, you want to win at hardpoint. You want to hold on to those points as much as possible. You need as much firepower as you can get. And your players are going down one after the other. A couple of shots, you take them outright. The sentry gun is that one AI backup manpower that you most definitely need, man. PDR Esports knew exactly what they were doing. I mean, even to the point where we went into P4, right? That was the basketball court. The cluster strike was really good, right, Nico? It was perfect. But PDR Esports, without even thinking, literally a second later brings in their own cluster strike, and now they don't care. They don't care. Even if you want to come in here and compete for the points, you're not going to be able to take any of it because we are either going to contest it or we're going to kick you out of the hard point and pick it up all for ourselves. It was a great fight from Tyrant, but it was way more impressive from PDR. I'll say this, though. I wasn't expecting such a close fight.
It was pretty close near the end of it. Of course, you know, maybe the final scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect that, but the actual match in of itself, it really was tightly contested. There were some points there, especially like when we were going over to the garage that could have went either way. Could have went in the way of PDR, could have went in the way of Tyrant here. But in the end, it will be PDR taking that map number 1. And as you said, AJ, they were really good at counteracting the utility being thrown out here by Tyrant with their own cluster strike comes on in. Well, they're going to throw out one of their own. Perfect timing on that as well. And as you said, with them having those sentries, it's like having an extra man. It's like you're fighting a 7v5. Yeah. In that case, PDR, they know exactly the perfect timing and when to use that, and they sealed in the deal at the end of it with that extra help.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this is something they most definitely can patch up in the coming games right after this. The map redos, unfortunately, you don't get to redo that, right? And although I do agree with you that, you know, it's kind of like a one-up for some of the teams, the ability to kind of monitor the performance of the teams that you're going up against within that one competition itself, series after series, will kind of show exactly how good these pro teams are ready for you know, the next stage, right? Because at the group stages, you decide before you go into those games. When you move on to the playoffs, when you move on to the Garena qualifiers and all, each and every single series, you need to make those decisions. I mean, practice maketh perfect, man. Some of these maps really, really do go ahead to win you those games.
It isn't just a practice, I think, here too, AJ, but also, you know, kind of having that experience against a lot of, you know, high-tier teams that have also a lot of prowess behind them, you know, internationally, that PDR do have in their pocket. You know, they have that history of playing against such amazing teams from different regions, and you can really see and how they counteract the utility being thrown out here by Tyrant, that experience is really coming fully into play. But Search and Destroy is a completely different story, and we haven't really seen much yet of that type of game mode here today, and so it will be our first Search and Destroy of the day. But if anything, I think this is a perfect moment for Tyrant to swing momentum back their way.
Absolutely right. I mean, if they couldn't do it in the previous mode just because of how dominant PDR Esports were, how quick they were to respond to each and every single one of those curveballs Tyrant Destra threw, in Search and Destroy, it's a little bit different, right? You get to reset those rounds, you get to rethink your decision and take, you know, different strats each and every single round. And I love exactly what Tyrant is doing here. An early access coming through all the way down, auto repair, and Eldos goes in straight to take out Young Jay out of the equation. This was a really aggressive push, which has just boiled down to a 3 versus 3, so I don't know how effective that was.
A straight up shootout here on the A site itself, where they will be able to get the plan successfully down. No denial on that coming here from the defensive side of PDR just yet. But a great snipe here coming from Millones to get Price off of the board. Captain taken down in season. Jello will find Han. It's all on to Calda here in the 1v3, AJ.
Oh, now let's see exactly what Calda will be able to pull off here. Shotty gets pulled out. Oh, and Calda manages to shut him down. Jello finishes things off, and the defusal will just be a little bit too easy. PDR Esports a little too good in round number 1. Tyrant, Destra, they most definitely need to set up a better round moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But how do you even catch a guy like Millones off, right? Tyrant Destra took such an aggressive approach in as the attacking side, which is a little shocking, Nico.
Well, they really wanted to catch PDR off guard, and that they did, but PDR, the veteran experience that they have, perfectly coming in there for them on the retake. And Jello, he will get the frag off of that, off of the information that Lokes did find early on. He's trapped between a rock and a hard place, but successfully able to back off safely for that. For the meantime, though, Tyrant, they give up the opening pick here, and that's something that they're definitely not comfortable with. They're going for the A side still, but they don't have any positionings to really get the plant off safely. Now it will go down, though.
Locks with a well-placed nade. Young Jay goes in for the push. Oh, what a sniper to Calda! And he should be able to get another shot off. Shorty gets pulled out at the wrong time. Millones is on the spot. Locks will finish Price off. And PDR Esports takes their second round so easily yet again. Tyrant, Destra, dude, they are throwing these rounds here with his aggressive pushes.
Young Jay, what a snipe from him. How does he make it happen? But they get the second round on the board here. PDR looking pretty good so far on their first search and destroy of the day. And once again, it seems like Tyrant, are they going to go for the A site once more? No, they're going to try and shake things up this time. You can see them trying to go for a split. They're trying and bring that bomb maybe towards the back alley of the B, but no, they're still trying to aggress here on the A site itself. But Lokes will find an opening pick up and close and personal. He's going to get a few tags and damage up there and will fall back. Another opening pick in the favor of PDR.
This is going to be so difficult to watch if Tyrant Destra wants to continue search and destroy like this. I mean, you need your sniper to go in and get a pick first. Call of Duty Mobile's not like any other games. If your sniper cannot open up that area for you, it's kind of pointless to step into that bomb site. I mean, you've got the Holger, you've got the Fennec. Both of these guns, man, are all you need to slay anyone that steps before you. And that A bomb site is just too much of space. You are running in without much cover at all. Tyrant Destra playing with fire, and so far they've learned 2 rounds one after the other, and in the 3rd round they lose 1 man, and yet again they are on the handicap. Let's see exactly how well they fare, as they might now choose to move on to that B bomb site, because warehouse number 4 is wide open, Nico.
They do have time to work with here, but if they go B, Millones will spot them out. He's holding down the back alley with a snipe of his own. And Han trying to counter snipe as well here onto the A side. But look at this, Lokes finding a second kill, a triple kill now for Lokes in the round. Will he get the 4th? Yes, he will. He's 1 away from the ace. And Lokes will complete it. 5 kills for Lokes, an ace.
Oh my lord, wasn't I just talking about the Holger, man? It's a crazy gun. The mag size is absolutely insane. The guy gets an ace out, but that's all on Tyrant Destra, right? I don't understand some of the plays that you're coming off in here with. Search and Destroy is just not meant to be played that way. Millones gets a long sticky off of Eldos, and yet again, Tyrant Destra starts off things with a handicap. Han equalizing things out, and this might just be the place where Tyrant turns things around. The sniper Han needs to get a few more done, but Young Jay a little bit too sharp, Nico.
A great response here coming from Young Jay. 4v3 right now in the favor of PDR, and the wood control, it has been taken over here now from the side of PDR. But look at that frag coming from Calda, and Langs will find one as well. It's a 2v3. Tyrant Destra, they might just be able to make it happen here. They still got the minute left on the clock, and look, the flank coming as well here from the side of Tyrant. They're trying to go on that A side again. Do not want to go deep into the B side. Rescinded control here by Young Jay. They're going to want to play the retake instead. He's going to hold the angle from itself, from the barracks itself. Maybe try and deny it with a nade of his own, but for the most part, the plant will go down.
Let's Let's see if or not he will be able to get a shot through the smoke. Young Jay, if anyone can, this guy surely will be able to pull it off. They're going in here for a pinch. Rage with the backstab now. Lennox will be able to take a shot up against him. Kelda for the backstab. Rage surviving for the time being. Finally put down by Price. And it's all up to Young Jay now. DLQ in hand. Pulls out the Holger a little too late. Tyrant Destra finally pulls one round back for themselves because they played it with patience, man. Han needs to be the first man to go in and aggress Nico.
And for them to get those opening picks as well really helped their favor out. And Han, he has yet to really make too many marks here on that sniper of himself. But when he does get an opening pick, you can see how much value it finds and it brings to the side of Tyrant. They're going for this wood control once again. They still have yet to try and go for a B site plant. The attack here has not necessarily been too multifaceted. They like to strong arm their way on from the backside into the A site itself, but they're going to need an opening pick once again if they want to do that once more, AJ.
Grenade! Absolutely, man. Let's see now. We have got eyes on him. Let's see if or not he will be able to get a snipe off afar. He doesn't, and hopefully Tyrant Destra does not push before this guy opens the game up for them. Everything is in their hands. A beautiful toss of the nade coming through from Calda. Takes out the trophy system. Millones now should be wide open. Yet another nade! Millones does not get the shot!
Oh, he does kind of tag him up there, but Price will be able to successfully escape from that. So 5v4 and not in the favor of Tyrant. This is not what they wanted to start things off.
Enemy contact.
Now Han should be able to pull this off. Beautifully taken up against Rage. Not so sure what the guy was looking there. Maybe a cockroach was running up his legs or something. Han opportunity moves on forth, looking for yet another one to tag. At the moment, it is a 4 versus 4. Tyrant now, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, trying to make that comeback. The bomb cannot go either side. PDR Esports has got this both locked down, and now it's going to be an alpha push. Shooting Rage. Lennox goes through. How in the world did he take locks out?
With what? How does that happen? Okay, that's apparently going to work out for Young Jay somehow. Calda will find one of his own. He'll get the trade off on Young Jay eventually, but they do have barely enough time to get this going, AJ. Jello will find the frag here in the legs, and on the push, he will not get the kill, but he's wasted enough time. They will get the plant off barely. It's a 1v3 on the retake here. This might be a second round in the favor of Tyrant.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, PDR Esports, Millones. Of all people, man, this guy, together with Young Jay, they are two of the best snipers that I've seen in the game. Millones going in for the scope should be able to find Calda first, but that barricade will be blocking all of his view. Both Calda, very smart Calda, has spotted him, takes the shot, Millones falls, and it is Tyrant Destra in here for the comeback as we switch sides 2-3.
You can see he was kind of looking for the wall bang there. He kind of assumed maybe, you know, Calda's not going to be lying down in the exact same spot that he died in earlier on that post plant, but yes, he was. Now, with Tyrant Destra on the defense, this is their chance to maybe make things happen, but look at this push on the A side. So much stuff happening here. A flurry of frags. It will be down to a 2v3 in the favor of Tyrant. Nick at the 2v2. Things are equalized up now. Shotgun up close. Will not win that, and Lux will get the trade. 1v2.
Ah, that's the... Ooh, Tyrant, what a finisher. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, PDR Esports just got snuffed out real quick. Tyrant Destra, now as the defending side, they want to aggress. This I definitely agree with, because as the attacking side, you go in for the rush these days. It doesn't really get pulled off. Well, Tyrant Destra on the defensive, aggressive maneuver, managing to pull that round back into the bag. And here's the best part. They back away. They don't do the same thing twice. I'm liking how they are catching up with the pace of this game. PDR Esports are in for a world of trouble now, Nico.
They are also trying some stuff new here. You can see how deep already Millones is for the side of PDR. A position that we haven't seen taken by Tyrant Destra, the entire attacking half from them. And so this could be the chance to make something happen. Han will find that pick. What a pixel angle for him on the top of the tin garage, and finds Young Jay on the other end of it.
This is perfect for the side of Tyrant Destra. Now they just need to keep doing that. Han needs to be the very first guy who finds these picks of just to thin the herd down. PDR Esports, now they're hurting, they're bleeding, they're making a move in for warehouse number 4. Han strikes once again, but PDR evens out the odds. Rage drops in there as well. What's happening, Nico?
Oh my goodness, Rage, he's certainly furious about that one. Not gonna let this one up just yet. It's a 3v2 and he's still alive, crossing back and forth. Eldos could not land a shot, trying to push their way into the tires here from the container. But now, on this position, with the time ticking down, they have to make a move. Lokes will find that frag here on the Captain Price himself. It's all on to him, and Jello will show him the way on out as they get the 4th round. PDR take the lead once again.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. Tyrant, Destra, they start things off right. Han managed to get those 2 early picks off, but unfortunately for them, PDR Esports is just a different sort of breed in terms of teams that they have come up across thus far. Millones locks now, goes in for the quick tosses of those nades. They will be able to push in. Young Jay goes in for the scope, does not find anyone just yet, but PDR Esports, they should be able to plot it out for now. Young Jay finally finding Eldos with that snipe, and it is Tyrant Destra now who needs to come through for the retake.
5v4 here. This is looking pretty good for PDR here, AJ, and they have good positions as well to hold on to this plant. It's up to the Tyrant Destra to try and go for the defuse, and nades on out to try and land some shots and some kills, and Han will find that through it. How does he do it? Once again, Young Jay will be taken down. It's a big player that they have taken off of the board here for the side of Tyrant. And look at this crossfire that they've got holding on. As they swing on by, Rage will find the frag of his own, and they find all cleaning up here. PDR, a flawless hold after it, and they get the 5th round. We're at match point.
It's unfortunate for Tyrant Destra that the only one at the moment on full-on fire is Calder as well as Han. The other players need to be able to step it up. I mean, Han most definitely has in the past couple of rounds, but they need to hold it a little bit better. Now, Tyrant Destra falling in with a 3-2 defense. The ball moving in towards the Bravo side. Han, once again, will be able to strike on behalf of his team. Jello goes in there for the drop. The KRM 2-piece for themselves. 3-1 now. PDR Esports getting snuffed out one after the other, Nico.
Amazing shot from Han. He's done it time and time again. Tyrant here, they have a 1v3 though, AJ, and even with that great pick from him, they're looking to make this round even go long. Just make this game even continue longer. Will we go to a 5-4, or will this be a second map taken by PDR? He's going to have to come up with an amazing clutch here, Millones, to even get that to happen. But nobody's on the A side here from the defending side of Tyrant Destra. He can go for a plant, but the post plant, the hold on it, will be very difficult for PDR, especially Millones being that last player alive.
Yeah, they all think that they've got him cornered in there. They have got no idea that Millones is over at Alpha, going in here for the plant. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is just absolutely unfortunate for the side of Tyrant Destra. And Millones, on the other hand, is not playing tricks at all. He wants to take this seriously. He's looking out for Tyrant Destra to catch him off guard. But even this guy is surprised. He's like, wait a minute. No, it cannot be. They have to be flanking me right now. And he's absolutely surprised. He's got an open field here, goes in for such an open plant and backs away into the white warehouse. Fennec in his hands right now. He should be able to bring absolute depth to all of the team members of Tyrant Destra. Now, the push, 3 players for the shot. They have spotted him already. Millones, he's not going to be able to win this numbers game, is he?
Nope. Sealed and dealt in here by Tyrant to still get them in the game, to keep them in this one. 5-4, we're going. He had the chance there, Millones, when he did peek in the mid, but unfortunately could not land the shot with a sniper rifle in hand, and that was the deal sealed in by Tyrant. Now 5-4, will we equalize the score on up, or will PDR finally get this game under their belt to go 2 points into this group stage? Tyrant Destra, this is one of the final chances to equalize things up.
It's unfortunate, man. I mean, if only Millones had kind of held onto the white warehouse, peeked through the window in towards Branch Road, he should have been able to get a collateral with 1 shot. 1 shot, 2 down. That would have been the clutch of the century, but of course, not every day is Sunday. It's PDR Esports trying to end this game off. The bomber now falling close towards that shower room. Alpha might be the name of the game. The snipers are still trying to look for at least 1 frag. Young Jay unable to find anyone, but on the reverse, Han manages to take down the one and only Locks. This is gonna be trouble. Millones kind of evening out the odds. Millones with yet another should be able to pull in a 3rd for himself, but does not overstep.
This is how he makes his millions here, Millones. How is he doing it? 4v3. He's got a pixel angle to play off of. They have to be very careful peeking him here right now. The attacking side will get the plant down here for the side of PDR. On the B site, we have yet to see a B plant the whole game, but now here is one. The pixel angle, he lands the arm, almost kills him there, Han, but he's gonna live to fight another day.
Yeah, hit marker, absolutely unfortunate. Not the first time of the day for this guy. Let's see if or not Eldos will be able to strike. Now he should be able to get this guy, man. Unfortunate for Jello, it might just be right in the butt. Young Jay takes Han out of the equation. It's a 4-2 with the attacking side. PDR Esports, 12 more seconds for the defusal. This is all over. Jello puts the final bullet into the hearts of Tyrant Destra. KRM on for the slice. Nico, what a beautiful second game taken as well.
What an amazing match, and we of course have to recall back to that Asa with seized in. What an amazing one there that he was able to get, but PDR, man, it really looked like they were in the control for the most of that game.
Yeah.
Tyrant, they had some good rounds, and they definitely could have stolen some away. It really was that prowess and domination completely here in Search and Destroy from the side of PDR.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for Tyrant Destra that this is their opening match because, you know, they might kind of get punched in the gut by PDR Esports, right? But they need to stay afloat. They need to make sure their heads are above the water. This is not over just yet. It's not a best out of 3. They need to play all 3 games, and each and every single point in this competition matters. And, you know, PDR Esports, that's not their only competition, man. I mean, CKG ELEVATE is just waiting to see if or not they can step in there, and C8 Esports most definitely waiting to take them on as well. Everybody wants that number 1 spot, but worst case scenario, man, 40,000 pesos, a lot to fight for just in the group stages alone, Nico.
Yes, mind you, of course, guys, once again, only the second placers here in the group stage will actually get something. 3rd and 4th won't really get much, AJ, and so everything is on the line. If they won this map, then maybe they could have shaken this group stage up. But for the meantime, PDR, they're firmly in the driver's seat of this entire group.
Absolutely, man. Locks picking up the MVP here for himself. A total of 12 kills equaling up with Jello. But be honest, man, this guy was most definitely my personal MVP for some of the snipes that he took up for himself. Han was the guy that stepped it up for his side. He took those crucial early frags for himself, but none of those early takedowns Tyrant Destra could capitalize on, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrant Destra, there were some opportunities there, AJ, that they could have definitely made to swing their way. But in the end, as I said, you know, it really was kind of that veteran experience that they have on the side of PDR to be able to make those happen. There was some clutches here that could have went their way for the side there of Tyrant Destra, but for the most part, you know, I think for them not to really shake things up, they knew PDR that they were going to keep going for that A site, and so they really kind of stacked their defense to help and retake that A site itself. There really wasn't much other control otherwise from the side of Tyrant Destra, and that really did kind of bite them in the back. But we're going down to domination. Another respawn game mode, which a while ago, PDR, they were able to win that very decisively. Can they do it once more here, or will finally get an answer back from Tyrant?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the side that gets to pick the map is PDR Esports, which means Tyrant Destra will be able to choose exactly which side of the map that they want to start on. Hopefully, they pick the Guerrilla base up for themselves, and it's all up to them then to hold on to the control room number 2 as well as the edge platform, right? Bravo as well as Charlie, both very close in here, and the second floor of the control room number 2 should be just enough for them to manage both of those sites at the same time. Cable car platform is going to be a little further out, and you know, the one thing that Tyrant Destra just needs to make sure they do is hold on to these 2 sites and do not allow PDR Esports to rage on, because if they get the early lead, I'm thinking these guys will be cheeky enough to attempt that triple cap and hold on to it as well.
Yeah, I mean, something that we've seen a lot of teams kind of mistakenly do is kind of overextend past what they really control to try and take the opposite side. But now we're going to go into map number 3. A flurry of frags as Jello finds double kill already here. They both have control of either respective side. B side, no, going the way of PDR for the moment.
Yeah, there you go. Initially, man, as the opening of this match, PDR Jello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, he had just 1 goal. Look at the guy go. He is barely playing these points. He just wants to move on over to the Guerrilla base and make sure he resets the spawns first. They want to play Bravo as well as Charlie, but for the time being, they need to make the best of whatever opportunities that they can make of. PDR Esports is on the backhand here because Tyrant Destra, they've stepped up. They've picked Bravo and Charlie up for themselves now. and they need to hold on to this lead. But they have got one very annoying Millionaires picking up the blue radar station. He should be able now to hold on to the gorilla base whilst the rest of his team members step in for the role of annihilators now, Nico.
Oh my dear. Tyrant, Destra, they've taken back the B site now, as you said, and Lokes, he's just holding on to the control room for the moment. PDR have this vertical control over the B site. They can loom over it time and time, but Rage, he will get that pick off now to get that trade. And look at this, he's looking to go for another one, Rage, but the C site has been taken firmly here by PDR. They flipped things off, but they only have a single point to work with.
Okay, now they flipped it already. That is step one. PDR Esports is taking a very calculated move in here for the victory on Domination Summit. Let's see exactly how they'll be able to pull Bravo off now. They're gathering all of their players onto the second floor before dropping in for the aggressive push. Eldor's taken down, and this is the start to the end. Can Tyrant Destra hold on? It seems not. They get snuffed out one after the other, and PDR Esports will be able to pick Bravo off as well. They go in for the spawn swap. They get that sorted off, and now they have control of Bravo and Charlie. How long will they manage to keep control though?
It does seem to be the case here, AJ, because they've completely reset the side of Tyrant Destra. They're all the way pushed back to their spawn. They're only going to start to go for that attack right now. They are grouped up now, though, and so if they can find the control room control here, if they can take that away from the side of PDR, then something might be amiss. But Lokes here, he finds the double. He's holding down the line. A triple kill for him. They do eventually shut him down, but the damage has been done. Look at this, though. Tyrant, they answer back a triple kill of their own, and now they have control of the B side. Can they successfully claim it, though, is a question.
Nope. Oh, what a absolute denial coming in here from PDR Esports. I agree with you, man. Absolute hype moment there for Tyrant Destra. They made the comeback. What crazy gunfights, one after the other. But PDR Esports had this game won from the get-go. They didn't go in here for the points. They didn't go in here for the kills. They wanted to play the map. They get the spawn swap done right first, and they've got the numbers in there, man. And the control that they've got in the control room number 2 is just so methodological. They push into all of those entry points, and immediately as one player falls back, the rest of his team members look for cover. They make sure they don't lose hold of the control room number 2. I have never seen another team hold on to Bravo and Charlie for so long on Summit against Team Tyrant in this way, and they're fighting all the way back through, man. Tyrant's not picking them up. 75-point mark. Let's go, PDR.
Oh, what a close first half here, AJ. 75-69, a 6-point difference, and we're going to the second half on the reset. PDR barely scraping by at the end of that one, but they did look pretty good near the end of it. Can they continue that here into the second half? That's the question. Spawns have been flipped right now. C-Side and A will be taken respectively by their own teams. Tyrant quicker on that endeavor, and Young will open things up, but Tyrant, they're taking control of the control room right now. PDR will find a double, Milliones. He's so good up close with that.
Oh, that's exactly what they go up in here to go for themselves. If the sentry gun now being pulled out by PDR Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jello will have an extra man, and lucky for him, Rage is on site with the absolute equalizer to drop in on all of the players from Tyrant Destra, and that is the he was looking for his 4th kill. Still manages to get that thanks to Locks and that sentry gun placement. PDR Esports once again winning this with the sentry plate.
PDR, this is what has been the X factor that we saw a while ago on Raid, and PDR, they've taken full control here now. All vertically will be held by them. They have completely overlooking the site here, but still, how does he do it, Eldos? He's gotten that kill. He's taken the control of the room for himself, but they're going to be flanking him. He will still turn around and get the frag, but Looks will get the trade on him eventually. And now as they push for this, you're going to try and hold back the attack here coming from the side of Tyrant, but they are answering back amicably as well. But look at that in his hands. Looks will just completely shut him down.
Oh, this is unfortunate, man. Tyrant Destra has got no hope of winning Summit at all. They're not playing the map as well as PDR Esports is, and those sentry guns are surely just creating so much of havoc in there. PDR Esports able to take a majority of these gunfights with the backup of those sentries, and now they have to keep a hold on to Charlie as Eldos drops in. Millones gets taken out. Eldos should be able to do this on his own, but Lox is on there to ask those questions. Charlie's still protected. PDR Esports 115 to 94 now. Tyrant Destra has not been too shabby at all, but PDR Esports has been so impressive all the way through, and now they attempt the triple cap.
What a jump peek there from Lennox, and they're going for that triple, but the C and B side are also under siege here by the side of Tyrant Destra. Can they hold on to it?
Wow.
The B side being contested right now. They're able to deny it for the meantime, and they will hold on to control for the B side. Charlie as well. They're trying to go for it, but they still cannot take it away. Somehow your PDR, they are completely swarming. They're so itchy, they cannot force them out of any positions, and with less than, 15 points left remaining in the half, PDR, they're looking to run away with this with a donut, AJ.
Yeah, Donut, Summit is PDR Esports playground at the moment. They're playing ball, man. Tyrant Destra has got nothing on them at all. A lot of the gunfights we would have seen, Tyrant Destra has looked so impressive, but they were nowhere close to PDR Esports on Summit, regardless of what those points say, man. I mean, the map was played to perfection, each and every single one of those rotations from the get-go. From the spawn swap from Special Forces base, that's exactly where they started. The first thing that they did, they knew that they had to play the points, but their bigger objective here was making sure they have at least one player on the side of Guerrilla base before they started going in for those slays. And they did exactly that. And that was the step number one to their victory in this game, Nico. Once they got that sorted out, they moved into control room number 2. They picked Bravo up for themselves as well. And it was just the sentry gun perfection of gameplays for all of those backups. From game number 1, Tyrant Destra still didn't learn as they went into game number 3. No sentry guns got popped up at all. No backup at all.
I really like that game plan there that came in from them. You know, for PDR to realize that the bigger objective ahead is at map control early on, for them to be able to really seize B back. Even if they give it up early, it's fine, because it doesn't matter how strong you start. It matters more how strong you end the fight. And that is what PDR is so good at. A very dominant second half. It seemed like Tyrant had no chance when we did flip on over to the other side. And, you know, for PDR, for them to bring those sentries so well into every single game that we see them here, and every single respawn mode that we see them in, is really a big defining factor of their playstyle. You're basically playing against a 5v6 a lot of the times, and for Tyrant to be going up against that when you don't have the utility to melt that sentry down early on, well, you're going to get complete domination, as we saw from PDR.
Agreed, man. I mean, at one point there, it was a 5-on-7 because 2 sentry guns were set up at the control room number 2. And I just love how PDR Esports was so confident with their triple cap, right? And it's just so rare to see that in Call of Duty Mobile. Some teams try triple caps. This is PDR Esports showing us how to take a triple cap confidently. They calculated that to the T, and when they wanted to play triple cap, they knew what their probability would be. The moment it hit 100%, they moved in towards cable car platform to take Alpha away. And they already had 2 sentry guns holding down control room number 2. Yes, Charlie was open. They didn't care. All of their players, communication, teamwork, 100%, flood into cable car platform. They bring in a cluster strike to hold that Charlie base as well. I have not seen a team play Summit this well in such a long time. I'm so pleased with what we have opened the day up in here with, Nico. This is PDR Esports at their best. But it wasn't an easy fight at all, man. Tyrant Destra definitely gave them a run for their money.
Definitely so. It was quite a valiant effort that Tyrant put in, but at the end of it, they were swimming in the waters of PDR. They were on the hilltop that PDR owned, and well, they own this land, and they're going to send them back out. A 3-0 sweep to open up the day. This is the kind of start that we were expecting from the side of PDR, and that's the reason why they are the favorites to come out of this group. Every single team that's going to be going up against them today, they have to come in full steam ahead. They have to come in with everything that they got, because PDR, they're looking better than ever.
Absolutely, man. Let's take a quick look at the highlights once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, of this series where PDR Esports have now just opened up with a perfect donut served over to Tyrant Destra. Game number 1 was quite difficult for Tyrant Destra to overcome because the map was played to perfection by PDR Esports. And once again, we have to stress the usage of the sentry gun was just so effective from the side of PDR Esports, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, when you put that sentry gun down, it kind of will force the opposing team to divert their attention towards that sentry gun. If you cannot melt it down early on, then someone's going to swing on you and you won't be able to really react in time. And that's what we've seen happen time again for PDR. You have that extra gun just firing down at you, that auto turret, the sentry, in every sense of the word, just completely shredding down the front line. That is so difficult to deal with if you cannot melt it down early. And especially when you have the caliber of players that PDR are and having them play around that sentry. And a lot of times they have 2 sentries down at the time. It can be so difficult to deal with. And not to mention the utility usage. One we saw here on Raid to open up map number 1. Not only were they pulling out all stops like the sentries, but that perfect use of the cluster strikes as well to counteract the strike taken by Tyrant Astra. Well, they laid down some hellfire of their own, but when we moved in a search and destroy, you really saw there was a chance here from Tyrant. As I said, it's their closest chance to maybe swing some momentum back their way. But in the end, PDR closed off strong as they always do.
This was the one. Ah,
yeah.
Freaking ace,
yes.
man. So rare and so sweet to watch. Han just taking those easy shots against Rage. Once again, man, that was the cockroach that crawled up his leg halfway through the match, making it so easy for Han. And he was just on a roll, wasn't he? But it just wasn't enough, Nico. Nico?
Yes. Oh, there I am. Sorry. You're back. Hello. I mean, how can we go about it here? When we did actually go in a summit in and of itself, I really like the fact, and we touched on it earlier a while ago after the match, where PDR, they knew that the end goal in mind was to get map control, because that's what domination really about. Yes, you need the points, but map control is so much more important. Like, you might have B site, but do you really need control of the B site itself, or do you need the control room around it to have that overlooking position? And that is what they know that they are good at, PDR here. For them to go there on the cliff side early on and really get that kind of like flank in and have that forward position have from one of their players, it really did mean a lot. And as I said, it matters more how strong you end, and that is what PDR are so great at.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they start strong, they end strong. It's just unfortunate for Tyrant Destra that this is the opening opponents that they have to take on, because it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy for any one of the 3 other squads when they take on PDR Esports. And that was a known fact, but they also have got a huge surprise factor under their sleeves. If they manage to pull off a couple of crazy victories off of PDR Esports in the opening day of Group B, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it will most definitely set the story up really nicely as a team other than PDR perhaps qualifies in here for the playoffs, because that would be a crazy upset. And for a team to be able to kick the likes of PDR Esports out of the group stages to make it through to the playoffs, that'll most definitely make the news, Nico.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair to Tyrant too, they did really bring some of these games very close, and some of the hard points could have definitely went either way. And for them to do that good here to open things up, especially against the favorites of PDR, they have a chance. If they can 3-0 one of the other teams here in their group stages, and if one of the other teams as well can maybe get a map off of Tyrant, then they have a real chance here in Tyrant. I don't think the tunnel is really looming over them just yet, because there is some light at the end of that, and I'm looking to see if they can really, maybe at least secure that second slot.
Yeah, and whether or not they will be able to do that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we might be able to make a few extra educated guesses after we witness series number 2, because we have got CKG ELEVATE stepping into the house, looking to take on C8 Esports, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But before we jump on over to that series, the soldier of the game, PDR Locks, and this guy was absolutely lit, man, picking up that ace, going in with the Holger back to back. He was your point man. 20 kills on average at 6.67, assist 3.67. His KD ratio is 3-0, which is so impressive in this level of a competition, Nico.
Yeah, to have that +3 minus, plus and minus, to have that 3.0 KD, that is huge for them, especially on the mode. Like, a lot of these games that we're playing on, domination, hardpoint, for you to be consistently in the fight, to be on that front line and help the team out. There's a reason why he's a hero, the MVP of this series. Looks of definitely deserving of that title, and he was one of the biggest factors in why they did that. Some of the other players here that we did notice as well during that entire match, like Han had some great performances. He really was stepping up. Called up for the side there. Tyrant was also doing some good stuff, but in the end, it will be looks to be that king of series number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, and truly well deserved as well. Whether or not he's going to be the exact same MVP for the side of PDR as we move on forward, whether or not PDR will have their own MVPs shown to you guys back to back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's all in the hands of the other teams later on. They still have CKG ELEVATE to meet as well as C8 Esports. Now, Nico, we're going to take a quick short break. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, after this is going to be series number 2, where we see the remaining 2 squads take each other on.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Greetings, everyone. We are now back here, of course, with the second match of the day. I'm Black and Blue. With me is the amazing Mustachio AJ here once again on the desk. You are watching the Philippine Champions, this time presented by Sony. And you guys should be aware that our opening map went 3-0 in the favor of PDR versus Tyrant, but we're going to be going to the second match now. And after this, after we've seen all 4 teams in Group B, we're going to be able to make some educated guesses on who may be coming out of this group.
Absolutely. I mean, because CKG Elevate, they've been making a little bit of a name for themselves within the scene. And C8 Esports has been doing the exact same thing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Based on this series that they take on against each other, we should be able to kind of compartmentalize them within Group B itself to see exactly how well they might fare against the other teams that we've already seen in action. Let's take a quick peek at the schedule once again, just to give you guys a brief as to what more you can expect, right? Tyrant Destra just took on PDR Esports, where unfortunately for them, they got 3-0, which is something CKG Elevate will be looking to do towards C8 Esports as well. But I don't think it's going to be that easy. Go.
I don't think so either, Adrian. CKG, you know, maybe they're kind of the team that we might be looking to go second place in this group stage, but that's going to be quite a difficult task when you know that teams like Tyrant and C8 have a lot to prove, and they also want to make that a reality. C8 here, they're coming into this series as an underdog and into this group stage as well, but they've qualified the same way as every single team has. They've made their long journey here. They're going to look to continue that walk on forward. But CKG Elevate versus C8 Esports as our map number 2, and we're going to get match number 3 going on right after that. But we're about to go into, you know, the map vetoes earlier on later. And so when we do go back to that hard point, we're going to see quite a lot of times that when you go into a full 3-map series like this, it's not a best of 3, a full 3-map series. You want to get that opening map when you're the underdog to maybe swing things back your way.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, one of the best ways to do that is to, well, cross your fingers and hope that you win the coin toss. And you could just play it, towards your way, right? So I'm not so sure exactly who won the coin toss for this map vetoes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all of the coin tosses are made before the start of the competition day, and they've already gone through all of these map vetoes. They're not able to change their maps between series again. And this is something that I was not 100% aware of in day number 1. Poor guys, man. Some of those teams really got a piece of my mind when they were playing on some of those maps after we had witnessed some other teams getting ripped through, right? Cisco, Chirac, Range, Teflon, as well as Usopp will be representing the Cool Kids gaming lineup to elevate the name of CKG. Here you go.
Definitely are some cool kids on the block here. You can see them living up to that name. We're going to cut on over to them to see exactly how they will be doing. But for the most part, you don't even need to see these guys' faces to know that they're going to bring their A game. You know that they are really pretty much the embodiment of the CKG brand. They're really going to elevate things up to new heights that might not have seen before, especially for a team like this, who might not be relatively as known as some of the other teams in the group. But we're going into C8 Esports here. You got Kramers, Doshés, Error, Iron Fist, Kuki, and Thom to round off this roster. And for them to be going into this, as the underdogs, that might just give them the element of surprise. And CKG, they have to be aware of that, AJ.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, they are coming in here to stomp their feet of dominance upon all of the squads in here. And unfortunately for CKG Elevate, they are the very first ones who have to go up against them, right? C8 Esports are more than sure they want to come in here and they will be able to dominate. I'm looking at potentially Dark Haze as well as Iron Fist running rampant in this competition, in this series, especially up against CKG. But let's see if or not they will be able to step up to the plate and do exactly that, Nico.
No, they're repping the brand. You can see him there with the cat headband, full swag up ahead, but they're looking real nice and cozy and comfy there, ready to get the game going. That smile at the end by, I think it's one of their coaches. He's just not moving at all.
Stop smiling, man. Stop looking at the That eye contact is very, very unnerving, ladies.
He's not moving at all, like a statue. He'd make the Royal Guard.
It's a stacked group, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. C8 Esports looking to see if or not they can stop CKG Elevate. I mean, is it going to be name or is it going to be, just pure brawn that gets them through all of this, right? Map bans, CKG Elevate will have Lady Luck giving them the nod here to go on first. And they are going to be removing, what are they going to be removing? Let's see. Production, come on. There you go. Firing range from the list. And C8 Esports will not want to play on Drum roll. You know, we don't really need a lot of suspense for the map bets. We just want to see where they don't want to play. Crossfire. So firing range as well as Crossfire, the two maps where we will not be playing in here today. And CKG Elevate will be able to pick map number 1, Hardpoint. And that's going to be a take what?
Take
Nico,
off.
I'm giving up, man. Can you take over? I'm taking
We're
off.
fully launching here. You know what I think it is here, AJ, is that for them to be named CKG Elevate, they want to take off immediately in map number 1, seize that, really use their game to live up to the name of the Cool Kids Gaming Squad. And so I think that's kind of the meta here that we're going for. But no, all things considered, it is a map that not a lot of teams may be as comfortable with as compared to some of the other maps in the rotation, like Crossfire, some of the other maps that you might have, you know, like Firing Range, especially, which was banned, a very stable map. And so I think they're trying to throw C8 off guard here with this opening takeoff hardpoint.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to throw them off, man. I mean, it takes a lot of, teamwork to be able to make sure takeoff is, taken into the back. But let's see exactly what CKG will be able to bring into that game. Search and Destroy goes into the hands of C8, and they want to bring this into plain old standoff. So we should be able to see exactly how they come in back in here for a response, because a high probability, if you take takeoff, you know you are going to be getting the win as well. And this is not a situation where it's a 5-map rotation after the 2 initial bans where you have to pick takeoff. This was a pure choice, and it was their number 1 choice. So I'm expecting CKG Elevate to be able to get that win. And perhaps if standoff now falls into the hands of C8, they should be putting it all on the line out here at domination. And map number 3, let's see how possible that's going to be. Summit is it's quite basic, man. Domination Summit. We just saw exactly what happened. And if C8 was watching, they now know that they have got the opportunity to pick which side they want to start on. And that immediately gives them that advantage, doesn't it, Nico?
Certainly. I mean, on the side of Elevate, that is a big factor for them to play into it, to be able to start on that favorable side that they'd want. Annihilator ban, and with that, I think as advertised, we're probably going to get the Sparrow ban, and that we shall. So nothing too out of place here. Maybe only takeoff kind of throwing us for a loop to get that map number 1 going, but I think that's the exact plan that CKG have going into this series itself, to go fully, and take map number 1 in their way, to get that takeoff, to really kind of, throw everything for C8 off for a loop. I don't think C8 were expecting to be playing takeoff hardpoint to start off their group stage. And I think that is surprise factor is something that CKG is really banking on to propel themselves forward and elevate what they've got in the groups.
Absolutely, man. And I do agree with you. I mean, most definitely CKG pulling in takeoff for map number 1 was a method to just throw off C8 Esports. And I think that's going to work, mostly because it's not an easy map to master. Hardpoint number 3, P4 as well as P3. Absolutely crazy, man. You die in P3 or P4, you spawn right outside of that position, right? And you just drop right back in there for gunfights. It's just non-stop action. And it takes a lot of map for you to be able to, stave off all of the competition. Let's see exactly what CKG will be able to do here. They go in and set up 2 players to control both of the power positions early on in the matchup, and they should be able to hold on to this hard point for quite a while now. Launch Center as well as Aurora Council has got 1 player each in there. CKG Elevate, they are playing this map to the D. Let's see what C8 Esports has in store for us as well, Nico.
Saw that C8 there, AJ. They kind of want to go for that vertical control early on to maybe get some sightlines down into the P1 itself, but C8 are answering back here. CKG are doing the same though, and now point number 1 has been taken by C8, but not for long, as Elevate rescind and take control back once again. They're up now quite a few points, 20 now over the side of C8. And as they're continuing to hold on to this, they're completely swarming over P1, but yet C8 cannot get control of that. The front line here by Elevate, seemingly unbreakable.
What? And look at the players from C8 Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they are already rounding up over. They want to move on over to hardpoint number 2. But CKG, they were already there. They had their hands on that power position from the get-go of the game. They didn't want to drop that. Aurora Council was most definitely their backup, but this was the main point. But now C8 Esports, they just flushed them out and they've taken over. Can they hold on? Yes, they will be able to hold on to that hard point as well. So this is their moment for a comeback. Let's see what they can do against CKG.
CKG here. This is their chance to really surmount themselves, but C8, they're kind of finding control here over P2. And now on this vertical control, look at this hallway completely being shredded down now. They're fighting over it, and CKG will take control, but not for long, as C8 will answer back. And they now have enough presence to really hold on to this and get the lead back in their way. C8 have taken the lead. It doesn't seem Elevate want to really have their hand in that. They're going to be going for P3 already, trying to go early on and maybe try and make the comeback happen come P3.
Yeah, great decision in here by CKG. They back away. They don't want to give those cheap kills away. They want to make sure all of those streaks are earned by themselves and not on their dead bodies. Iron Fist dropping in, equalizing all of those players in front of him. Unfortunately, the range will be the final player that he manages to take down. Usopp drops right back, and we can see once again exactly what sort of damage the Holger can bring in a mode like this, Nico.
Yeah, so much bullets in the mag, you can completely shred down the front line when they come your way and not even have to let go of the trigger. That right now on this push for P4, they are having quite a bit of control here now. Elevate, they've taken the lead once again. C8 trying to answer back, they're trying to swarm over it, but have rarely been able to get that kind of foothold to get this point away from the side of Elevate, and now they finally do. But will it be enough, at least in the long run, as Elevate, they quickly have taken it, but once again, C8 answer back. Elevate, they're completely scattered right now, trying to swarm around the site, but they can't really get themselves in. And look at this! Doc Hayes just shredding two of them down. He's holding the line, and still somehow CKG cannot find their way in.
Now I think CKG's gotta be in trouble. Dude, you pick Takeoff. You better know that you are gonna get that 100% win, man. Look at C8 Esports. They're going in here for the push. All of the chaos in Aurora Council, they put that behind them. They don't care. They just want to win. 64-61, and they once again rip the hard point out of the hands of CKG Elevate. At the very least, going in there for the contest. And this is just back and forth between them right now, mainly because of the spawns. But I just love exactly how Usopp falls back into the visitor center. They are controlling the spawn, making sure that nobody gets the backstab on them. CKG Elevate, they are playing hardpoint number 4 really, really well.
CKG, they're holding on to this, but C8 have answered back. AJ, they have taken some control, but not for long, as Elevate will completely shut that down. You see that C8 are scattered right now. They're not really concise, nor together, nor condensed. And Teflon will find that kill up close. He's found a double, a triple kill now here for Teflon. He's holding on to this iron, rock hard, solid, and he cannot flush him out of this position. Kramers, he's going to go down with that low ammo, will be able to remove himself off of the situation, but they will still be able to regain control of it. Elevate, they're 100 points, rather 50 points away from securing in map number 1, but Doc Hayes answering back here.
I don't know if they're gonna play for the mistake, man. I mean, they backed away from the visitor center a little bit too early, and the moment they back away, those players from C8 Esports kept spawning from behind them, and it was an easy pinch for C8 Esports to just pull P4 right back into the back, at the very least contest for it and drop in some kills. This was something I did not expect CKG to get done at P4, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but let's see exactly how they recover at the reset. Now, Fountain, this is the name of the game. Power position at launch center not being played. Aurora Council, the player will fall, but Usopp is just so quick to jump on right back in there, and CKG plays Fountain well yet again.
Sure, Rock, what a play from him to come up there from above, and he's pushing quite far, actually. I think he's kind of overextending here, but could potentially find the frag. He doesn't actually go for it, and will get got out in the open. What happened there? Iron Fist gonna shove it up him, and he still just completely runs away with that frag. Still suddenly, though, with 25 points left on the clock here for Elevate, it's gonna be on the C8 Esports to make a play happen, and that they have, but Elevate really control P2 once again.
Oh, Chirac's just fully streaked out. The guy's not bringing out any of his score streaks just yet. It's gonna be a very flashy ending over at the Aurora Council, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. CKG ELEVATE is already going in for the setup. Iron Fist from afar pulls out the equalizer. Should be aim. Oh no! Gets taken down halfway by Chirac, the guy who has already got it fully streaked out. And they are preparing for the end game here. CKG ELEVATE is just teasing this game. C8 Esports better find a way to hold them off of hardpoint number 2, because if they can string this into the Aurora Council and still be able to bring in some streaks for themselves, we might be safe. Kooky having the death machine. Hopefully he doesn't pull it out a little too early.
Kooky here with that death machine. As you said, he can definitely rain the storm down, but he's not really going to pop it just yet. Seems to want to bide his time, and perfect opportunity will come very soon for him. But Shiraki's already here on the point. We're going to try and end it out on this point itself. Will we end on point 3? He does bring it out eventually. Cannot really find much value out of it though. And for the meantime, he's going to try and overextend here. Will he find his frag? Yes, he will. Teflon will be finding a frag of his own, and Kooky will get a double.
Wait, where's the cluster, man? What was he keeping the cluster for? No clusters being brought out. And oh no! C8! C8! C8 brings out the cluster! CKG! Are they gonna lose this? What a blunder! C8 Esports goes in for the push. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with the sentry in there as well. 147, 148. C8 Esports steals it away from CKG!
Like a thief in the night, a robbery, high criminal, white collar in every sense of the word there, AJ. Just making the turnaround at the last second. They bed their time perfectly in the end of that to really pop it at the perfect opportune moment. And that they did, completely flipping the tables, turning it around of him. And CKG, they are stunned after losing that map number 1.
I am stunned. I am stunned that CKG lost map number 1, bro. I am absolutely astonished by what C8 Esports just managed to pull off in here. They held the streaks on. And here's the thing. They didn't have many streaks to hold on to. And that is exactly where you see how good a team truly is, right? You've got this absolute crazy weapon in your arsenal, which you can pull out for some cheap kills. But what do you want? Do you want the cheap kills, or do you want to communicate with your team, bring it into a situation where you know for sure you're going to be able to take the victory? And dude, if you ask me, this was CKG's game, which they literally gave away to C8 Esports. I feel like CKG might have underestimated C8 Esports, especially when they were at the launch center in round number 2.
Yeah, they really kind of let that one slip. It kind of seemed like they were like, okay, we have control of the site right now. We have control of P3. We should be able to secure this map number 1 in our pocket. We picked to go and start here on hardpoint takeoff itself, but yet it slipped away from them at the last second. They really were able to use it at the perfect moment, swing the tides of war at the end of it for them to end it strong. And as I said, you know, if you can end the fight strong, it doesn't matter if you start it, but you better damn well end it. And so they did. C8, what a turnaround once again, AJ. And I'm stunned as well, and I'm sure that CKG are as well. When it after that one, they might be shaken, but they cannot be stirred because we still got a map number 2 to get going.
You see why I reacted the way I reacted when map number 1 was takeoff? Bro, you want to play takeoff, you better know what you are doing, bro. You better know that that's a guaranteed win for yourself. And the only way to guarantee that win for yourself is to control P3 and to control P4. It's not going to be easy. Why? Because it's all about the spawns. Once again, the moment you die in P3 or P4, you spawn right outside of those hard points, either at generator area, the crane area, or the gas tank area. And that's just so difficult to deal with because those players keep flooding in one after the other. You send one player out towards crane, you control the area with just that one player, then you start slaying in P4. You should have been able to hold on to that point a little bit longer because the rest of your team members within that point, they just need to look towards generators. And they did have that going for themselves. I have no idea what got into their minds to let go of Crane and move on to control room, even though all of their players were already winning those gunfights. This was CKG's game to win, which they literally dropped, and they better pull it back at standoff, man. Oh, it's gonna be very ugly, and I'll feel very bad for them if that role continues.
Yeah, a heartbreaker velocity. As you said, on P3, you can't just anchor yourself down inside the point itself because they're just going to keep flooding at you. It's going to be like, a zombie scene where you're inside the house, you're boarded up all the walls where they keep on coming. They're knocking at the doors, wanting to come in and eat yo, baby. But that is what happened here at the end of it. We're going to be going into map number 2. And this could be the reset that CKG so desperately need. We're going into S&D. A very different story here, though. But we're going to be on standoff to start things off once again. Second S&D of the day of the second series. Let's get into it, AJ.
The teams in Group B so equally matched, man. This is crazy. The day is gonna be so hyped up. I can guarantee that to you guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now stand up. Let's see exactly which side plays this a little better. Cookie, beautiful opening, and Soya looking for yet another DLQ, able to hit all the time, and Rage will not be able to find anyone with his Fennec. Backs away. Before the time being, CKG, one-man handicap, take on a full squad of C8 Esports, and they are the defending side.
C8 here. They have that 5v4 in their favor, and on the defensive side, that's going to be such a huge factor. A side seems impenetrable at the moment, but Teflon opens things up. What a snipe from him to find Thom. He's going to be the thorn in their side, able to find the frag there. Chirac sliding and dashing, able to dodge the shots here of Doc Hayes. And he will get control of the A side. They can now go for the plant, and that they shall. And it's on the C8 to make the retake happen.
Exactly what Iron Fist can pull off here for himself. Goes in for the wall bang. Not very disciplined at all with those shots. Will not be able to get a kill. But right behind him, Kramus goes in for the slice. Teflon taken down with the Fennec in hand. It's a 3-on-2 situation. C8 now needs to go in for the defusal. This just looks impossible with just Kookie and his DLQ. 20 seconds on the clock. But Rage gets taken down. This just seems a little bit more possible. He has got the shotty in hand. Kookie goes in for the quick scope. Are we going to be able to see a quick one coming in? Chirac with his KRM just too fast.
He does switch out to the shorty at the end of it, and which was the right decision to make, but could not find the shot in time to be able to make the clutch happen. He was able to find the pick off in that 1v3, but not the other two to really close and seal the deal. So opening round goes in the way of CKG Elevate here. A good plant on them from the attacking side after finding a pick to get the trade-off to bring it to a 4v4. And they're going to look to do that once more. You can see here the forward position being taken by Soya, trying to go and hold that flank in case the flank does come from the side of C8. Which seems like Kookie might just want to try and do, and so does Kramers. But they're also really taking this very diligently and slowly here on the attacking side of CKG.
Yeah, they are stacking up a defense over at Alpha first, and they're going in for such a high push now, stacking up 2 players towards Hotel. One, granted, is outside of Hotel Yard. Let's see if or not they will be able to catch each other off. This is just a Mexican standoff. Kramers catches Soya, KRM for the action. Kookie pulls out the shorty and will be able to pop off as well. It's a 5-on-2 situation. CKG, Cool Kids Gaming. What happened, bro?
Pump action. Buckshot here. It seems to be the story of round number 2 from C8. It's been the shotguns finding them the opening picks here in this round specifically, and so taking those fights up close has been working out for them. They're going to look to continue that endeavor and maybe try and go for the A side this time. CKG, can they find it? No, they won't. Iron Fist going to give him a fistful of lead, but Teflon answering back. He's going to go swing though right under him. He's got the katana out. Will he be able to close the gap and maybe find the thing? He's not able to land. He will actually shut Rock Hayes down. Chop Suey. But Kramer's up close with a shotgun. You cannot bring a sword to a gunfight, and he will end the round. We're going 1-1.
Dude, I thought he was gonna get the second one as well. It was close.
Almost.
It was close. It was close. Let's see, man. CKG, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they've dropped one. They've picked one right back up, and now as the attacking side, they will stack a 3-2. The bomb just maneuvering very callously out in the open field, mid square. Now taking a strong push up into the private backyard. Oh, Dog Hayes punishes range, goes in for another shot, and will be playing cat and mouse right round. Teflon drops Dog Haze. Chirac goes in for the push. Unfortunately for him, Thome takes him out. Kravers from afar does not get the shot. He does not manage to go in for a kill. Hit mark is not going to be enough with the Fennec from afar. Now he should be able to get the pinch here though, Nico.
Oh, well, he does have an angle here to work off of. Oh no, he does spot him out on the back there. Usopp has given his position, rather Soya has given his position inside the wall itself. And look at this, they're back against each other. They're practically breathing on each other. Who's going to win this fight? It will be Usopp up against Claymers. They did not expect him to be on the back side of that warehouse and, well, punishes him rightfully so for it, but it is a 2v3. The plant has not gone down just yet here on the A side. And for the defending side here, C8 Esports, they're ready to go for the retake. The plant will eventually try and go down, but look at this, the angle. He might be able to deny this, and so he shall. Thumb. Good punishment here to Soya. He's able to back off safely too.
Oh, what? Oh, goodness me. Thom just punishing Usopp, and now it's just one-on-one. Can Thom back away? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but no. He goes in for the aggressive push, and the wall back! The wall back gets Teflon! It is 27 seconds on the clock. Defusal just too easy. C8 Esports, wow! Who are these boys? Where have they come from? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they are looking to stomp out CKG and their fire.
What a wallbang coming from Thom. It's Thom's time right now, and he's definitely going to show you every single aspect of his game. You can never count these guys out, and now it will be on the C8, who does have the lead to continue that further. CKG trying to buy their time, but Kuki finds another opening snipe here for the side of C8, and as range gets taken down, that's a big pick for them to find to open things up.
Dude, you know, unlike the other teams, or unlike most of the other teams in the competition, C8 Esports made it through to this level of play without a coach. And that is absolutely huge. Look at the way they are wiping the floor at standoff with CKG. The cool kids ain't that cool when it's C8 standing in front of them.
Cool kids on the block. But C8, who's taking control of this entire street here, this is like, well, it might have been your neighborhood, but this is ours right now. We're coming here, usurping things. Oh no! Iron Fist, he had a chance there to get the frag and go for the flag, but it will be CKG just completely shutting down every single opportunity by C8. And now C8 are down to the 2v5. They completely swung things back their way, and they're looking to take this round flawlessly.
That was an amazing push. I do not argue with that. And it's crazy that they managed to take a 5-0. Everyone's still standing. They got the plan as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But CKG needs to be a little careful. You cannot pull rounds like that back to back. C8 Esports will be able to adapt to the situation real quickly. So let's see exactly what they pull off in Shibuki. Things have turned around, and C8, this is their attacking side. No matter what they do now, they will not be able to call exactly how CKG pulls this off. Kuki anticipates a couple of players in the convenience store, goes in for the quick pop with the jump, does not get any kills, but the bomb has already been planted, and it's all up to CKG now for the retake.
A really quick plant here coming from C8. It doesn't seem like CKG were really trying to hold on to the A site, wanting to go for the post-plant retake as well. But Range will find that kill, and Chirac will find a second here for the side of CKG. They're completely flooding over the side. Whoa. Be a flawless round from CKG to turn things around. Yes, they will. Gonna return the same favor flawlessly coming from CKG, and they now tie the game up 3-3.
I love that, man. CKG going in for the game of retake. But, you know, C8 Esports, they kind of should have seen that coming. The approach in towards private backend was a little bit too easy. They are taking fast rounds, and which I'm quite honestly surprised to see. They should have learned from CKG and their mistakes and go in for those slow approaches. But it looks like they're not 100% confident with the snipes that comes in from their squad, maybe. Kuki, if you ask me, has been so spot on. They should just have a little bit more confidence in him. And now they once again go in for that retake game. But I feel, Kuki! He finds his man and he gives his side the advantage.
It was all the way there from the Gardens itself, and Kramers will find the frag in a Soya. The plant is down on the A side once more, but the snipe here almost coming in from Kuki. He does get the hit marker, but almost getting Usopp down, who's trying to go for the retake here with the rest of CKG Elevate. Can they force him out of this position as well? CKG and C8, they have a really good hold on this. Doc Hayes is answering back, and Thom will hold the line down. It's down to a 1v1 right now. Doc Hayes in range.
KRM, I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, that denial was just a little too harsh. C8 Esports 4-3, they lead this and they look to end it as well. As the attacking side, they're taking quite aggressive rounds in here. CKG initially allowing them to get the plant, attempting the exact same second time round as well, but it didn't turn out the way they planned it. Doc Hayes getting that final kill, but you know, they kind of played it a little bit much too. Luck Teflon punishes Hayes for such a irresponsible push. And this is trouble.
Chopped, and you're quickly dropped here, coming in from Teflon. He can definitely have that range from afar or up close. Doesn't matter which engagement he's taking. But now, with that man advantage here, 5-4, CKG Elevate. This could be where they tie the game on up. C8 have been such a defensive team, such a great team, but Thom will answer back to find Soya. They're looking to go for that A plant once more here. They have some control to do that, but the flank actually from range is all the way on the back. Will they even expect him here? He's going to go up against Iron Fist, who completely shuts him down. One shot is all he needs, and they bring it to a 5v3. Oh, what a swing!
Oh, this is unfortunate. Iron Fist literally stomping down each and every other team members of CKG Elevate that he manages to find. I am so happy to see the comeback in here by these boys, man. Let's go, C8 Esports. They were down and out a little bit too long. Let's see exactly what they pull up in here. Cookie now. Cookie punishes Usopp into the smoke. Absolute perfection now. C8 Esports looking to take the second round of CKG, and they should be able to. All thanks to Cookie, man. He has been so on point throughout this whole game. Like I said, his squad needs to depend on him a little bit earlier on to thin the herd before they go in for those aggressive pushes.
Eagle Eye does ever hear Cookie. Does get the hit marker on him, can eventually clean it up. Yes, no, he won't actually. Cookie will be taken down up close and personal here by range, but still somehow the trade coming from Doc Hayes. Look at this, the control over the kitchen itself. They're gonna fight over it. It's a 1v2 here, AJ.
Ooh, Teflon. Fine. Yeah, finds his mark, man. And 8 seconds more, a little bit too much for the side of CKG. They managed to pull one round in the bag. Are we going to be able to witness a round number 11, or will C8 Esports pick up a well-deserved game number 2 as well? CKG Elevate, it is all in their hands now, Nico.
C8. They're at match point. They are at match point, and they only need that one round to be able to bring things home and get a 2-0 scoreline in this series, and maybe get that second slot in the group itself. But still, no shots landing here for Cookie. They're biding their time, C8. They're not getting too aggressive right now. They have control of that A site, but CKG once again looking to play the retake.
Ooh, Cookie dropped early, and this is going to be trouble, which means CKG now have got the advantage. They do not have their sniper from afar. They want to take on those CQCs. Kramers drops in. Usopp as well as Chirac taken down. Doc Hayes on fire, and he is still alive, looking for a couple of more takedowns. By the 4, it's a 2-on-2 situation. Dome is alive for the backup onto Hayes as well, and this is game over. CKG Elevate, can range get it done? Goes in for the shot. Dome has got that backup, but he finishes it off. C8 Esports, they take game number 2 as well.
You can see how, formidable that Holger is in his hands. He can just completely hold down the trigger, not letting go of the shoot button, and he's just going to shred anybody that comes his way, completely pieing the corner with his trigger, with his finger on the trigger, and they secure the round there. The double round, the double mapped game already been taken here by C8. They are looking in a pretty prime place to be one of the favorites to move on over into the playoffs.
Yeah, man. Iron Fist finally stepping right back up towards the end of the game there to just manage to grab a little bit of the spotlight for himself. C8 Esports, are we going to see another donut of the competition on the expense of CKG. Now, that is something I definitely did not expect. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, only one from these four crazy squads can make it through to the playoffs. And at the moment, I'm absolutely torn. So much of talent in the Philippines, Nico, but we only can take four at the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be such a tightly contested playoffs when we get into it. Only have 4 teams in the playoffs. That is so huge. And for a team like this, for C8, who come into this relatively unknown, not having the same type of prestige and maybe, experience or the same name that some of these other big organizations might have, for them to come into this and start their group stage off with a 2-0 is a really good sign of things to come. They could potentially shake this whole bracket up. We're going to have to see. How will they close map number 3? You know, AJ, we have a saying here in the Philippines, when you sweep the opponent, when you give them a 0, it's called laying an egg. And if they can lay an egg here, that's what they're going to force on the side of CKG. If CKG lay an egg and give you that 0, then I think this whole group stage is going to be completely thrown for a loop. We're going to have to see how things will progress on domination itself, though.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, for them to even drop the first series to C8 Esports, CKG, they're not having a great day in the competition already. But Summit is that one place, like you said, man, where they can just at least pull some momentum back in here for themselves before they move on to meet PDR Esports in series number 4. Looks like there's a little bit of a change in the heated series that we should be looking forward to. I mean, and this is fresh off the pan, right? C8 Esports proving to be the more dominant one, at least for the time being. Let's see how they take domination and if they can prove themselves 3 times running.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at, kind of a matchup here between CKG and PDR to be the marquee matchup of Group B. That's quickly looking like C8 versus PDR might be in contention for that top 1 and 2 slots. Let's see, though. Let's really find out, because we're going to the final map of this series. Summit domination once again. We know that map control is going to be crucial to this map, and you can see Rage going in here, but haphazardly, and he will get punished for it.
Didn't CKG win the coin toss, Nico? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think they did. Yes, they did. They picked map number 1 for takeoff, so.
Okay, so CKG wins. Yeah, they want to start on the Gorilla base. Fair enough. They go in here for the push. They should be able to control the pace a little bit more for themselves. My apologies. I got that mixed up. I was thinking they were starting off on the Special Forces base, which was like, huh? Why? Why did you do that for yourselves, right? But that's exactly what C8 Esports get done in here. They can push their side, and they want to start on the Special Forces base. And although I would think that, that would be the slightly less favorable side to start on Summit, they seem to be showing that it is not an issue at all in terms of picking up Bravo! Prevention at the very last moment, but they get it done either way. They're just winning a majority of these gunfights in here, and control room number 2 is just being overrun by C8 Esports right now.
Oh, look at that by Soya, though. They're quickly responding here to the control taken by C8, but I think what it comes down to, AJ, is really where are you comfortable starting? And sometimes, they want to start on what you might think is the less favorable side, so when you go to the second half, you can end the game strong with that favor side in your way, and so it seems to be the game plan here for C8, and it is working out. Although CKG, they completely run over things, and they're looking to quickly take control of the A and B sides. Alpha has been taken by CKG, but still 2 points in the way of C8.
Yeah, man. I mean, C8 Esports, I don't know if that was a flex, right? They start off over at the Special Forces base. They could have chosen where they wanted to start. They start off at the weakest spot just to prove a point. They head on over, they reset the spawns, they take over Bravo, they take Charlie over as well, and now they're fighting for their lives, and they purposely reset themselves. C8 Esports is not playing in here just to control those sites. They want to play in here for triple caps, and I think that's very, very risky. They're getting a little too confident, Nico.
definitely are, and they cannot get complacent. Confident, okay, yes, but you can't get careless in this, and that is certainly what has been making it slip away from the hands of CKG. But C8 Esports are playing this to perfection right now. Look at that control from the cryo, though, completely holding down the control room itself. And CKG, they found the triple, a quad kill. Doc Hayes taken off of the board by Chirac. He's gonna be able to successfully fall back after that. No retaliation, no trade frags coming in from C8 just yet. And CKG, they have an opportunity here, AJ, to maybe take the lead in the first half.
I think CKG will be able to do that because C8 Esports literally threw away the lead that they had just because they were greedy for the triple cap so early in the game. You have to respect your opponents, man. CKG, they are not out for the count just yet. They are hungry for the win. And like you mentioned at the start of the competition, Nico, each and every single win counts. Each and every single win gives you that point, which is so precious. And as we can see here, C8 finally having their foot in there for the Charlie side. They try to pull it away, but it is CKG with the first triple cap. You have to respect your opponents and you have to play the map, Nico.
They went for the triple. They were able to get it real quick, but C8, they're answering back here. Look at Usopp. He's able to find Error, who had the mighty good gun in his hands, but they will end the half here, 75 to 65. Only a 10-point difference, but now it's C8 starting there on maybe their favorite spawn to close out the second half. This might just be what they wanted, AJ. They don't mind playing against a deficit. They've been counted against time and time again, but they've also been able to make that happen no matter which hand they're dealt. They're able to play to perfection. They cannot get complacent, though, as we saw earlier, to go for that triple cap too early on, but I don't think they're going to make that mistake again, as CKG have opened up here with a triple kill to start things off.
CKG looks like they are the more deserving side to win this game. They are not underestimating C8. They are playing Summit as to how it's supposed to be played. They managed to reset the spawn. They've gone in for the flip, and now they are spawning out of the gorilla base. They feel more at home and in for the push towards Bravo as well. The setup is good, and now those players trickling in from the second floor of control room number 2. Bravo might just fall into their hands. CKG need to get this done a little bit faster. Kravers with the prevention. Death Machine pulled out a little early. Is this gonna be a good or bad for the squad? We will see. Chirac now goes in for the push. Kramus is still alive with the Death Machine, and I think that's Death Machine wasted in. And they barely got anything off of that side as well. Nico, C8 Esports is in a little bit of trouble here.
You know what, AJ? Who cares if they have a death machine, because Chirac has something to say about that, and Teflon, he's going to completely shred them down with his own weapon in his hands as well. The C point here being taken. They're completely trying to float over this, but Doc Hayes is going to hold on to it for the meantime. Chirac has been completely a menace here for the side of C8. He's been so good with that shot in his hands, completely winning every fight up close. And CKG on the triple cap. They're looking to run away with this. Can they finally close out the game strong and maybe get a point in their way to end the group stage match number 1? It's looking that way, AJ. There's no perfection, no other control here being taken by C8, and CKG are looking to close this game out strong.
How did C8 know how to play takeoff so well and not play Summit well? This is so difficult for me to understand right now. They're gonna go ahead and lose Alpha over to C8 finally, but that's a little bit too late. Unfortunately for them, CKG Kids Gaming have managed to pull 1 point right back into the bag. No matter what C8 does now, the comeback is just not possible, man. They literally have to take a triple cap and keep it from now until the end of the game, i.e. impossible.
Now, though, CKG, C point is being contested over here, and Soya is going to answer back on that. CKG 10 points away from closing this one out. I don't think they have enough time. The spikes there will land. He's going to confirm the kill after that, but range up close. He's going to win that fight here for the control of the B site. This should be a done game for the side of CKG. They're going to have to take the B point to be able to hold on to it, but what, 146, a few more points going if they can maybe take B point, but nope. C has been taken, Charlie has been taken. This is a done game, and they will end the series 1-2. CKG at least finally get a point from the series itself.
Somebody explain to me in the comment section, how do you go in and win a takeoff, play takeoff so well, but not know how to play Summit at all? C8 was playing Summit as if They did not know the rotations. They did not know how to go in there for the spawn. They didn't even know that they needed to go. I don't know. C8 was just all over the place, which was so different from the first two games.
Oh man, C8 really was a great performance from them, especially in the first half, but I do think they let that slip away from them, AJ. Yeah. Kind of what happened on takeoff, when CKG let slip away from their hands. That's kind of what happened here. Coming on Summit, they had good control early on, but they got a bit too confident for their own good. They bit off more than they can chew, went for that triple cap early on in the first half of domination, and then from that, there's just a complete avalanche being thrown here by CKG to take the series, to take the map, rather.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Which I'm a little bit confused about, right? Because what C8 Esports trying to play at here? Are they trying to show PDR as well as, CKG Elevate, Tyrant, Destra, that they do not know how to play Summit, or that they are not the best teams? Because obviously we were about to have our eyes as well as full-on attention on C8 Esports. But that final match just blew that up in the air once again, because they looked like wow, absolute wow, right? Call of Duty Mobile perfection to they just didn't play Summit well at all. I don't know. I need to see more, but I think there's something special about C8 Esports that we need to check out, man.
Well, we also have to give props there to CKG for being able to capitalize on that window given, for that opening that was given quickly and briefly by C8. They realized this was our opportunity to really swing things back their way, to get some momentum and maybe close out map number 3, get that 1 point on the board, and that is exactly what they did. So good job by CKG to be able to recognize that and use every single facet of their team to be able to capitalize on it and really get the win home. At least they do not get swept at the end of it, but they're not looking in a good position right now. They should be in 3rd place at the moment in the groups, but they still got 3 more games to go.
Yeah, absolutely, man. C8 Esports, on the other hand, has been very impressive, except for Summit, which I am calling bluff on. I think they... I'm sorry, CKG, but I think C8 Esports did that on purpose. They didn't want to show us that they can perform, because that'll just attract too much of attention on these boys who look so ready for the playoffs. And now their eyes are on PDR Esports, which means, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do not go anywhere. Hit that like, make sure you share the stream, and in your caption, make sure everybody understands when they see the stream that you share. Match number 6, series number 6 of the day, PDR Esports versus the side of C8 Esports, is a must-watch.
One for the history books here. Save the VOD, watch it back on over after the day, because this is one that you guys should definitely be looking at, especially that map number 1, which was certainly a classic in the making. But we're going to continue on with our next matches in just a bit. We're going to look at, though, who the MVPs are of this series. I'm not even sure who to throw it to, AJ, because there are so many standout performers from this entire series alone, from both sides, honestly. I think at the end of it, it has to go to a player from the side of C8, but it was also a very valiant effort that we saw from many individual players from the side of CKG. And so we're going to really have to see who will get that title. But for the meantime, I mean, what a game, what an amazing game to get this going. And we've now have seen all 4 teams play in the Group B. Who are you looking at, really, to maybe close this one off strong?
I cannot believe I'm saying this. C8 Esports might be able to upset PDR Esports, unless what we saw in series number 1 was still PDR just mucking around, which it's so difficult to kind of say, right? Because so many new faces in here, so many of their performance we haven't been able to check out in the past, and then it's all a 50-50. Are they faking it, or are they just really that bad at certain maps? Because you see, for example, C8 Esports, dude, this was the comeback of perfection at takeoff, which was being played really well by CKG. On initial parts of this map, CKG dominated, right? They held onto Aurora Council. They held onto the launch center. They picked up so many of those points. And even as we were going into the rotation number 2 into launch center, it was still CKG. And this is the place. This is that point things turned around. It started off at that launch center. It dragged on into Aurora Council. And C8 Esports from then on end played it to perfection. Remember when I said they had so little score streaks on them? They had literally that one death machine and they shouldn't pull it out at the wrong time. They didn't. They played it to perfection. They waited for that third hard point, and that's exactly where they wanted as well. Moving into Search and Destroy, we saw perfection come out of this team yet again. Map control end to end, absolutely perfect. Search and Destroy was just dominated by them. A few of those rounds, CKG, yes, they made their comeback, but I feel like even those rounds that CKG made their comeback, and once again, no disrespect, CKG, it was taken off of C8 Esports going in for a couple of careless rushes as well, right? So I really couldn't call it at that. But when we moved into Summit, the final match, that's where C8 just threw me off, man, because you cannot play takeoff so well, come into standoff like masters, and play Summit like you don't know the map. Something's wrong here, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, AJ, when you're looking at it, it's basically, especially on map number 1 on takeoff, it's a really good case in point wherein it's not necessarily about the hand that you're dealt, but how you play it. And with that one kill streak that they had, with that one score streak that they had, they play it to perfection and they use it at the most opportune moment, and they're able to convert that into the win at the very last moment of it. And so, we were kind of expecting more of the same for them to go into Summit. And initially it was looking like that. It was looking like C8 were looking to close off the series strong to maybe sweep this 3-0. That opening half from theirs was looking really good, but then they got overconfident. They bit off more than they can chew, and they kind of basically designed their own demise at the end of it. And for a team like CKG, you cannot let those kind of mistakes happen, because they're not going to let that slip. They're going to fully punish you every single time, and that is what CKG did. Now, CKG, though, they're not looking up to the form that we were kind of expecting, but maybe for them to get that win on map number 3 is going to be enough to really get their hopes up, to get that confidence under their wings, and continue that momentum into the further series that they're going to be playing today.
Yeah, so this is the first part that confused me, because CKG won the coin toss. CKG brought them into Summit, but C8 Esports, they chose to start at the Special Forces base, and then they move on to flip the spawns, which technically is supposed to happen. They put themselves in a tough position on purpose, which once again just doesn't make sense. I do not know whether it was a case of I tried to show off and I fell really flat on my face, oopsie daisy, I shouldn't be doing this again, or them just playing fake because they are preparing to meet PDR Esports and potentially not give away too much of truly exactly how well versed they are with the Call of Duty mobile scene as well as the game in itself.
I do think, those factors come into play, but I also have to think there might be a third, maybe reasoning for that, and that they're maybe trying to end off the half or go into the second half on their favorite side on that gorilla spawn instead. But we're going to be going over to the MVP, and none other than Iron Fist here from C8, completely just dominating every single competitor that he went up against. Iron Fist, he's held on to this with a completely tight grasp and never let go for the side of C8. And he was very instrumental on those first 2 maps of the series to bring it home.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, well played to Iron Fist, well played to C8 Esports. I cannot wait to see more from them. And I changed my pick, man. I wanted to see CKG Elevate go up against PDR Esports. No. I take that right back. I'm sorry, CKG. It needs to be a must-watch series number 6. And that is the one that will be closing the day off. PDR Esports will be taken on the side of C8 Esports, and it is one that you do not want to miss. And we might be on the onset of an upset here. PDR Esports. I don't know, man. I don't want to make any crazy predictions just yet, but it's going to be quite close.
Well, we might not have a crystal ball here with us just yet, but we can take a breather because these are some intense matches. We're going to be going over to the third match of the day, but before that, we're going to see you guys after this break.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the second part of the three-part in here for the qualifiers for Group B. 3 series, each and every single one of the teams in here need to go through. And this is the second one in terms of C8 Esports as well as Tyrant Destra. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Nico Black and Blue Gaioso to carry and bring all of the hottest action here for you guys at the qualifiers for the World Championship 2021 for Call of Duty Mobile, brought to you by Sony.
And we are at the Philippines stage, of course, ladies and gentlemen, your friends, folks far and wide. With me is AJ, and, there is a lot of action to call here, AJ, opening up with those 2 series, and we saw a great turnaround there on map number 1 come in between, CR8 and CKG. What a turnaround from them, but CKG holding on to a lifeline at the end of that series, able to close out a map and maybe get that point on the board. But as we move in to a matchup here, our third match of the day will be C8, who we saw just so dominantly come out of the woodwork, super hot, super on fire. They're going to be going up against Tyrant here, who have yet to win a map in group stages. And so on this Tyrant, this is really kind of gonna, matter a lot for them. If they go down here, not able to take at least 2 maps, I'm not gonna be too happy or too hopeful for the really hopes of Tyrant.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Tyrant needs to be able to pull away a victory no matter what they do. They cannot take a loss, but, that's a little bit easier said than done. Right after we watched what C8 Esports did to CKG ELEVATE, it's going to be quite tough, man. And on top of that, Tyrant Destra desperately needs to win this coin toss as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's take a quick peek at the lineup of C8 Esports once again. This is the team that has managed to most definitely impress so far. Kramers, Dark Haze, Era, Iron Fist, Cookie, as well as Storm dropping in once again to represent the C8 Esports brand. And just by the way I mentioned their names, you can already say, man, they are exciting me a little bit more compared to the start of the day, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, nobody could have really expected them to be doing this good to start off the group stages, and they're going to look to continue that versus Tyrant. This is a new competitor, though, and so it will come with new challenges, a new playstyle coming from the side of Tyrant. But man, any kind of doubters should be silenced right now on how C8 can perform. They were not able to close the series off 3-0, yes, but they're very damn well near to doing so. And at the very least, they're looking like the second places of this group. Of course, PDR are still kind of the favorites, but they could be quickly overthrown by C8 if they're able to do and make a lot of noise in their own individual matchup. But we're going to be looking now at the roster of Tyrant Destra here. We have seen them a while ago versus PDR, the favorites, but you got Borgi, Kalda, Iluz, Han, Lennox, and Price. You saw lots of great performers here on their side. You saw Han do some lots of good stuff, and so was Kalda, but it wasn't enough to take down the beast that was PDR. Can they do it here versus C8 this time?
I want to see them step it up, man. I mean, I definitely see the potential within the squad itself. Tyrant Destra, in that Search and Destroy especially, that was that one match they could have potentially pulled away from PDR Esports, but just one too many mistakes being made, a little bit too careless with those rushes early on. But, you know, a little bit of a change can be brought into those hardpoint as well as domination matches as well. We need to see a little bit more of those sentry guns.
Yeah, I mean, you did see that, especially on PDR, that game plan that they had to really utilize the sentry guns, to have that extra gun in the fight. Actually, sometimes more than one. They had 2 sentry guns at some points, like going up against the 7-5. To have that supremacy, that superiority in the firepower department was enough to really book a ticket home here for the side of Tyrant in that first series of the day. And so Tyrant, they're not going to want to let that happen to them a second time on over. We're going to be going into the map vetoes here right now to see how exactly this series will play on out. Hardpoint once again to start things off. S&D for map 2 and 3 will be on Dom at the end of things. But AJ, Hackney Yard will be banned here, opening up by Tyrant and C8. What will they go for? Will they go for another firing range ban? No, crossfire this time.
Ooh. Okay, they ban Crossfire out of the equation. And Tyrant Destra, they will be able to call the shots in here. Hardpoint, map number 1. And they want to bring us into takeoff. I'm getting palpitations already, man. I'm getting breathless. Nico, what are these guys doing to us?
Oh, my dear. I don't know what the plan is here. But, you know, AJ, after seeing, actually at least after knowing the fact that, you know, the map vetoes and the bans are done beforehand, before the day even starts, that kind of lets you know that you're kind of like, okay, well, this would be otherwise very, very curious and very maybe ill-advised. But for Takeoff to be going here, C8, they've proven that they can play Takeoff on hardpoint specifically. It's up to Tyrant to really show things up. If they were watching that game earlier, which I'm sure they were, they might be trembling in their boots right now.
I have not seen many teams pick Takeoff confidently. And whenever they have done so, most of the times, okay, and we're talking statistics here, most of the times, it's gone very bad, bro. Very, very, very bad. I have not seen many teams master Takeoff just yet to pull it in confidently. So I hope things go the way of Tyrant Destra. But Search and Destroy is the place where C8 Esports will be able to perhaps bring things to a close, get the win right there, right? Takeoff, because we know, just like you just said, how good they are at that map. Firing range is going to be so straight and forward. Search and Destroy. Hopefully this time around, once again, Tyrant Destra does not go in there for those early rushes when they've got their hands on the bomb.
Yeah, we did see Tyrant, you know, play S&D a while ago on firing range. This is the second time we're going to get a firing range S&D here today. And we are only on the third map of the third series of the day. But Raid will be our endpoint. Finally, a new domination map to be played out today. We've had 2 summits already. But this time we're going to look to siege the Raid map and close things off. That's a very curious one to play Dom on. You know, that midpoint is going to be so tightly contested, especially on the sculpture itself. And so who will really reign supremacy at the end of it? A lot is riding on this series for Tyrant. If they cannot win at least, I think, 2 maps, things aren't going to be looking good for them to even get the second place slot in Group B.
Oh, it's definitely looking difficult already through the map veto. C8 Esports will be taking the Sparrow out of the equation. Tyrant has made sure the veto is called on the Annihilator, so we won't see that onto the Pop. Death Machine as well as Equalizer, most definitely ones that we can expect to see in that game later on. Will anyone be brave enough to bring in the Gravity Vortex gun to experiment with it? I surely do hope so, because, you know, many of the times where we have seen it, they have been quite incredible place. Takeoff. Fingers crossed that the side of Tyrant Destra knows what they're doing in here, man. And thank you for reiterating that as well, Nico. All of these map vetoes were completed before the competition for today started. So there's no way they could have gone in there and made any changes whatsoever right after they had witnessed C8 do what they did earlier on at Takeoff. So hopefully they've got this mastered out 100%. Because C8 ain't gonna be making it easy, Nico.
Death Machine here in the hands of Lennox to be pulled out later on if they can get that online. Seems to be what they're going to be going for. But for the meantime, point number 1, trying to be seized by both teams. No one necessarily trying to go off-site, off of the point and get control either way. But early has been taken here by the side of C8. Now, we've seen them be very good a while ago versus CKG on the specific map on hardpoint as well. And look at this with a Finneck in his hands, completely shutting him down. They had no idea where he was because of the suppressor. And C8, an opening lead. This is really good to come from starting the C8 side.
Yeah, absolutely. Power positions played at first by C8 Esports, not the conventional ones. Aurora Council just outside on the side where you usually go in to plant the bomb for certain. That's exactly where Kuki placed himself, and surprisingly, it was quite effective. Allowed him to take down quite a number of. Look at the follow. Oi, 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 oi. Observers, what a work on those camps.
Oh man, C8, you can see everything that they're doing here right now, just completely shutting down Tyrant. Now, no man, Tyrant, they look completely lost, but look at this, a triple kill to answer back. This is somehow finally what they have been looking for, and they do seize it for the moment. They have a P2 in their way. The second point is in their control, but how long will it really last? C8, they're knocking at the gates right now, but still Han able to hold down the line for the meantime, and they will have control. The trophy systems will be burned, and Iron Fist trying to go in there. He will find the frag on Han eventually, but they will trade each other out as well. Doc Hayes and Kramer's holding it down here, but C8, they have taken the point away from the side of Tyrant, and they're looking to extend their lead, which they are.
It's always easier to look down than it is to look up, but even if that is the case, Tyrant Destra just steps in there and pulls the hard point away from the golden head of C8 Esports, resetting them so far away, in from all the way from the Aurora Council as well as generators. They move in, but look at what we C8 Esports, they might have given up on that hard point. They don't want to go in for the fight. They want to stick to P3 and set up a defense for Aurora Council now. Let's see exactly how effective they are at this play. Beautiful.
The effectivity of it is going to have to matter a lot here, AJ, as now we're going over to the third point, and this is for big contention. We know that you're really going to want every single facet to work out in your favor on this. The Death Machine will finally find the kill here in the Iron Fist, but not much more. Shut down by Kramer's on the flank, and C8. This is what we know from them after seeing that game a while ago on Takeoff, completely dominating the competition, and they're looking to just run away with this, and that they are. P3 firmly in their hands, and Tyrant, they can't do anything about it.
If you want to bring out the Death Machine, this is how you bring out the Death Machine, man. Look at Thome. He's going to be alive for quite a bit now, and that allows him a little bit of room for defense. But finally, Tyrant now snuffing themselves out in terms of, snuffing out the competition in terms of C8 Esports. In for P3, the fight is a little bit too hot for them to handle, and they get wiped out immediately. It's just back and forth, as we always expect it to be when it comes to the third and fourth of those hard points. And now, with 0 seconds on the clock, Tyrant Destra pulls away to set up a defense of their own over at P4. But one huge downfall is none of their players are at the crane area, and finally they are spawning off at the crane area. Hopefully 2 of those players there stand still, Borgi as well as Eldos. This is all up to them right now. Oh no! Cluster being brought in by the side of C8 Esports. Don't hold that spawn. Get away from that.
Thom is able to find another one off of that cluster, and C8, they have a really good P3, and they're looking to extend that into the P4 as well. I've taken it away from the side of Tyrant Destra, and C8 continuing to run away with this. Tyrant, they're able to find 2 picks off from themselves, but Thom will answer back, and L doesn't call the great use of the Death Machine there to shut things out, but Iron Fist, a double from him. He's completely running away with things here, as so C8 Esports are. Look at this, 100 points already in their way, almost 100. They are almost 50 points over them, with the deficit here is completely surmounting, looming over their heads. But C8, they will rescind the control of that final point, but they're looking to play further for P1 once again.
Oh, I don't know if they got lucky with those spawns or they intended for that to happen, but Tyrant Destra managing to somehow survive the onslaught pulled out here by C8 Esports at the 4th hardpoint, and now they make the play for the reset back into Fountain. The play is going to be coming through, but power positions need to be the main points that they go in and hold. And look at this, it's going to be Tyrant. Kalda moves on up to the 2nd floor of Aurora Council, unfortunately snuffed out, and C8 Esports in to dominate once again.
Oh my lord, Iron Fist just completely not letting go of this. He's got an iron grasp off the situation, and that is the reason why he was the MVP of the last series, looking to claim that title a 2nd time around in a row, and Iron Fist will find another here. But the P1, they're fighting over it, and look at that here. He finds the frag eventually with it. Hunter's drone there from Iron Fist. They now have taken the point once again. It's about to flip on over back up to the top there, though. for P2. It seems like for that control, Tyrant Destra, they have a forward position. They can maybe make their comeback here, but it's going to come in very difficult.
It's definitely going to be difficult. Look at the XS1 Goliath dropping in to say hello, hello. And he goes in for the shot. Dark Haze unable to get any kills just yet. But look at the backstab coming through. Kyra Brom now taken out of the equation. Haze managing to take Lennox out. And they will be able to bring a sentry in for the setup as well. But I think the sentry was just set up a little bit too back here. They needed to get a little bit more brave with this push. But C8 Esports not underestimating the side of Tyrant Destra at all. And I agree with them, man. Many a times, Tyrant Destra has been able to prove that those gunfights can most definitely go 50-50 either way.
Well, they do melt the Goliath down, and so does the sentry follow suit. And now C8, they've still retaken control of it, and they're looking to run away with things here. Although the site itself will be contested here on the point. 20 points left on the clock remaining for the side of C8. Make that 15. And look at this. Kalda trying to make a play, but unfortunately not in the proper spot to do so. And they're only 10, 11 points away here exactly for C8 to close map number 1. They're looking so dominant here, AJ.
They should be able to finish this off, but the more the time ticks in here, it just seems like Tyrant Destra seems to be getting better and better at playing takeoff, and this might just be a last-minute comeback if they can put up a great defense here. 3 players now stepping in to the Aurora launch. They need to be able to put up a stronger fight, which they do. Kalda with the Hogan now needs to be a little bit careful. Takes Storm out of the equation. Tyrant Destra making their way back through, but now 5 more points for C8 Esports. Have they waited a little bit too long?
A single point remaining, and that will be it. C8 Esports have taken map number 1 in such decisive fashion. They got like, what, 57 points of a lead to end that one off. Could have been even bigger, but what a game coming in from them.
See what I mean about those takeoff picks, man. Don't pick takeoff if you do not know for 100% sure that you are going to be able to rotate each and every single one of those hard points perfectly. And this was just the opportunity for Tyrant Destra to go in and stomp their dominance. But instead, I don't know what they were playing in here for, right? They wanted to play the catch. You usually go in for the map vetoes to play towards your advantage, especially if you don't know how good your opponents are on some of these maps. And if that is the idea from the side of Tyrant Destra of a map that they were confident to get a win on, I'm quite concerned.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second time around that the team has picked hardpoint against C8 here, especially on takeoff, and they've been caught off guard for it. It seems like, teams, they're trying to maybe throw the opposition here off on C8, that maybe they've got something to bring specifically, to try and maybe surprise the side of C8, but it's been C8 with the tricks in their sleeves, hidden and pulled out at the perfect time. Once again, Iron Fist, the MVP of that, but Thom was the top fragger of the match itself, 32 on him, 12. That's what a scoreline for that man, to go 32 and 12. That's amazing for him, but for the rest of C8 here, just complete other dominance to really help them and help the 2 players here, Iron Fist and Thom, to really kind of support that endeavor and get map number 1 under the belt. Such a decisive one. Once again, as I said, Tyrant, they need, I think, at least like 2 maps here, 2 rounds, 2 points in this series to be able to at least not go home 3rd or 4th for sure, but it's not looking too well for them, AJ.
Nah, it's not looking good for them at all, man. And, it's just unfortunate for the side of Tyrant Destra. You are absolutely right. They thought that they had something special to bring into takeoff, but C8 Esports, they're just a different level altogether. They came into the playoffs 100% prepared. And, that's something that you should have expected, right? These map rotations, these 7 maps, you 100% need to go in and master, because even from the get-go at the Malaysian championship, at the Singaporean championship, these were the exact same maps under rotation. So those teams know exactly what they need to go in and master. And if you leave takeoff out, if you do not know if you have that 100% grasp on takeoff, the best thing that you might want to do at that point is just ban the map at the get-go from the start itself, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not 100% confident, as you said, you might just be playing you're handing your cards to the opposing hand, and in that case, that's exactly what happened time and time again here, twice on over, both from CKG and Tyrant to give map number 1 to C8. That time looking even more dominant from the side of C8, but we're going now into firing range. We haven't seen a firing range map being played out here by C8 just yet, but if are things to be expected, well, they are pretty good on S&D. Can they repeat that performance here on the attacking side this time? The snipe not able to land here from Kuki, but he's getting really close.
Able to go in here for the plant. Oh, Iron Fist almost taken down, but he still manages to pull the bomb plant away and then gets away with his life as well. Such a well-played situation. But unfortunate for Tyrant Destra, they were quite close with those nades. They should have just bucked it up with a couple of extras in there as well. Cookie's just taking these blind shots, putting on so much of pressure in towards the command center. None of those plays coming out from Tyrant Destra at all. They are Vincent Kramers. Oh, what an angle to catch them off on.
But they do secure the round at the end of it. Very clean round, all things considered, from C8. 3 players remaining. That will certainly help build their confidence going into the next round. Tyrant, they need to stop here, AJ. They have yet to find a single map win in their day here at the group stages. Have yet to really get that under their belt, but look at this, a very swift attack coming from C8 towards that B site. Very decisive from them, and Kalda's gonna have to hold on the line. He finds a frag, he finds a double frag here, coming from Kalda. Triple kill for him! That's the type of play that we need from Kalda, and he's completely swelling over the remaining members of C8. Could potentially find another frag here, but it's only 2 members remaining for the side of C8.
Oh, beautifully played by Kalda. Takes the Holger, just sprays down his opponent. C8 Esports now on the back foot. One final player left in here, and it's all over. Han will be able to take Kuki out of the equation. Kramer solo goes in with the Fennec. Eldos overstepping his boundaries now, going in for the push very, very callously. They think that, you know, Kramer's will be easy to take down just because he's this one solo survivor. But with the Fennec in hand, this guy will be able to respond. They need to play their numbers to the advantage here.
But that's the thing. With the Fennec, you need to take the fight up close a lot of the times, and when you're in that, there's very little room for any mishaps. And still, at the end, the frag found by the side of Tyrant. They equalize the game 1-1, but not without, of course, an amazing performance there from Kalda. He's already up 6 kills in round number 2. From those 2 rounds, we're going to the 3rd, and another A-site attack to come from the side of C8. Oh!
What just happened there, my friend? A little bit too fast. Tyrant Destra, I love it whenever they pull off the aggressive defensive maneuvers, but they need to make sure they don't repeat this way too many times. C8 clearly showing that they can take some of these gunfights and win a majority of them as well. Kramers, once again, the final man left in here. The numbers might play against Kramers. He will be able to catch Han off guard unless he finds Kalda. First, Kalda meets him. Beautiful nade being dropped in. Kalda backs away. Kramers does not take advantage.
Good denial on the plan for the meantime, but oh, look at this. It might actually land. He gets a hit marker off of it. We can now confirm the kill. Almost making it happen. They're Kalda barely escaping with a sliver of health, and they will confirm the round. Tyrant, a great defensive one from them. Those opening picks really swung the tide of the war in their favor.
Absolutely, man. What a play coming in here from Tyrant Destra. They're stepping it up right back. C8 Esports does not know exactly what hit them. They are on the attacking side. And, you know, they can benefit from slowing the pace down a little bit, Nico.
Might just be what they need. That discipline, you know, that diligence to maybe take things a bit more calculated could help out. But Kramer is here from the top of the tower, striking down with vengeance on the Kalda. And gets another opening pick in their way.
Oh,
so
wow,
C8, this could be where they tie things up.
Where did that nade even fall, man? No trophy system taken out as well. Unfortunate with that toss now. Kuki going in for the scope, managing to take Price out of the equation. Iron Fist is there for the backup as well, and it is all over potentially for Tyrant Destra. 5-on-2. The numbers do not look good. Make that a 5-on-1, leaving the poor old Han all on his own. What can he do with his DLQ as well as Holger? The numbers do not look good.
He's able to get the frag, but they eventually do trade off on him, swing him doubly, and they do get the second round on the board. A great play there coming from Kuki after finding that opening pick. He was dancing, swerving, just completely weaving in and out to be able to buy himself enough time for Iron Fist to go for the trade and help him out with the backup. As you said, AJ, great play coming from C8, and they're looking to regress on the A site once again. No picks being found, but look at this position by Iron Fist. Oh no, he's given his position away and cannot find the kill because of that.
No, Fennec Price should be able to take him out. Beautiful nade now getting tossed in there. Iron Fist needs to get away and manages to back away before he loses his life. But will need to be a little bit patient. Eldos on the back takes Cookie out of the equation. Iron Fist finally drops in, taking Lennox out of the equation. Dog Case has been dropped as well. It's a 2-on-2 situation now. The bomb in the white warehouse. Iron Fist holding on to it. Let's see if Anatome can give that backup he deserves. Wow.
Now, though, it's all in Eldos. He's found the triple kill already here, AJ, in this round. He's going to need an ace clutch to bring this one home. He's lining up the denial on the plant itself. That nade, will it land? No, just a hair too short, exploding in the air. Not where he wanted it to go, but he would have been right on the money otherwise. And so, Eldos, once again, he's at a triple kill already. Can he get the 4th and the 5th in this round to secure the round and be able to make the clutch happen? They know where he is right now. Going to have to go to the reload. The Fennec can definitely shred things up close, but he's going to have to try and isolate the fight to be able to do that.
Nah, he's not going to be able to get this. 20 seconds. He's playing a tight corner. Both of them know exactly where he's going to appear from, and yet he still insists to play the corner. I mean, the best case scenario he could have perhaps played with here is trying to get a backstab, maybe even pulling one kill off. But unfortunately, he chooses to rush straight into the fray. I mean, well played so far, but that's just a little bit of a waste towards the end. C8 Esports looking to perhaps wrap things up, but unfortunately for them now, they need to tone the pace down because the bomb is in the hands of Tyrant Destra, Nico.
Han finds an opening pick here, AJ, and Price will do the same. This is looking pretty good for Tyrant. They found 3 opening picks, and now it's all down to Cookie, and he will go for the plant there. Kramer is trying to get the plant off, but what a great shutdown from Han. That's his 2nd frag of this round, and this is looking like a flawless one for the side of Tyrant.
Yeah, Kramer's going to go down as well. Eldos, beautiful on the step up from the back. Not so sure as to why he didn't turn around and defend himself, but a 3-3 Tyrant Destra on the way right back into this match. And now they're on the attacking side. Earlier on, the push towards Alpha was good. Let's see if they mix it up or they focus on exactly what brought them the win. Looks like it's going to be a shower room push all the way through, but they will have to meet up against 3 players.
The push here? He will find that frag, Iron Fist.
Oh,
they're not going to catch him off just yet. Doc Ace is going to find another here for the side of him.
What?
That's a double kill now for C8. What the flying coming in from him? How does he do it? They had no idea where he was coming from. Hondo able to find the frag on the Kramers eventually. It's down to a 2v2.
How was that no communication, or was the communication there is just slow response coming in? Doc Hayes shouldn't have gotten the 2nd frag. I mean, granted, he got the first one because he was playing campy, but the 2nd one was just uncalled for, man. This is just Tyrant Destra a little bit sloppy now. Han goes in, Cookie taken down, and Han should be able to pull off another one, but Iron Fist just snuffing out all of the fire that Tyrant Destra brings into this game.
That's the thing, though. When you bring a sniper rifle to a mid-range battle like that, you whiff one shot. If you don't have cover to really keep you safe, then you're really playing with fire there. In that case, he got burned by himself. 3-4, C8 have the lead right now. And Tyrant Destra, they're looking to maybe tie this one on up, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. The wood control here being taken by them on this attacking side. You could potentially find a snipe, and he almost does on the jumping man there. Did not really line up the shot, though.
Quick nade being tossed in here by Hans. Not going to be able to find anyone just. But if he stays a little bit patient, he should be able to find a couple of players aggressing right in front of him. Doc Hayes inside of White Warehouse will be able to be effective. Han! A little too good. Cookie a little bit too aggressive on towards that auto repair, snuffs him out, and now Han should be able to find yet another. Goes in for those wall banks, not going to get lucky yet again. Thome right in front of him. Let's see how he takes this fight.
He was really close to finding Thom there with the wall bang, though, so fortune Almost looking to favor him for the meantime. Nade will not really connect, but almost does. Kramer is finding a frag during the Eldos. Now, prone position being held here, but Thumb able to find a frag on the price. That's not going to be much more, though, even with the Helga. And Calder will get the trade on the dog case. He's going to find the head here, and that he will confirm. On the Calder, it's a second kill now for the side of Thumb, and Kramers will shut Lennox down. Iron Fist to close things up, and C8 are at match point once again.
It's unfortunate, man. I mean, where's the sniper coming in here from the side of Tyrant Destra? Why can't they depend on Han a little bit more? I mean, clearly, the guy is finding his shots. Send Han, send Calda. They are your front men. Don't give them the bomb. But yet, that's not the situation. Calda has got the bomb. Although he is a very aggressive player, he's getting those kills, but he's getting snuffed out as well a little bit too early, man. Let's see if or not Han will be able to, thin out the herd a little bit more. C8 Esports, even though the numbers game are against them, 5-4 isn't enough to guarantee a win. And they're just too close! And Han finds Storm! That's what I'm talking about! Let's go, Tyrant! Now we play!
Tyrant, they've bought themselves a bit of an alleyway to get some breathing space in this game. Maybe some cushion to work with on that 5v3 to potentially find another snipe here. C8, that's exactly what they need to maybe make things happen. That does not land the way he was going through. Does bounce off of the rooftop there, and they will get the plant down. So Tyrant, they have a lifeline, and they are able to bring it down to a 5v2. Can they confirm the round, though? By all means, they should. They have that man advantage and the control. Eldos will find a frag here in the Iron Fist. It's all down to Cookie, but will he be able to eat this monster alive? They know where he is right now inside the barracks of itself. The flag coming here from the side of Eldos. Not able to land a shot there, Cookie, just yet, and they will get him through it at the end of things. A flawless round from Tyrant Destra. Exactly what they needed, and we might just be going into a tied game 5-5.
Han, Calda, two-man push. The others back away, give them the bomb. This time around, they allow Calda to pick the bomb up yet again. It's going to be a Bravo push. Han hunting for a couple of frags. Will not be able to find one just yet. But this is the problem that the side of Tyrant Destra can cause over at Bravo if they are a little bit more confident with their push. Now, Han has not spotted anyone just yet. Granted, if he is able to, Price finally finds someone. Dog Haze aggresses, and this is something Tyrant Destra did not expect. A aggressive defense by C8 Esports now have put them on the back foot.
This is what they need to do here right now. Take that initiative, perhaps, and secure the game in the pocket. C8 Esports have a 5v4, and this is all looking to their favor. But the plant, they have no real control just yet. A site, they're nowhere close to that, and so are they so far away from the side of B site. And all they really got here is this wood control of mid, and there isn't really much that they can really play off of that. It is a good position to try and complement and supplement an actual attack, but they have yet to go for the execute. They're going to try their luck towards this B site. The first B site take we're actually going to see from the side of Tyrant Destra, and you're going to be trying to flush out the player here in the corner. Will they be able to find the frag? Kramers will find one holding down the line, but not for too long, as Scala will find one of his own. Cookie getting that trade off here in the Lennox. It's now down to 1v4, all in the hands now of Calda, who will be shut down. SCA take map number 2, the series 2-0.
Very well played. Unfortunate for Tyrant Destra. They should have taken these rounds a little bit more slower. They should have depended on Han and Calda a little bit more. Calda shouldn't have brought that bomb up forth. I mean, they were finding their frags. They just weren't finding it in the right, frequency. Sorry, not frequency is not the right word for it. They needed to get Han out there first. Han needed to open up the match for them. But instead, the match just kept opening up with the rest of their team members rushing forward, dying before Han could find even one kill.
Yeah, I mean, Han, he was such a standout player there for the side Tyrant, and so was Calda, but it doesn't just matter, how many frags you get, but how high impact those frags were and the timing of them to really sway things around. In that case, C8 were able to find a lot more of that. And the opening snipes here coming from Cookie were so instrumental. He only got 3 kills, but he did find quite a bit of that. And so did Han, to be fair, on the side of Tyrant. But Iron Fist, man, and Kramers just coming in clutch time and time again, on those post plants, so deadly to deal with. And their opening picks have been such a great facet to have in the pocket for the side of C8. Tyrant, they just look completely stunned right now. and they've gone like what 0-5 in their matches that they played so far. They have yet to secure a single map, and if they cannot bring Summit home, rather if they cannot bring Raid home as our final map here on map 3 for this series, then they might just already be booking a ticket home.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Tyrant Destra, that's exactly what they are facing here. C8 Esports just a little too good. And now as we move on into Raid, the final match of domination. This is a map picked by Tyrant Destra, but clearly that means nothing. Takeoff was picked by them as well, 150 to 93. Although they knew how to play Takeoff, they weren't the best team on there, and C8 Esports punished them. Raid, is it going to be the exact same situation? It's a similarly large map, which requires quite a bit of coordination in terms of nailing, which makes me afraid for the sake of Tyrant, right? I mean, even in a situation where Doc Hayes kind of got that back-to-back kill where he was playing Campy, that shouldn't have happened. If you had good communication, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, not just that, but the firepower on the side of C8 just seems so on point right now, so hot, and they also look a lot more decisive in their, attacking sides, and even on respawn game modes, you can see that they're really moving as a full 5-man unit. They maybe are going to send one off on the flank, play maybe a 4-1, 4+1 kind of split up, but for the most part, they do move as a full 5-man unit. They're a complete squad in every sense of the word, and we're going to look to see more of that from the side of C8 here as we're going into the final map of this series, Raid for domination. Who can dominate the competition? It's looking like C8 at the moment, but Tyrant, they have a chance here to maybe end the series strong.
Yeah, let's see if or not they can make a strong comeback. In here for the square center push, Tyrant Destra should be the first ones who pick Bravo up, looking at the fact that they have got control of Laundry Room. Let me take that back. Look at C8, Rampage through. They don't care, Laundry Room or not. They are winning their gunfights, and Bravo will fall into the hands of C8 Esports, a dominant opener.
It's a really good sign here for things to come, perhaps, for the side of C8, but, Tyrant, they do have a single point in their way. Charlie and Bravo, though, very importantly enough, are in the hands of C8. It can be so difficult to fight for that Bravo site. Once you've given it up, it can be so difficult to retake. So out in the open, you're going to need to bring every single facet to try and win it over. As Doc Hayes just shuts Press down there on that swing. Tyrant, though, they find two opening picks, but Thom is going to answer back as well. They still have control of that Bravo site for the meantime, but the over-looming position here of Borky is going to be crucial to their take.
Let's see if or not that is enough, because the pressure on for the Bravo side was quite good from Tyrant Destra, but the setup is just a little weak, right? They trickle in one by one, and they're not going to be able to win a majority of their gunfights. Finally, the challenge coming through for the side of Tyrant Destra, but still, Eldos will go ahead to fall. They trickle in one by one, and if that is going to be the way they play this, they will pay a huge price. But finally, the luck is on their side. The numbers flow in. Bravo should be picked up by the side of Tyrant Destra, and into the bag it goes, and this is their opportunity for a comeback. Thom try to get a little bit of control in here from the side of Gallery, and he will be doing quite well until that takedown. Now C8 Esports needs to figure out exactly how they can stack their players in from Central Garden to drop in for that backup as soon as Doc Hayes gets a little bit of control of the site here.
That's very good from Tyrant Destra. They realized how important to take that laundry control was for the B site, and that they do. Borgy winning that fight up close on the Doc Hayes, and with that overlooming position on laundry in their pocket, it will help them hold this B site down a bit more. They're a few more points away from making the comeback happen to tie this score on up. Only about 7 points here right now. They do place down a sentry, I believe, and Iron Fist on the swing, able to find another frag here on the called up. They have been, he has stunned though, but they will eventually confirm the kill on him. Price able to find the fifth kill on Cookie there, and the Cluster's just raining down on the B site, but nobody getting caught off guard yet. It will force him off of the point though.
This is just a callous push coming in here from the side of Tyrant Destra. I don't know how effective that cluster was, because Bravo is still in the hands of C8 Esports. Bringing out the cluster was a great idea. Not having any of your players there to take advantage of that cluster strike is just such a throwaway. Now 64 to 54 with a 10-point lead. C8 Esports looking to bring this game to the halfway point in front. equalizing each of those players in front of him. Dogcase just managing to get the slice, and now the side of Alpha is wide open. Garden for the triple cap, but unfortunately for them, Tyrant Destra manages to stake a comeback, and they pull Alpha in, hold it strong, 75 to 59 at the halfway point. Not convincing at all from Tyrant Destra.
They had a chance there, and it seemed like, you know, they were on some good pace to make that comeback happen, especially with them taking the B site away, the B point away from the side of C8, you know, for them to get that Bravo control, but it didn't really last for long and did convert to the half as well. Eldos and Caldo will find opening picks, but so will Dogcase and Kramers here from the side of C8. The Bravo position currently being forced over, and it is in the hands of Tyrant for the meantime. They do have a good position to really take control for that, as they are on the opposing side. You're on the pool side coming in from this side of C8. So Tyrant, they can take this Bravo side for the meantime, and C8 though, they are on the flank here. They're going to be taking and backcapping actually from them.
Yeah, smart plays, absolute smart plays. They knew exactly what Tyrant was doing, and Tyrant was just a one-track minded squad that focused all of their power in for Bravo. They flooded all of their men in there, leaving Charlie wide open. That falls on over to C8 Esports, and now they managed to pull Alpha back into the bag. The cluster strike a little bit too slow, and C8 Esports will need to pay for this heavy. Can they pull Bravo into the bag? They do exactly that, and now it's a game of hold and push for the win. Look at the defense they stack up in here. I love the line, but they need to start winning those gunfights a little bit as well, because Tyrant Destra is making a strong comeback in here.
Yeah, and they flip the spawns here to C8. Very good positioning from them and very good heads up to get that, but Tyrant have received control and taken it back here of that Bravo point. And now this could be where they make that comeback happen. It is only 20 points between them and the deficit on C8. And so Eldos is able to find a frag there with his death machine, making a complete massacre. And he's only able to find one for the meantime though, but Dogcase is able to find a frag on a price there. Calder will do the same, and so will Dogcase finding a second. Now though, on this control, you can see here right now that the mid position that C8 are trying to go for, they're trying to flank in around on that B Bravo point, but yet Tyrant, they're holding on to this super amicably, not giving up just yet.
Am I dreaming? Was that a sentry used by Tyrant Destra? They are winning this round because of that sentry, my friend. Finally, they managed to use a couple of their score streaks, and now the sentry should be able to put on a lot of pressure. Unfortunately for them, C8 Esports can play a little bit of that as well. Beautiful response coming in from Tyrant Destra. A combination of the cluster as well as sentry will give them a Bravo, and they hold on to it. Catch up gameplay. Tyrant Destra on for the comeback, and finally when they start using their score streaks is when they will be able to swing a couple of these points their way. We should have seen this play so much earlier on, Nico.
This is what they needed to pull out against PDR a while ago, and even in the opening map, but now they finally have caught on. But will it be a bit too late? They've successfully tied the score on up, 121 apiece, but now Tyrant Destra, the Bravo side has been given up. C8 take it. What a good take here coming from the side of C8. And now they're in full primed and proper position to hold on to the Charlie and Bravo sides and close off the series 3-0. Here comes out though the equalizer from Dogcase, but it won't do much after that. The Cryonade gonna slow them down for the meantime. The 20 points left before C8 closes one out. The XS1 Goliath though, it's come in for C8. They might just end the game here right now.
Oh, the XS1 Glide is going to be a little bit too much to handle, but the FHJ plays need to come back right through. Now, C8 Esports, they go in for the push. They pull Bravo right back into the bag, and with the XS1 Goliath holding on to Gallery, this looks like a victory for them. But it is not out of the hands of Tyrant Destra just yet. They should be able to go in for the flank, maybe pull Charlie into the back. Stop focusing on Bravo, because the XS1 Goliath is going to be too strong to take down C8 Esports. They will be able to go in here for the push onto the victory. Just 4 more points on the way. Tyrant Destra, can they pull Charlie into the back? Maybe triple cap this for a bit.
They have a sliver here. 148, 149, a single more point. This should be done. It is so close here, AJ. It will be 150 with a 147 as C8 Esports take map number 3 with a sliver of a chance at the end of it. 3-point deficit is all they needed, but they take it 3-0.
Tyrant Destra, they could have gotten that match, man, at the very end. But unfortunately for them, those priorities were misplaced. They go in for those the Bravo pushes again and again and again, no matter how many times they fail. And okay, it's okay if they went in there for the previous pushes because they thought they could hold on to Laundry well. But the moment they found out the XS1 Goliath was in that gallery, they should have started going in for the flanks. And the main reason for going in for the flank was not to capture Charlie, but the distraction gameplay. The moment you manage to distract the XS1 Goliath, because who's the nearest player there who will be able to go on and hold Charlie solo? It's the XS1 Goliath. The moment you get away that XS1 from that spot, you are able to take a fairer fight at Bravo. The game could have just gone either way, potentially in the hand of Tyrant Destra at that point. But it's just unfortunate, man. At the end of the day, the side of C8 Esports, a little bit too good, a little bit too impressive still in this competition, Nico.
Yeah, very nicely done. And as you said, with that, gallery position being held by the XS1, you get complete, control, domination of that entire, side. And if you can't flush him out, if you can't pull him out ways and take his aggro, take his attention, then there's nothing you're going to be able to do to destroy him immediately, especially from that range. And so a great map there coming from C8. It came in very close at the end of things, but they're able to sweep this series 3-0. That's 5 maps now, 5 points that C8 have in their pocket. And they're looking really good. Tyrant, man, 0-6. This is not looking too good for them, but they might already be on the one-way trip home.
I'm excited, and now I'm looking forward to seeing something else. Let's reset the bar a little bit here. CKG Elevate. If CKG is able to pull one match away from PDR Esports, then it's going to be a crazy series number 6 later on, because that would put C8 Esports as well as PDR on the exact same level in terms of points before they meet up in one final showdown. What better way to end the game? To end day number 2 in here for the group stages, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, what an opening match here we already had on map number 1, on series number 1 a while ago, versus PDR and Tyrant. And then for C8 to come out of the woodworks here, and nobody was expecting them to be playing this good. But so they are, and they're looking to be that second slot, maybe even the first placers here in this series. But when we go into C8 versus PDR, that is really what's going to decide who will go over to the playoffs. If C8 here can potentially 2-1 at the very least versus Tyrant, we might have a tiebreaker, and they might even just take the lead.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, props to Tyrant Destra as well. They put up an amazing fight, but it's just unfortunate for them. The takeoff was just played to perfection by the side of C8. Those rotations were really good. This was the initial point that Cookie was holding on to, which is not a power position, which just really caught the side of Tyrant Destra off guard. Later on at the second hard point, I anticipated that maybe, the side of Tyrant will be able to make a strong comeback here, but it was just a back and forth fight that just didn't go either way all that much.
I mean, speaking of ways, it really kind of did feel like a one-way match here coming from the side of C8. There were some, kind of good chances for Tyrant, but especially here on map number 1 on takeoff. For you to pick map number 1 on takeoff, especially after seeing how C8 just completely dismantled CKG on that, it kind of makes you kind of worry for Tyrant going into this, especially with their performance against PDR. And it kind of went to the expected outcome that we were hoping for, or not maybe hoping for, but expecting here, or maybe predicting to go, because C8, they look like one of the best teams right now in the region at the moment for a takeoff hardpoint team. And you definitely do not want to go up against them when it comes on takeoff on hardpoint. And Tyrant and, well, CKG, they're going to learn that the hard way. Let's look at this. Once again, C8, just complete dominance. They won that with more than 50 points of a deficit between them and Tyrant. And it was a complete one-way show. But when we went into S&D here on map number 2 on firing range, that is really where they had the chance, Tyrant, to make it happen. They brought it to 4-6, but could not close it out in the end.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, right? I mean, throughout the whole way, C8 Esports, they were always a step ahead. And a lot of those mistakes unfortunately made by the side of Tyrant Destra. And I cannot help but think that communication is one of their weak elements here, especially when we came across the takedown by Doc Hayes, where he was playing onto the far side of the shooting range. He was playing quite campy. He managed to get that first kill, and there was such a long gap between the first gunfight and the second one. Doc Hayes managed to get a two-piece in that situation, but he shouldn't have been allowed to, man. I mean, the player should have been able to turn around the moment the communication went through. And moments like that kind of showed all throughout the final match as well. When we went into domination, the rotations weren't as solid. But finally, through the second half, Tyrant Destra, they stepped it up. And I love seeing that. Look at the sentries that they were pulling. This was finally them at their best. But I wish we could have seen this side of them at the start of the competition itself.
Super close near the end of things here. It could have been that one map that they could maybe get in the pocket here for Tyrant Destra, but unfortunately, it just doesn't go their way. They had some really good signs, for them to take that launcher control away from the side of C8 on that take. It did seem like, okay, they're using sentries too, AJ, for the first time that we've seen them here in 6 maps. They were using sentries. Yeah. And we were like, okay, this might be a good sign of things to come, but could not close it out in the end. The MVP, who other than Thom there from C8, average kills of 18 per game, a KD of 1.87, and he was really a solid force for the side of C8 to secure the series.
This caught me off guard. I was thinking that we would be able to see Iron Fist here once again. But congratulations, Thom, for stepping up 18 on the average kills, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 1.87, not too shabby at all. And this is not the last time we will be able to see these guys step up to the plate and impress, right? Later on today, the final series, the closer of day number 2 of the group stages, will once again be C8 Esports. And this time, they have got PDR Esports to take on, and that is not going to be anywhere near as easy as the current matches have been. But, one concerning factor here is that the gap in points between C8 Esports as well as Tyrant Destra in comparison to what PDR had earlier. I feel like the margins are a little bit stacked on the side of PDR, although not by way more, but it still seems to be an indication as well. And C8 Esports might have a tough time in that final series, Nico.
Well, we're going to have to really find out how this group will continue to progress after this break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in here for the next match.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, Don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the Philippines stage of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. I am Black and Blue. With me is the ever amazing, the Mustachio AJ himself. And we just concluded 3 series to open up the day. We're moving into the 4th. We're halfway done through the day already here. The first day, rather the second day of this entire group stage. And we've already had some all-time classics of bangers here, AJ, on our group stages alone.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we know exactly who to keep our eyes on. And now one of the 2 teams that we do have our eyes set on already, PDR Esports, going to be stepping into yet another series this time round. They take on CKG, the Cool Kids Gaming. I kind of expected more out of CKG Elevate thus far, Nico, and they haven't been able to hit the mark. And now this is going to be an even bigger challenge, so I don't know how big of an opportunity they have in here. But at the halfway point, we are stuck with a situation where C8 Esports is at the very top. But we have to say that, PDR Esports are definitely hot on their heels. They have played 1 series more than them, so not able to see exactly how this goes. We should be able to tell exactly how. Maybe we should be showing the standings after series number 4. I kind of just realized that.
Yeah, I mean, it almost seems like while we're playing 6 matches today, the real halfway point is like after map 4. And interestingly enough, curiously enough, but look at this here, how the day has been going off. A clean sweep, a donut deserved and delivered here by PDR. C8 taking that second match 2-1 versus CKG, with CKG bringing it back on map number 3. But C8 just running away with things on match number 4. Now, 4th game of the day will be PDR versus CKG. And CKG has really yet to kind of really dominate the same way we were expecting from them. And they're going up against PDR, who were kind of touting to be the favorite team of this group. And so, I mean, yeah, PDR and C8, they just look like a level of their own right now at the moment for Group B.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it's just crazy as to how C8 Esports managed to just slip in there right beside PDR Esports, right? I was estimating maybe CKG, Cool Kids Gaming. They've got the brand, they've got the names in there. They should be able to bring on the fire. But so far, that just has not happened. They did, though, manage to pull away 1 game from C8 Esports. The biggest question here is, of course, whether they can win over PDR Esports, or at the very least, will they be able to even out the playing ground so that we get a banger of a closer in series number 6 later on. Because if they manage to take away 1 game from the side of PDR, that takes PDR directly on the same level of C8 once again. And this is the lineup of the boys: Jello, JB, Lox, Bill, Jonas, Rage, as well as a Young J. The squad that you can 100% bet on.
These guys, I mean, what is there to say aside from not them just being the favorites of this group, but they're one of the best teams in the Philippines, period. One of the best teams in Southeast Asia, period. And these guys, they have proven themselves time and time again in the history, in the historical moments of the COD scene here in the region to be one of the top dogs, and you can never count them out. You can see there the huddle coming in from them. They know what is riding on this series. If they can close this out 3-0, it might be a lock-in for them to go into the playoffs, and they need every single map at this point, especially with C8 looking as good as they are. CKG, it might be them who are, kind of the underdogs in this situation, but PDR, once again, cannot get overconfident as they're going up against CKG here, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Cisco, Chirac, Rage, Teflon, as well as Uso, once again stepping up to see if or not they can pull a couple of wins into the bag. And, we wish the side of CKG all the best. Ever since Teflon as well as Chirac stepped back onto the platform to see if or not they can lead their team towards success here, it clearly has not been an easy ride for them, and it's clearly taking a bit of time for them to get used to each other's level of play, because the teamwork just isn't flowing fluidly just yet. CKG, are they going to be able to show us a different side of their squad? I mean, they don't have a choice now, do they? If they lose this, just like Tyrant Destra, it's all over.
Now, here, as we're going into this fourth three-map series of the day, Hardpoint once again. Will we get another take off map number 1 on Hardpoint? I don't think so. This time, C8's not in the contention for this, but Crossfire will be banned to start things off. Not going to have another Crossfire map here, and Standoff will be banned as well. Very curious to see. A lot of teams are comfort picking, Standoff, and so for Standoff to be taken off here, neither of these teams seems to want to play it, nor Crossfire, one of the most common bans we've been seeing a lot lately here in the group stages, and it will not be put into contention. But map number 1, that will be the opening pick here for PDR to start things off. Who, or rather where, will we be seeing the battles start things off?
Yeah, this is going to be tough, man. CKG at the get-go, they're already not getting lucky. Summit will be the very first place PDR Esports drops us into. CKG is going to most definitely be in trouble. And, I don't just say this based on the previous matches that CKG has played. I say it based on how PDR has been performing in the competition so far. They've managed to absolutely outshine Tyrant Destra. But I guess the saving grace here for CKG is that they didn't kind of stomp down and win all out, right? They didn't really keep the side of Tyrant Destra, beyond or below that 50-point mark for that hard point as well as domination. There's still a lot of opportunities in there, and CKG looks to perhaps swing things their way for sure at Search and Destroy as they bring Raid in for the play, Nico.
Ooh. What a map number 2, Search and Destroy on Raid. Not something you see every day, but it's a welcome addition here to our series. Map number 3, though, on Domination. Where will we go this time around? We're going to be starting off Summit. We've been ending series on Summit. We're going to go to Hackney Yard here. One of the latest additions to the competitive circuit here of Call of Duty Mobile. It's going to be a definite show banger to end the series off. Domination on Hackney Yard. That's one to look forward to, AJ.
Absolutely, man. Sparrow's going to be banned by PDR Esports. Assuming CKG will go with the basic Annihilator ban. There you go. So Annihilator taken off the list already. What are your predictions for this particular series, Nico?
Man, I'd love to root for the underdog here, as I typically like to for CKG, to maybe go at least 2-1, maybe take a map or 2 even in their favor. But PDR, they are looking so on point right now, and we have yet to really see that same sort of prowess from the side of CKG earlier on in their match against C8. And so I'm honestly feeling like another 3-0 donut here coming delivered by PDR, but I'd love to be proven wrong. How are you feeling about this one though, AJ?
It can go either way, because remember, Summit was the map that CKG won over the side of C8 Esports. But even if that is so, I kind of found, it to be a little dodgy on the side of C8 Esports, not playing the map of Summit at all. So I don't know if or not that was the true side of CKG, right? But technically, just based on the numbers that we have available right in front of us, Nico, this should be quite the opportunity for the side of CKG to maybe surprise PDR Esports, because this is PDR's pick.
This is their pick, but PDR have so far been able to win every single pick that they've had here in the group stages. Mind you, they've only been able to play 1 series, but Cryo nades out, lots of utility being thrown here in the Bravo site, and they're all going to be fighting for it here at the very center of it. We are on hardpoint, ladies and gentlemen, to start things off, and Lux will find an opener there, but the control will be taken by PDR early on for P1.
See exactly what they can pull off in here. 10, 11 points up already. It's just blue all over the place, but not really in the ban of CKG, although that's exactly what their logo is, right? All of the players from PDR Esports managing to find absolute dominance until Range steps in with the KRM262. And finally, it's time for CKG now to pick up a couple of points for themselves. But the numbers will be floating in. CKG has got barely any backup in that first hard point.
CKG. Good point for them to start things off there on P1, but we're going to be switching over real soon here with about 8 seconds left on the clock for that. Elevate, CKG haven't really been able to kind of, put their foot in this game and really stomp down, but PDR, who have a pretty good lead right now, about 30-20 points actually ahead. This Jello just completely shredding anybody who comes into the room to lock in here with them. And now the gravity spikes here coming in for PDR, completely shredding them down. PDR, another dominant P2 take.
Yeah, now they're gonna string it right on in towards the edge platform, but the fight from CKG can now come right through. Second floor, Teflon will be able to go in for the slice, but they need to be able to bring in a more aggressive fight. The sentries cannot be pulled out just yet. I barely feel like CKG has got any of those skills in their side to be able to rake up any sort of streaks for themselves. And it's just PDR all the way through. They are just snuffing them out one after the other. But here's the thing that I am not seeing from CKG. They're not going in for the flank. They're not playing the rotation in towards the cable car platform and then get the backstab from there, right? They need to find different ways to catch PDR Esports off guard.
The thing is, though, even with that opportunity given to them, will they be able to seize it? Oh, this is what they could have done earlier on, and CKG now as a point is about to be unlocked. Maybe this could be a chance for them. They have control of this of P3, but it's so deadly to hold on to. There's so many alleyways to flood into, but they're doing an amicable job of holding that control, and PDR have yet to really find any way of being able to break this front line. You can see they're trying to go on the flank here, coming from the side of Millones and Lokes, but can they actually be able to do that? CKG, a very great hold coming from them so far, and they will retake control of this P3. Now still a, 30-point lead between them and PDR, so there's a lot of catching up to do here, but they're on the proper path, AJ, for the meantime.
Yeah, absolutely, man. They not only do they need to hold on to this hard point, they need to hold on to the spawn as well. They can't allow themselves to get flipped over, because if they do, then they will have to restart all the way back from that blue radar station. That's hard point number 4. But what a play coming in from CKG, managing to win that fight. They get the spawn as well. They leave one man in there to pick the rest of those points up, whilst the rest of them move on for that fight. And this is hard point number 4. P4's not going to be easy, especially with the sentry pulled out at the red garage for the defense.
Oh dear, though, it's CKG. Look at this. Shutdown coming from Chirac, just completely making everything go his way. The equalizer in every sense of the word. And he's completely made things equilibrium here for the side of CKG. Very close, but the cryo grenades coming in at the perfect opportune moment for the side of PDR Esports. They're completely trying to swing away with this. Still, suddenly, though, how does he do it? Teflon will find that. Okay, Yusuf doing the same as well. Locks holding down the line, but the 20-point deficit is currently being cut into here by CKG Elevate. They have control of the point. PDR Esports are completely spread out, have not been able to find concise or condensed way to kind of group up. And now the point here, CKG Elevate, they bring it to within 10, but the contest coming in here, but CKG is still going to win out for the meantime.
Oh, what a play from CKG. They're fighting all the way back through. Scrap points finally being picked up by PDR Esports in here, but it's not over. CKG steps back in. 5 more seconds on the clock, and they don't want to let any of these points go. Soya in there as the last man, and this will trickle on in for the reset of hard points. Back into control room number 1, and the first hard point comes right back into play. CKG Gaming, they are the first ones in there for the fight, and they'll be able to take the push, but PDR Esports immediately drops in to flush them out. What a play to catch up, but they need to set up a strong defense in control room number 2 as well. Where are those sentries? They're most definitely needed now beyond any other time.
Oh, here, it was almost within reaching distance for the side of CKG Elevate. But now PDR 1-10. They're a few points away from getting within reaching distance of ending map number 1 here on Hardpoint. The Death Machine coming on out here. The Maester of the Massacre. The Madness being thrown out by Lokes. They're not able to flush him out just yet, but he hasn't been able to find too much value of that aside from the control. No kills will really be found there by Lokes, but he will keep them from pushing on in here. So really good stairs control for the meantime here for the side of PDR, and they're like, what, 15 points away from securing map number 1.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the side of CKG. The PDR Esports winning one too many of these gunfights, and they're not going to be able to pick those points up at all. It's trickling in towards the second hard point. PDR Esports will be able to string all of those points in there. 140 to 86. This is just game over. There's no fighting back right now, no matter who you are. 7 points, way too little to close the game off, Nico.
145 here, and this should be a done deal, AJ. Yeah, seal it, ship it out. PDR take map number 1, and CK Elevate go down 0-1 in the series. What a great dominant performance. The complete foothold from the start to finish from the side of PDR.
Yeah, unfortunate for the side of CKG because they played the map and they played the map really, really well. I love the rotations in for the third hard point. Cable car platform was played really well. One mistake coming in here from PDR is, I'm not so sure who, but they pulled out the sentry gun at the cable car platform in the, the regions at the back facing the cable car district, right? And that is the biggest failing of the side of PDR. They wasted that sentry. It was useless. It got taken down pretty much easily from the side of CKG. CKG made a couple of mistakes on their own as well. They go in for the rotation for the edge platform a little bit too late. And I don't even think the rotation in was intended for the hard point number 2. They were mainly playing in for cable car platform. But if they had flanked in a little bit earlier, hard point number 2 should have been in the bag for them as well, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, it almost seemed like, for some reason, CKG, it should have been in the bag, and they did have some decent control of it for the meantime, but it really didn't convert into much of, the round and much of the map itself. And 88 to be capped on there with that, 60-point deficit between them and CKG. It's not looking too well for the CKG side, but maybe coming on Search and Destroy, this is where they could, make that comeback happen. We've seen time and time again that whoever loses map number 1 gets really close on Search and Destroy because of how different it will be played out. That momentum not necessarily going to be brought in from a respawn game mode into a non-respawn round-based mode like Search and Destroy, and so that might be where they can make this happen. And by all means, Elevate CKG, they need map number 2. Otherwise, they might just be secured for a third and fourth finish.
Yeah, they have to get Search and Destroy. If not, I have got my worries for them, man. Hackney Yard is going to be very tough for the side of CKG to fight back on, mainly because in that mode, PDR clearly has proven they are dominant. They win so many of the gunfights. And just to break down Summit a little bit more there, the rotations were being done quite well from the side of CKG. And as we went back into control room number 2, that was the reset of those hard points. It was back-to-back-to-back PDR. And it wasn't because of some sort of, crazy strat that they pulled off. It was just pure gun skills. They took each and every single one of their gunfights and they won. How do you fight back against something like that? CKG, they need to pull off an absolute upset, and the best way they can do that is by catching PDR Esports off guard. Maybe a surprise in here with their rotations.
Oh, look at this up close here. Range able to find that frag on the Million is opening things up, and this is a good pick for the side of CKG. Maybe this will allow them to get the foothold here. The pick now coming from CKG that brings it now to a 2v5 as PDR being shut down. CKG, this is the start that they needed.
Oh, in here, Soya goes in for that shot, misses Young J, and he might pay for that. But Range will be able to get the backstab. Oh, Young J anticipating that. Takes the close range shot, takes Range out of the equation, even if Range was not a part of that equation at all. Young J strikes Soya, the next one to get taken down. The numbers get thin. PDR Esports are turning this around so fast for themselves, but the timer is going to play up against them. 10 more seconds in here for the push. Jello takes Usopp out of the equation, but it is all over. The numbers game catch up. CKG right in front.
CKG, what a good opening start from them to get those opening picks to bring it to a 5v2 immediately. That's what they needed to get some confidence in their way, and maybe it will help elevate them here over the competition. But PDR, they're not going to let that continue. I don't doubt that they will come back with a retaliation, a response of their own. And with that, PDR here on the defensive side, you're looking to stack that A site early on, rescinding control of that B site, but the laundry here being held by Millones is going to be very dangerous, especially when from the gallery, Teflon is going to be looking his way. Look at the flank here, though, coming from the side of PDR. You can see here that Jello is trying to go from the back line, maybe catch him off guard. Up close and personal, Millones will not be able to find the frag. Yes, he will eventually. No, it will be Rage here to chime in and help with the backup.
Where was Rage even taking those shots from? Young Jay goes in for a shot as well. Teflon, Soya dropped as well. Millones on for the fire. The numbers game catching up. There's a 3-2-1. The bomb on the ground, but the defusal most definitely will come through as Young Jay takes Chirac out of the equation.
Oh man, PDR, that's what we're talking about here, AJ. You know that even after they give up round number 1 of this map, they're going to be able to retaliate and give a very, very quick response to that, and they tie the game up 1-1. Now, CKG, what is the play here? Seems initially they want to go on that pool side, maybe go for the court, go to the A side and try and fly it over, but no, they're going out here in the mid. They might just split themselves to go for an A split.
The bomb's just straying off on his own. I hope this does not backfire. Bomb out of nowhere. Chirac as well as Rage. Now they will have the opportunity to take a comeback in here. It's a 4-on-4. Now the bomb stacking up. Everybody is just going to play ball at the basketball court. Nobody else moves away from this situation. It's going to be Chirac now with the opportunity to go in and ask a couple of questions with the Fennec. He goes in, makes a mistake right out, and needs to back away. Usopp, on the other hand, does not miss. Young Jay taken down. Usopp goes in for yet another shot, and it will be Chirac from the back that helps him out as well. PDR now, it's a 1-on-1. Rage! Unable to strike. The Fennec manages to pull in round number 3 into the bag for the side of CKG. It's a 2-1 so far. PDR Esports still leaving this out pretty much 50-50.
The Death Engine, very apt name for that. You can certainly, create a lot of chaos up close with the Fennec itself, but now we're going into round number 4, and here on the push, PDR, what was that? Nobody could have ever expected that. A clean and quick, flawless round for the most part here coming from PDR. They answer back, and they bring it 2-2. What decisiveness and the initiative from PDR. Perfect, spectacular, what a series.
Yeah, I love it, man. I mean, you go in for the aggressive defensive pushes, you catch your opponents totally off guard, and the same is gonna happen once again. CKG stepping right into trouble. Teflon opens things up against Jello, but Chirac will be able to help him out as well. Usopp and Teflon fall on the side of CKG. It's a 3-on-3, 2-on-2 on the board. Let's see who manages to pick the win up, Nico.
Very close. How can they bring this one back? It's a 3v3 on either side, taking and biding their time, trying to be a bit more concise about this, trying to take a bit more precautionary measures. Do not get themselves caught off guard just yet, especially after that round coming from PDR. CKG, they're crawling their way up here towards the A site. They might be spun out in a second. That's exactly what happens, but Chirac still wins that fight on the looks. Even the position given away, he finds a kill, and they can now maybe go for a plant here on the A site.
Young Jay, opportunities for the snipes, goes in for the quick toss of the nade first. No trophy systems being played, so it's trouble for CKG. Gets the hit marker, but no takedowns just yet. Young Jay not there to capitalize on that situation. But from the back, Millones might be able to find a backstab. We switch on over to his cam with the Fennec in hand. He should be able to find range, but he literally has got no range on him. Fennec needs to get a little bit closer, Nico.
Close that gap now, and that's exactly what Young Jay does. Up close, that Fennec is so dangerous, but you have to close that gap. As we said, the range here will not work out in your favor otherwise. Millones on the peak. He's able to get another kill here on the range this time. It's brought down to a 1v1, but cannot close it off. As Chirac opening it up and sealing the deal. 3-2 as we're going to the second half.
Too straightforward, man. I mean, if he had crossed over towards the windows, fake going into kitchen, he should have been able to get a better hold of that situation. Chirac just playing that a little bit better. 3-2 as we swap sides, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, putting the bomb into the hands of PDR. Let's see exactly where they take this. They allow a multitude of their players to drop into gallery to go in for those aggressive pushes. The bomber following up from the back. Young Jay taken down though, and this might just be trouble. But just like that, they even the odds right back out as they take down Usopp as well as Rage. This is a 4 versus 3. that CKG Elevate's not going to be too happy about.
You get the plant off on the site itself, and now we're going to be going over to the statues. See, you'll be able to make this retake happen, CKG Elevate. It is a 3v4, which is very much so doable. So, as they go for it, if they can find an opening pick here, especially with a snipe, which they do have quite a bit of, then it might just be a clutched round for them in that 3v4 situation. Now, Fennec here in the hands of him. Rage will win that on a Shirok. They know where Teflon is here on top of the gallery windows, but what can you really do in a 2v1? They're going to try and pull back instead. Soya is going to be caught out here on that door, the fatal funnel. He can't really find a way to push on out, and the shotgun will win that fight every time as PDR equalize the game up here 3-3.
CKG, they better step up, man, because if they do not do anything, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's all left in the hands of C8 Esports. Now, they don't perhaps step into the series equal, but they should be able to pull off a couple of matches in for themselves. But CKG still with the opportunity to maybe give them a little bit of an advantage. Opportunity will drop in for Chirac. It is a 3-on-1 situation. Chirac manages to take one down first. Lucky for him, Lox gets put out of that equation. PDR now with a 3-man.
Enemy contact.
I don't know how that's going to be possible.
Oh, but now in a 1v3 here right now, Young Jay, it's all on him, trying to back off away here. They know where he is, and the bomb is dropped there on the A site. They have full control of it. How will he be able to make this happen? He's got the minute left on the clock, so there's lots of time to work with here, AJ, and with that, he's looking to go on the flank, but CKG, they catch on. They know that that's what he's trying to do, and so they're going to turn their sights to their flank just in case that they are right on. So Young Jay is going to have to find a frag here. Will retrieve the whole gear there. Nice skin on that, by the way, the Dark Frontier. But now, Eruption here from the DL of Young Jay is going to have to come in big. He lands a hit marker, but not the shot. Will eventually confirm the kill, but to no avail. And they don't go up here. 4-3. This could be the turning point for CKG.
Goddamn camouflaging ninjas catching him off guard. It was a good play, man. What a play, CKG. Now they're going in here for the push. 2 more rounds for them to pull an upset over PDR Esports. The defending side now CKG has in hand, and they'll pull off a 3-2, piling on 3 men in the travel site, sending 1 with the aggressive push. Soya better not make a mistake, because if he gets taken down early at the Central Garden, it's going to prove to be very detrimental for his side.
Oh, on the push here, though. Young Jay, okay, he's been tagged up, but so is Soya. They kind of know where his position is. This nade might just deal him on. It does stun him, and they know where his complete massacre there. They just murder him on the prone position, executive. They know where he was, and so unfortunate for him, but Chirac was able to win that fight. Almost wins a second here, taking down the very low, and that shotgun. No! Jello still wins out. Young Jay there to help Jello out. He was within a sliver of his health, but that's what you need. That's when your teammates come in, and Young Jay, at the perfect time, bails him out of a dying situation.
What a play by Young Jay, man. Approaches that situation, calmly helps his team member overcome it, and now they can go in for the push. The bomb might be planted. Beautiful nade getting tossed in here just to prevent the plant coming through, but that was not enough. Lox already goes in there for the push, and now 35 seconds coming through. How can CKG make a comeback? Usopp starts things off, does wonders by taking Lox out of the equation, and now the numbers are pretty much in the side of CKG, but as I say that, Millones takes range out of the equation. Usopp drops Millones, and this is CKG right back in the action for the whole one-on-one situation. Young Jay, can he get the clutch? And now with the Fennec in hand, he goes round and round, merry-go-round into the Tiki. Now he drops Usopp! What?
The no-scope coming in there to secure the round. 4-4. We have reached equilibrium in what they play coming from Young Jay.
That's illegal, man. What he did there, that was illegal, bro.
Damn, bro. That's not family friendly. That man's got a family.
I was about to say earlier on that, Young Jay has not been super impressive in these series just yet because he's an amazing sniper. And thankfully, I didn't say that. that was one of his best moments in there. I mean, reaction time at its best. You do that with a KRM, yeah, cool. You do that with a DLQ close range. So impressive. And now he will be able to perhaps swing momentum on towards the side of PDR Esports once again if he can find someone. But the side of CKG Elevate has smartened up. They back away. They don't want to overexpose themselves here.
Young Jay seems to have read your mind there before you even let those words out there, AJ. But look at this spray down. Wild shot coming from him. And Range will be punished for that by Millones. Chirac finding the frag here, and Soya will try and do the same here for the side of CKG. It's down to a 4v3. And they do punish their Chirac on that position. But Soya answering back could potentially find a second. But no, Millones answers back. Blows him up. And now it's down to a 2v2.
Okay, now Teflon needs to be really careful. 2-on-1. Millones shuts down Teflon. This is the opportunity. PDR Esports might be able to get the clutch. Who's up even sticks out, and he manages to go in with the Holger. Millones now taking the fight up. It's a 1-on-1. Is Millones going to get a little bit brave? He backs up in here. Usopp with the push. He does not pull out the sniper. Millones makes a mistake, and it is Cool Kids Gaming Elevate pushing them into match point. Will they be able to close it off on the defensive side? This looks strong, Nico.
This is what we needed to see here, AJ, from the side of CKG. We said that if they lose a search and destroy map, then they might already be booking a ticket home. But for the meantime, CKG staying alive. They're bright to match point. If they can close this one out 6-4 in their favor, then they might be able to just stay alive in the tournament, at least secure that second slot. For the meantime, though, Jello, he finds that opening pick on the side of PDR and Chirac. They're looking to maybe capitalize on that space. But now, on this plant, they can go for it on that ace site, and so they shall. Millones finding things here. PDR, an answer back from them.
Yeah, the numbers don't look good. Locke's now gonna be able to catch Soya off guard. Goes in with the shots for the Holger 26. Not able to take the kill just yet, but Soya stepping in front of him. Those hit markers are more than enough. Rage takes Teflon out of the equation. Numbers don't look good on the side of CKG. 20 seconds on the clock, and this is all over, Nico.
There isn't much time here left. It's a 2v5. I don't want to call the action before it happens, but can you even really see that being a possibility here with very little time left remaining? Yeah, they're gonna get some frags here and there, and Usopp finds a double, but ultimately it will be for nothing. He gets a triple, but Young Jay will shut him down. We're to 5-5 to end the regulation here, and we're going to OT. What a game here, AJ.
Oh, I cannot agree more, man. This is CKG Elevate taking the final round in the Search and Destroy against PDR Esports. It's so far 50-50. If CKG Elevate can pull this game away, we are in for a freaking crazy closing series between PDR as well as C8 Esports. That's what I want. So come on, CKG, step it up and take PDR Esports down. I want to have some fun casting that final series.
Yeah, this is looking to go down to be an all-time classic here, one for the history books. But now they did find an opening pick for CKG. That's exactly what they need to happen here, AJ. Yeah. And even with that early control, that early presence rather on the A site that they did show, they're going now to the rotate on the B site instead. It will be Millones to hold down the line, but can he really be the sentry, the turret here, the sentinel to hold down the line? He has a great angle to catch him off guard, but CKG, the full 5-man force is coming his way. That nade almost gets him. He's down to a sliver of his health. He will not be able to find the kill, as Usopp will find him still, just weaving through everything. And they have taken control of the B site. They can go for a plant here right now, but Chirac is on the great lurk here on the laundry. Chirac making it happen for the side of CKG.
Jello making that comeback. Young Jay taken down now. Just one final player. Jello, this is just an impossible task. 30 seconds on the clock. He needs to take down 4 players. Absolute impossible. As CKG Elevate impresses by taking the match away from PDR Esports. That's what I'm talking about. Now we are playing, my friend. And look, here's the thing. They might also be able to take a victory off. We cannot overplay this. PDR Esports are not in the clear just yet. CKG Elevate might be able to pull off an unexpected upset here.
And if they win that map number 3 and bring it 2-1 in their favor, then they might just be able to secure a second place position to end the group stage here in this Group B. So CKG, they must be feeling good about that one. They knew how much was riding on that map on Search and Destroy, and they bring it home. 15 kills for Chirac. Him to open things up there on that last push, on that last take, and then go on the flank and clear things out in the laundry. Well, he sent that dirty baggage home and he told them to go into map 3 because he does not want to end his day, his run, the CKG run here in the Philippine Champions just yet.
Oh, what a play, man. CKG Elevate. They more than for certain elevated their gameplay in that Search and Destroy. And what a way to take such a well-played match. It was not easy. It was so close, 5-6, but they pushed all the way through, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's take a quick peek at the results to break down once again what has happened in the past 2 matches within series number 4. 150-88, it was PDR initially, and CKG Elevate making their comeback in here with a hard-fought 6-5 victory on Raid. That was the map of their picking, and now the perfect opportunity for an upset and to maybe put themselves in front of everybody else as the one team you should be betting your money on. PDR Esports, they're not pleased with this situation at all, man.
Fortune favors the bold here. It seems like Elevate are taking every risk necessary and making it happen to be able to keep themselves alive in the tournament. For the meantime, though, both teams have won their own respective map picks there for PDR to win Summit and Raid being won there by Elevate. Now they're looking to close things off on map number 3. We're going to Hackney Yard, the first Hackney Yard we're going to have all group stage long, all Group B stage here long, ladies and gentlemen. And that is going to be our final map of this series for us to go 1-1. This is already looking like the closest series we've had all day, AJ.
Oh. Well, CKG starting off on the side that is not really favorable for them, but if they are able to flip the spawns up a little bit early and then perhaps find control over at Alpha, they should be able to guarantee a win for themselves. PDR Esports starting off strong, and now Bravo side picked up into the hatch. Cool Kids Gaming, what a start, but prevention at the very last moment. Young J now clearing off all of those markers, but Chirac will be able to pop off. KRM on for that action, sends out the hunter-killer drone as well, gets the kill. FHJ for the pop, and they pull Bravo into the bag for themselves.
Now, CKG Elevate, they have something to work with here. Charlie and Bravo control firmly in their grasp. But Alpha by PDR, they're looking out to take the Bravo control. No backups just as of yet. Can be very difficult to do here in Hackney Yard with it being such a compact map. But now they have taken control of it here. PDR completely overrunning and flooding through on that Bravo site. But they're looking to just honestly hold what they've got. I think that's the right point to make. You don't have to go for Charlie. It can be very hard to back up on Hackney Yard specifically. And Rage here hiding in the corner, able to find a second kill. Not able to flush him out just yet. And he gets a triple. What a great job here by PDR to hold down the line, and Rage is the front man of all of that.
Yeah, CKG Elevate now, if they want to make a play in here, they need to stop pushing in for the warehouse play, and the flank from office in towards tire shop needs to come through. Millones is already setting it up, and now here comes Locks for the backup as well. A 2-man push should be able to pull this off, but Range is already anticipating such a flank, and he will be able to catch them off in the corner. He places himself at Road, and Millones manages to snuff a Range out of the equation. This might be the opportunity. CKG Elevate, they have to go in for the push. If they can pull the distraction off at the tire shop, Alpha might not only fall into their hands, but pulling Bravo into the back, getting hold of Warehouse might be possible as well, Nico.
Oof, this position here by Jello is so huge. You get such big sight lines over the mid position, over the C Charlie spawn, and he's found 4 kills already in a row here. Hunter Killer drone on out, but will not really find too much out of it, almost doing so. Millones here with the death machine. It's really going to be such a detriment. PDR, they have now a 20-point deficit between them and CKG, so they've got some cushion to work with, but it isn't much just yet.
Look at the placement of the sentry coming in here from PDR Esports. Bravo's on a full-on lockdown right now. CKG, it's now a never man. They need to make the play in for Alpha, but quite honestly, it's a little bit too late. Even if they are able to pull Alpha into the bag, maybe go in for a crazy capture onto Tire Shop, it's just probably going to give them 2 or 3 points, which is pretty much useless looking at the way PDR Esports have taken this lead already. They need to make a stronger comeback in the second half.
There it goes, though. This lead by them is just completely undestructible here from the side of Elevate. Like, look at this lead. To go into that second half with at least 30 points in your pocket, this is not a good sign for the side of CKG Elevate. PDR looking to close this one out strong. Map number 3 seems to be firmly underway for the meantime. That Bravo control, once they took it away from the side of Elevate, Elevate were never able to get anything else more, and that was just completely the story of that great positioning here by PDR and great mechanics to really hold down the line and win every single important gunfight that they needed. But for the meantime, though, Flash is on here. Charlie Point is the only point of control for PDR. They're both trying to fight over Bravo, and none of them can really control that as of the moment. PDR early presence on that Bravo point, but not really being able to seize it at the moment.
Oh, absolute chaos. Young Jay dropped his equalizer, could not equalize anyone out. Oh, Shirap, what a flick with the KRM. And now they should be able to pull Bravo right into the bag. All of those bombs! What a nade dropped by Jello. Prevention at the very final moment. But still, Elevate, they managed to close this off. 57 to 85. And now let's see how well they can hold this. Not only do they need to hold this, they need to make sure the flank does not come through. And they need to make sure, more importantly, those spawns are not flipped. PDR Esports, they are now playing from the side of the Special Forces base. In here for the pressure, they're just falling short a little bit, but the cluster strike might be able to bring in a little bit more of the benefits to their side.
Cluster Strike, such a great zoning tool to try and filter them out and force them out of position, but Rage is able to find a double and triple kill here for Rage. He's certainly furious, and the anger from him is just flowing through his veins. Now the shutdown here from Teflon with those equalizers, and Chirac is going to try and do the same thing. CKG are answering back, and for the meantime, though, PDR have firm grasp of this Bravo site once again, of the Bravo point once again. Elevate have been really struggling to hold on to Bravo ever since the first half, and the 20-point deficit once again here by PDR is going to start to pile on. And for a team like CKG, who have to come from the deficit here, who are playing a tournament lifeline, if they cannot take a 2-in-1 map against PDR, then this might just be a done deal. But they've taken Bravo point, and that was huge for them to seize and take control of. Now PDR still have some cushion to work with, but Elevate can maybe swing things around if they can keep control of this Bravo point for the meantime.
Yeah, they need to respond with the sentry, but it is the side of PDR Esports that brings in a very smart play sentry, and now they should be able to overtake Bravo if the response does not come in time from the side of CKG Elevate. 97, 98 to 114 now. They are losing that Bravo side. What a defense by Teflon from far away, but Young Jay managing to capture the side on so little more. Rage finally drops in, and PDR Esports is right back in. Double on that sentry. They put it right back where earlier it got as well, and now with the back-to-back on top of that, the cluster as well. How will PDR lose this?
A complete barrage of all the score streaks here coming out for PDR Esports, and this might be a done deal. AJ, they're starting to pile the points on, and the lead is starting to get a bit out of hand with not much time left. There is only 20 points here between PDR and the finish line, and they're looking to race straight into that. Bravo being contested at the moment. Chirac, okay, he's able to make something happen. CKG might be able to take late control of this, but they're going to need a triple cap to really win this. I don't think they have enough, but no! Perfect denial for the meantime! And still, Elevate, they will get it at the end of things, but that split second that really kind of delayed things might have been enough for PDR, and this should be a done deal, AJ. They got Bravo point once again. PDR have gotten map number 3. This is sealed and done in with the deal.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, CKG Elevate already have gone in here and done what they needed to do. Their main intention was to pull one match away at the very least, and they've managed to get that done. PDR Esports gets the victory at the end of the day, but now They've set up a perfect equal start for the final series of the day. PDR as they take on C8 Esports. That's going to be one thrilling series nobody wants to miss, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, our final series of the day, that's going to be incredible as we're looking at it. C8 versus PDR, that's going to be the final closer of it. CKG, they got one more series to play after this, but I don't know, man. It ain't looking too well for them at the moment. Props to them for being able to bring back S&D there in the final overtime round, but in the end, PDR come out victorious, 26 frags on a rage. He can certainly be one of the MVPs of this entire game. So did Millones. I know the family behind him is very supportive there. Shout outs to them. But PDR, what a great run they've had so far.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, CKG, they were quite impressive as well, but it was just not enough to take on the side of PDR Esports and pull away more than one victory. I mean, we anticipated that Raid was their best chance of all, and they used it to their best of ability to pull that victory in. Good on them. But it just was so difficult at Hackney Yard. It was even more so difficult at Summit. CKG showed us a totally different side when they played Summit against C8 Esports in domination, but at hardpoint up against the side of PDR, that was just totally a different story altogether. But they have managed to set in a pretty decent pace here for themselves. But unfortunately, they will not be able to get their hands onto that second place and the 40,000 pesos, or do they not? Because at the moment, CKG has got 2 points on the board. And the way I see it, the side of C8 Esports has got 5, right? We might see this go into a tiebreaker situation if this next theory comes true. CKG Elevate goes on to take on Tyrant Destra, gets a 3-0 victory. PDR Esports meets C8 and takes a 3-0 victory over them as well. That might put them in a tiebreak and still give CKG the perhaps one surviving opportunity chance to take that 40,000 pesos, but it's a long shot, Nico.
Yeah, but I mean, the odds, as small as it might be, we've seen some very incredible things happen today, some things we weren't really expecting. And so if it goes that way, then we're going to let you guys know who is going to prevail in the tiebreaker situation. But it is a possibility here. Not probable at the moment, but it is quite possible by all means and can definitely happen. But we're going to have to really see how the games progress before we even jump to that conclusion. For the meantime, though, PDR, congratulations to them once again. Here are the highlights. Map number 1, what the map this was from the get-go. It really did seem like PDR at the driver's seat from it, and you can see them, the initiative by them, the control that they've had every single time that they went for that Bravo side take, that Bravo point take was completely immaculate, and they were really looking very well here on this map number 1 to start things off on Summit.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, let's talk about the probability of CKG being able to pull a 3-0 on Tyrant Destra, right? Technically, at the moment, Tyrant Destra has not won a single match at all. I mean, within 6 matches, they've literally got 0 in the bag, right? They are pulling in that little egg. They're laying the egg, like you mentioned earlier on. And the potential of them laying yet another egg is going to be quite high in the next series. I mean, unless they take it as their one final opportunity to shine, and we just see a totally different side of them. Isn't that right, Nico?
Yeah, totally. I mean, CKG, once we went to that map number 2 on Search and Destroy, it seemed like things were a lot more fortunate to come for them. But, map number 1, as we're closing this off, AJ, it seemed like CKG, there were some opportunities there once again, as we've seen from them time and time again, but just a bit of a failure to kind of capitalize on that, those opportunities, given those windows that are opened, the doors suddenly closed in front of them. It has been the same tale time and time again for CKG. We saw it a while ago with their match against C8, but here on Search and Destroy, when it came into it, this is when they came alive. And of course, there were some great individual plays here coming from CKG as well. We saw that final round there being secured by Shirok off of the flank to take laundry control on the rotation into the B point itself, onto the B site. But still, though, it was a very close game, and PDR just letting it slip from them, almost that hair closer to closing it out in a 3-0 fashion. Young Jay there, he's coming time and time again for the help for his team. A great backline player here for the side of PDR. and definitely instrumental to the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just unfortunate for the side of CKG that they couldn't pull it off at domination for the game, because this was a well-fought battle. Search and destroy. I expected them to take it in a slightly more convincing fashion, but it broke down all the way in here towards that round number 11, right? Usopp, as he dropped in for that opportunity as well. I did not expect to see the side of CKG push on so well into round number 11, but it was a stronghold by them, and we thought it might be possible for them to make a repeat in at Hackney Yard as well, because as they opened up the first half, it was quite solid.
Yeah, I mean, they have been able to start the games off strong here for the most part, elevate, CKG, but it really is that closing side, that closing aspect to them that has been lacking for the most part. And PDR, that's what they're really good at. They might not be able to start every map strong, but they definitely do end it just as strong, if not even better. And look at here, the repick from Jello, just perfect from him, isolating that fight and re-aggressing. But that's really the tail of the tape here. PDR, they're so good at initiating, retreating, then retaliating, kind of leaving Elevate into a false sense of security. And PDR have been so good at capitalizing on that. The Bravo point here has been time and time again under basically hellfire, but it has been, as the dust settles, PDR coming out of that win. And so Rage will be the MVP of that one, soldier of the game, coming here in the COD M 4th series of the day, the Philippine champions, and he is such a great player to really tout that title.
No, absolutely, man. Truly well deserved. At the very last game there, I just expected to see the side of CKG Elevate pull in a couple of more extra flanks. But Hackney Yard was just purely dominated by PDR, man. The side of CKG, they had multiple opportunities to drop in towards rooftop, in towards office as well. But they tried it only once. I only saw one attempt at the flank. They failed it. And then for the rest of the match, it was such a straightforward fight at the warehouse, which just turned out so badly for their side. PDR Esports managing to pick the 2-1 victory up, move on towards the final series of the day. So we technically know the recipients for the 40,000 pesos, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not confirmed just yet.
Yeah, it's basically almost sealed in there. But after this series, I think, after the day, we really are going to end up in a very close situation. I wouldn't be surprised if we go into a tiebreaker. But speaking of breaks, we're ready for one here, because we will be going back into the 5th series of the day. Do not go anywhere. I am Black and Blue. With me is AJ. We'll see you guys in a bit.
would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is day 2 of 4 of the group stages for Call of Duty Mobile's Philippines Championship. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Nico, Black and Blue Gayoso, to bring you all of the hottest action. And has the action been super crazy hot or what, man? This is a setup for the final segment of the day. This is the final set of series that these teams will play, and CKG Elevate steps right back into the field to perform once again against Tyrant Destra.
Yeah, I mean, CKG, they have been looking better than Tyrant for the meantime, but what does that really bring when you really want that second slot? And so far, it has been, a PDR here as well as C8, who have been seemingly a cut above the rest. They have been separating themselves from the pack because of just how stellar they have been performing. And PDR, they did drop a map in that last series. And so I think at the meantime, when we go over to that scoreboard, they should be neck and neck. They should be both at 5 points each for both C8 here and PDR. And at that point, if we go into kind of like a tiebreaker situation, I honestly don't know who we're going to have into the playoffs, because both of these teams have been looking spectacular so far here today.
Absolutely, man. Let's take a quick peek at the standings, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. After the second set, we should be able to see a more clear picture of what we have in front of us. C8 Esports as well as PDR Esports, they are fighting for that number 1 spot now with 5 points in the bag. But here is the weird situation that CKG Elevate can put themselves into and kind of put the pressure onto both PDR as well as C8. If they can take a 3-0 victory over Tyrant Destra, and then later on they just have to give either PDR or C8 the hope of getting a 3-0 victory, man, just to put the losing team into a predicament of a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly looking to almost go that way for the meantime here, AJ, but let's look at the schedule so far here right now. CKG Elevate versus PDR just concluded 2-1 in the favor of PDR, but we're going to CKG's final game of the group stage, and so as well for the side of Tyrant Destra. These last 2 series, match 5 and 6, will be the deciders on where the placements will be happening and ending up. So CKG Elevate, they do have a chance here. If they can go 3-0 and win this, against and sweep Tyrant Destra, and one of the teams from PDR and C8 both 3-0 each other, then we will have that tiebreaker situation for second place at the very least. So CKG, a lot riding on this, and that is this lineup. Cisco, Shirak, Range, Teflon, Usopp, they need no introduction, but they are such a great band of players. These guys have been trying to make it happen, but unfortunately have yet to really kind of put their foot down and really secure themselves as the top leader of this group.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for CKG Elevate that they could not step it up even further, man. The fight in Group B has just been phenomenal today. Both C8 Esports as well as PDR, they have proven to be the tough dogs in here that have been so tough to take down. And, CKG Elevate, once again, man, they can put themselves in a situation but that, maybe a comeback might be possible for a tiebreaker with the lineup of Borgi, Kalda, Eldos, Han, Lennox, as well as Price. Many loopholes in the strategy that Tyrant Destra has brought into the competition so far. Hopefully one, that they will be able to learn a lot from, because when you want to be the best, you have to go up against the best. And Tyrant Destra is not having it any other way, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, they might be named Tyrant, but it seems like that they have been the victim for the most part of what the other team is trying to impose into them, have really yet to been able to kind of, make that claim to fame in their name. But now they're looking to maybe end this group stage strong. Even if they go 3-0 in here, they are pretty much locked in for a third or fourth slot finish. They have yet to been able to get a map entirely here in the group stages, going 0-6, and as unfortunate as that may be, what is important is maybe to end the series strong, end this group stage strong, and maybe have those high hopes into the next tournament, into the next stage that we do see them in. But for the meantime, we're going into the map bans of vetoes here. Let's see how things will go. AJ, what do you think? Will we have Hackney Yard? All right, opening ban.
Ah, there you go. With Tyrant Destra winning that coin toss, they are able to act first, potentially swinging a lot of the momentum their way. CKG Elevate, let's see exactly which map they go in here to ban. Since Hackney Yard is off the list, Crossfire gets taken off of the list that we can go in for the picks as well. Not so sure exactly why CKG does not want to play Crossfire at all, man. I mean, this has been a pattern from the start of the day. And Tyrant should be able to pull us into our first map here, and they want to bring us into Raid.
Yeah, nobody really wanting to play Crossfire, it seems, for the day. I don't know what the trend is, really. But Hardpoint, Raid once again to start things off. Will we see CKG finally make things happen here? Tyrant, this is their map pick, and so that could be a sign of good things to come for them. But Summit here for Search and Destroy, very interestingly enough, one of the most commonly played maps we've seen here in the group stages, both Group A and B. But now we're going to S and D for it. Domination, third map of the series, will be on the takeoff of all things. What a decider for this series. We're definitely going to get one hell of a show.
Oh, I hope we get a hell of a show, man. You know how I feel about takeoff, Nico. Don't pick this map unless you know for sure that you've got it mastered. And Tyrant Destra, no disrespect, but I don't feel like, enough mastery has been put into this map just yet by you guys, man. Sparrow is the first one to get banned out. Annihilator gets taken off the list by CKG as well. Fingers crossed. Good luck to Tyrant Destra. Hopefully their picks of Raid as well as Takeoff, they managed to put it in the bag for themselves, because CKG, they are going in here for a 3-game back-to-back victory based on technically what they've seen already. I mean, 2 teams in here have managed to take down Tyrant Destra 3-0. Why can't they do the same as well?
I mean, they're trying to replicate that success, right? And by all means, they look poised to do that. But then again, we have seen CKG falter against the other 2 teams who have 3-0'd Tyrant. Will they be able to do that? Well, that is going to be remained here as a question proposed by us, but we're going to have to find out the results for themselves. It's going to speak to us loudly and clearly at the end of this series. But now, to start things off, CKG, will they be able to sweep Tyrant as every single team has here so far? Will Tyrant be able to finally get that momentum under the wings? Chirac will open things up with the opening pick here. That's a second now for CKG. And Tyrant, the answer back. This P1 is already tightly contested.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they're not really playing the power positions. Nobody's taking over Gallery just yet. Laundry Room wasn't flushed out. Although Tyrant starts off strong, they get snuffed out pretty easily. And it's just CKG from then on. And finally, the backstab now being set up. Eldos jumps on into Laundry Room, but the guy gets washed out. Poor little soul. And now the fight is still on. The contest for this first hard point is not easy. CKG Elevate just a little bit better as they take the hard point away once again. But as I say that, well played by Eldos.
Nice control here being taken by CKG. Okay, but Tyrant have kind of swung back here, not letting this get too out of hand. They're going to be ending the first point at pretty much even scoreline. Literally even here, AJ. 23-23, pulling out an MJ. But for the meantime, as we're going into P2, Morgie already has a position on it, and he lands a shot still somehow to confirm that assist. And does get fragged at the end of it. So Tyrant, Destra, they have control of this right now. We've seen it from them time and time again where they're able to get, some good hopes in there. They're able to get some good control, but not able to close out the map. Will this be another one of that? They are extending their lead now here over CKG, up 20 points, and this is looking really good for the meantime for Tyrant.
Oh yeah, man. and winning all of those gunfights. Look at those corners that they hold. Ooh, Shirak finally with the entry will be able to pull Kitchen away from the side of Tyrant. 25 seconds on the board. Tyrant, Destra, they cannot give up on this play just yet. And in from Central Garden, they all flood in towards Kitchen and they take the fight up quite well. And now one final man, Lennox. But unfortunately, he falls as well. And here comes CKG right back in for those plays. 8 more seconds to close off this hard point. And those scrap points get picked up by Tyrant, Destra. And CKG just leave one player there for the defense. And on to hard point number 3. Garage is not going to be easy for CKG unless they can manage to reset the spot for the side of Tyrant.
Oh, look at that swing there coming from Eldos. He finds a double. He's making it happen, surely. CKG looking to answer back, but Tyrant, Destra, they have good control of this. CKG will kind of get it for the meantime, but not really giving away just yet. Okay, now they have control of it, Tyrant, but CKG Elevate, they're at the gates of this. They're knocking, they're looking to go in, but here's a death machine coming in from Kalda, just swinging around, and he's certainly shredding them down, not letting any control be seized here, and Tyrant are looking so much more on point than ever.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I did not expect to see this out of Tyrant. This is a totally different squad now. And Kalda just holding all of this squad down to perfection. Zoya taken out of the equation as well. 15 more seconds. What a stronghold setup by Tyrant, Destra. And now with the hold, they should be able to string this on towards hard point number 4 for basketball court. In for the play, but the rest of the players from the side of CKG, they've already fallen back. Usopp as well as Teflon trying to stand outside at the swimming pool to snuff out all of those players that come in for the push, but it's not a straightforward approach by the side of Tyrant, Destra. I love this. They take the flank in from Kitchen as well as Garden, and now they're coming in for the push, and they should be able to make this, but they cannot just focus all of their powers in on one side. The flank needs to be pulled off as well, Nico.
Flank, he's gonna have to work out here, maybe catch him off guard, maybe catch him where they least expected, but will it actually work out here? He's got the death machine, but he's so out in the open, and that's a death sentence for him, signed and shipped. But now Kalda here holding down the line. He finds a double kill. Kalda, what a great endeavor here from the side of Tyrant to get this lead. Now the contest is on the point itself. CKG making stuff happen, but it will be Tyrant to come out and prevail as the dust settles. No, not too long, because CKG already here to answer back. Now they finally do have control of that, getting to that 100-point mark, and they've got 50 to go, and you can see that CKG already giving this up. They're trying to go for the next point instead on the very center of things as we go to P5, and now we will have a complete battle here, but look at this lead already being taken by Tyrant.
And we head on over to the 5th hard point. Are we going to be able to see Tyrant, Destra just shock all of us by closing off this game in just this one rotation of the hard points itself? With the cluster strike coming in now, it should be more than possible, but those points are not being picked up. Although the cluster gets dropped, it is the side of CKG that just snuffing out all of the players from Tyrant, Destra. What a disappointing use of the cluster. No opportunity taken. Now the Hunter Killer drone going to be flying in, but for what? Hey, they go in for just a couple of frags in there. Tyrant, Destra needs to see exactly how they can pull in a better flag, Nico.
115-80. CKG, they're slowly crawling back into the game here, AJ, but it's going to take a bit more for them to be able to maybe tie things up here. 13 seconds left on this, and you can see already rescinding this. Tyrant, they want to go for the next point. They want to go back to that P1 spot, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. They're going to let CKG kind of catch up here just a bit, up to about the 15 points, 12 points mark, 15 exactly, but now this is where it will all be decided. Whoever can take control of this P1 is going to matter a lot. That Goliath, not going to do much. What are you trying to do there, man? Just hitting him at the back of the head, but it won't really do anything.
53 seconds to go. CKG, they should be able to wrap things up here if they can put up a strong defense. Now with the XS1 Goliath in the hands of range, that's exactly what they look to complete in here. Pulls out the gravity vortex gun and far. Oh wow! Out! Bye XS1.
Perfectly placed. And now CKG, they have the lead here, AJ. They're going up now 15 points over Tyrant, Destra. Tyrant were up about 40 a while ago, but now the turns have been tabled, and now the coins have been flipped as well. CKG Elevate a few points away from securing map number 1, but Tyrant, Destra are not going to let that get too out of hand for the moment. CKG have now control once again of it. The Concuss is coming on down. So is that, the strike here coming from the Hellfire, coming in from above.
Oh,
It will
wow,
keep him
what?
off of the point for the meantime, but the sentry being placed down here now by Tyrant. CKG, rather.
Where's the cluster being brought out? It's brought out in Central Garden, and a double sentry is put into Kitchen. And this is CKG. What a finisher. What a victory. Although Tyrant Destra started off strong, in your words, Nico, it's the side of CKG that ends up even stronger, right? I mean, those who finish off the game strong, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was the side there of Tyrant that did have the lead, but CKG, good answer back, and it really did come down to the end of it, and I really like that kind of, double sentry point which they used to anchor down on the Kitchen in of itself. It's such a difficult thing to deal with. If you go in there and run in solo, you're just gonna get completely shredded down, and he knew that here for the side of CKG, that is what they had to do. So a great map here to start things off for the side of CKG. They are on pace to complete that 3-0 sweep here for the third time on Tyrant.
I thought Tyrant was so close to pulling off an upset here, but it was the final second gameplay coming through from CKG. I mean, you talk about it, man. XS1s, all of those nades, they pop in at the very same time. All of those flanks that they bring in, those rotations were on point for them to pick all of these sites up. And it was the management of the score streaks that were the most perfect way to show exactly why they have taken the win in here, right? The double sentry with the cluster opened up at Central Garden. What more do I need to say?
What more can we actually point out there from that, AJ? Perfect play there at the end of things for CKG to swing things back their way. That was the map pick of Tyrant. And that is a very big momentum shift in their favor when it seemed like Tyrant were looking to make it happen for the meantime. And as I talked about early on in the map, Tyrant, they can get that momentum early on, but they have really been struggling to close off maps. And even if they get a lead early on, they haven't been able to convert that into a map win just yet here in the group stages. And that has been the curse that they've been bearing time and time again against every single team that they've come up against. And once again, history repeats itself here versus CKG, and this is not, this is not the line that you want to be on. This is not the road you want to be on. The path that they are on right now, Tyrant, is not going to end well in their favor. And at this point, I think they're pretty much secured for a 4th place finish. They're going to want to end as strong as they can. Maybe at least get a map, under their wing so they can end the series with pride.
Yeah, Search and Destroy attacking side, Tyrant Destroy. Let's see how they manage to end this with a little bit of pride, man. I mean, they've suffered quite the back-to-back defeat in the competition so far. So, and we've always talked about how Search and Destroy can potentially be the type of match that swings things around for yourself. But as we open up the Search and Destroy, the numbers just don't look good on the side of Tyrant.
Numbers here. That is the game that they're going to have to be playing, because 5-2 for Tyrant is not really going to work out. They're going to have to try and isolate all these fights, but Teflon will shut him down there, Lennox. It's all on the Eldos, and this one should be an adios of around 1-0 in the favor of CKG to start things off.
Oh, now CKG Elevate just continuously stomping their foot of dominance, and unfortunately Tyrant Destra, they are not able to do much in here. None of them getting any kills whatsoever on their side. Hopefully they will be able to step it up this time around. I don't want to see those pushes coming through, right? The snipers on the side of Tyrant Destra needs to find a couple of opening frags first before the bomber can make his way through. But instead, it is the bomber that steps out aggressively first, and he's the one leading the charge, Nico.
That is where they really find the value from him. Range finding a double or triple kill. Tyrant just completely shut down here from the hands of Range, taking it up close, and that is his perfect killing grounds. CKG, another flawless round here, AJ. 2-0, and they've gone 10-0 in these kill department.
I don't know what to say. Tyrant Destra, they need to step it up, man. I mean, by stepping it up, I mean they need to literally slow it down. Back away. CKG is taking such aggressive stances towards those bomb sites. Allow them to step in and then go in for the retake of sites. Finally, the bomber will back away. Borgi is hanging back way further ahead. Sorry, behind all of the rest of the team members at that Blue Raider station. Let's hope and see if or not this hold can do them a little bit of good. Tyrant Destra pushing up front to look for a couple of frags. And I believe Eldos should be able to find Teflon out now. And he most definitely will. But unfortunately for the side of Tyrant, they are just losing men left, right, and center. CKG now, everything has been turned. Soya, can he make that comeback? The numbers don't look good, but he does manage to take one down. Puts himself in a 2-on-1 situation. Unfortunately, the numbers game do catch up, and it will be the side of Tyrant catching up.
He almost made it happen there in the 1v3 clutch. He was able to get one. Unfortunately, not the follow-up too, but okay. As you said, AJ, for them to take that step back, for them to kind of put their foot on the brakes just a bit there and try and take things a bit more concise and try and take things a bit more, I guess, defensive, even on the attacking side, did work out, but Han will find that quick scope here on Asoya with a snipe, and they do get the trade-off at the very least. CKG Eldos will find one of his own, almost able to find a second there, bring Rain down very low to 1 HP, will eventually confirm the kill. That's a double kill now here in the round for Eldos, and Han will find one of his own, so Eldos capping off the round with a triple kill, and this will bring them 2-2.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, keep the bomb back, send the rest of those wreckers straight forward to get those kills for yourself, and we should be able to see this game falling a little bit differently. But that was, although they got a little lucky there, the bomber does not go in for those careless pushes yet again. And now Eldos is the main man who's going to be stepping up front first. Lennox is right beside him, and this is going to be a risky play. Han with those snipes, but unfortunately does not meet anyone. Eldos still looking for a kill, but he's going to be all alone here. Bomb site A is wide open. Tyrant Destra might want to change where they're looking at.
The sights are currently set here to try and make this happen. Range able to back off there after the opening pick on Borgi. Brings it to a 5v4. So this is looking pretty good now for the meantime here for the side CKG Elevate with Tyrant. They have a chance. They're going towards that alpha site, and CKG's range. He's going to find the frag at long range versus Eldos, even with the Finneck. How did he make it happen even at that range? But Teflon just slicing and dicing him up here like Kill Bill. Lennox will be taken down. Snipe up close, but can now land a shot as Chirac will get the double to end the round. And CKG go up 3-2 as we move into the second half.
Still too aggressive for my liking, but now at the swap of sides, now let's see exactly how the defending side of Tyrant manages to hold this game. CKG Elevate, Chirac with the bomb, going in for a similar move as well, dropping into control room number 2. A majority of the players from the side of Tyrant backing up that Bravo site. They should be able to set up a good defense. Han goes in for that shot, but unfortunately just the hit marker. Lennox will not be able to get... How in the world did Lennox not kill the guy?
I have no idea. Somehow that's how it turns out, but it's a 4v4 here, AJ, and now on this Usopp with a far-range shot here on the Price, tapping away and lands it on him, but going to get caught out in the open here range, not expecting Eldos to be on the other edge of it. Eldos finds a second frag here on the Sawyer this time, but Teflon will answer back to retaliation from him. 2v2, and then bring it to a 1v2. Teflon, that's another kill with a katana up close. He's just completely chopping up the competition here. It's all onto Han.
This is just the side of CKG, a little bit too confident, and no one can blame them, man. Let's see exactly what Han will be able to do. If the clutch is possible, it might be possible in his hands. Now both players right in front of him, goes in for the quick scope, overextends, and pays the high price for it. CKG Elevate now 4-2. They are good in the lead.
What a round here coming on in. Now 4-2, a single one away, and we're going to be at match point for the favor of CKG. CKG looking to take this one dominantly. This is one of the best series they've had so far, but Tyrant, can they make this comeback happen? They have a sliver of a chance here. Not able to confirm the kill. He will eventually, but up close, Teflon will help him out there, backing up his teammate. That's a great one-to-one connection here from the side of CKG and Tyrant. The only frag they've found this far has been Eldos, who's found the double for him. He's been a standout performer from the side of Tyrant, but the rest of his team has to get up to the pace that he is playing at. 2v3, there's a chance here for Tyrant to make things happen, but it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, spot on, man. I mean, Eldos together with Han, just this duo cannot pull this off. It's a team effort at the end of the day. They need all 5 men on point. Tyrant, they go down yet again. CKG Elevate on with the match point and the finisher potentially right after this. Let's see exactly how they go in for yet another attacking push. Could this be the final round? It's all in the hands of Tyrant Destra.
Tyrant Destra. Final opportunity here to keep themselves alive in map number 2, but Chirac completely capitalizes there off the flashbang, and he slivered his way here behind them on the flank. They have no idea where he is. Price will finally shut down Soya, but Chirac is still here with a shotgun in his hands. He can definitely confirm this, and Usopp will do so off of that frag. And now it's down to a 2v3 CKG with the lead, and they close up map number 2 in such dominating fashion.
So remember that tiebreaker I was talking about, Nico?
Yeah.
I think CKG is kind of heading in that direction, right? So good on them. Let's see if or not they're able to muster up yet another one in here. I mean, the way they're blazing through these matches, the way they're blazing through those runs, especially that Search and Destroy, kind of shows that they are quite capable of taking the 3-0.
I mean, it doesn't just matter, you know, how capable they are, but the fact is, Tyrant have been letting some of these maps slip away from them. We saw them take out early control on map number 1. They did have a lead to play off of, but the rest here, the thing is, though, from Tyrant, it has been that one-man show for the meantime here on Eldos. Sometimes Han will get some really good picks, but he hasn't really been stepping up to the same pace that Eldos has. The standout performer here from the side of Tyrant. On the other end of things, though, on CKG's side, the cool kids gamers, these guys have been completely playing as a unit every single time, and that's why they are in this 2-0 lead in the series. We're going to take off here for domination, the final map of this series, the final map that either of these teams are going to be playing in the group stages, and it is looking like a confirmed CKG sweep.
I don't know what else to say, right? Because those gunfights were really, really poor from the side of Tyrant Destra, especially in the Search and Destroy. So different in comparison to Hardpoint. At Hardpoint, there was a fight in them that was just not there at Search and Destroy. Hopefully, we see a little bit of the tenacity dropping back in here at Domination. This is the final opportunity for Tyrant Destra to impress us with their plays and pull one away from the side of CKG Elevate. I mean, they are not able to take a victory over them, but the least they can do is ruin a little bit of their chances.
Yeah, that's, I guess, all you can kind of do here. Maybe, you know, it's kind of that mentality of, if we can't win, then you guys can't win as well. So we're going to bring you guys down with us at the very least. And so, you know, the kind of crabness might just work out at the end of things. But I think the more important thing here for a team like Tyrant is if they can get map number 3 in their way, yes, it doesn't mean they're going to be going to the playoffs, no matter what happens at this point. But it does mean that at least, you know, they can end the game, end the series with pride, and the tournament with some of that momentum under their wings, move on to the next tournament they're going to be playing on, the next competitions that they might be facing their endeavors in, and that will really matter, at least for your confidence as a team. So CKG, they have to try and not really let this one slip away from them. If they can get this 3-0, as we said, we could potentially be going into a tiebreaker for that second slot.
Agreed, man. Let's see if or not that the chips will fall. Perhaps the way we've already thrown it, it's going to be an alpha pick coming in here from Tyrant Destra. A little slow if you ask me. Bravo still has not been picked up by either side just yet. Those power positions need to be played. Aurora Council, we can see the players from CKG heading on in there. But where's Tyrant Destra? Why aren't they playing Bravo just yet?
I don't know. Okay, well, now CKG are on the way toward that Bravo point, but it doesn't seem like Tyrant have done much about it. They do confirm, at least clean up the point itself, and so now they can actually take it, okay? But it's very out in the open and Elevate. They're at the gates here for CKG. They both are trying to take the point themselves, but nobody really able to wrestle control in their favor decisively. It's been a back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we can see Eldos now stepping onto the side. Bravo for the pickup. It's going to be quite difficult unless they take control of those power positions first. Exactly what we can see Kaldos going in here to pull off now. But unfortunately for him, he gets knocked off of his perch and that power position is no longer in play. Opportunity will step forth for the side of Tyrant Destra. Bravo, it is going to be easy for the pickup. No, the prevention will come through as well. And CKG, they are still in it for the push. The triple cap might not be possible anytime soon for Tyrant Destra because even the hold on to Bravo is such a crazy fight. But look at this, right? The attempt coming through for the flank and the distraction might come through for range, Nico.
22-23. Tyrant Destra, will they get that Bravo point? They're at a sliver of it. Yes, they do finally, but they're being backcapped here on the Alpha point itself. Elevate know that there's a bigger problem at hand and that they do go for. They have both Charlie and Alpha, which we're going to be splitting the map open entirely, but the thing is, the only control they really have is for that A point. They are close to the Charlie point for the meantime, and the only kind of point of contention that Tyrant Destra have to go for here is that Bravo point. They are not even moving towards Charlie at the moment. They finally will be Oscar Mike to try and do that, but as the hold here will be coming in from range, if you can find a few kills, then you just might make it more than it's worth.
Range managing to pull off all of the distraction. Beautiful plays dropping in here. Range once again. Predator missile should be able to take 3 out. No, only gets 2, but that's well used from his end. At 46-35 is more than enough for the side of CKG to continuously move on with the momentum of the day. Range is annihilating everyone that stands before him, but unfortunately will get taken down at the end. 52-39 now, and Charlie finally the contention coming through from the side of Tyrant Destra. Will this be prevented? Yes, it does. Shivrak is on point for the defense.
58-42, make that 60, as still the control here has been held by Elevate for the meantime for CKG. They've had a good foothold in this map from the beginning. Now as we're moving into the end of the first half, they seem to be closing this one out strong with at least 20 points between them and the competition here in Tyrant Destra. They're going for the Charlie point here right now, Elevate, and that will be taken away from them as Tyrant Destra almost gets the Charlie point, but sniped out at the end. They are coming in from the side of CKG. A good hold for the meantime.
Oh, beautiful. But the 75-point mark has already been reached. Tyrant Destra, no matter what they do, no matter what they try, CKG just so many steps ahead of them. But they need to not give up in here. They will be able to push in for Charlie. Bravo needs to be played a little bit faster as well. They are closer to the Aurora launch. Let's see if one of those players will bother to use that power position to take advantage of the Bravo side.
75-50, 25-point deficit here right now. Double now over the points that Tyrant actually has. Alpha and Charlie taken by either respective teams, and now they're going to go for that, the power position here up top to really get that sightline down onto the Bravo point. Look at this flank coming in here by Eldos to try and cap the Alpha site away, and now CKG still looking to take full control of things, but it's actually Tyrant who are going to be doing that on the Bravo point itself. CKG have Alpha, yes, but Tyrant have firm control of Bravo and Charlie right now, although CKG are also trying to take that away, and for the meantime, it looks very possible.
Yeah, man, CKG's right back in there. What a tremendous, monstrous push, in fact, coming in here from the side of CKG. Bravo right back into the bag, and they are just on a phase of annihilating all of the players from the side of Tyrant Destra and going in for the attempt of the triple cap as well. But how long will they be able to hold it on for? Because Bravo is getting pulled right into the back. What a prevention! And the Predator will drop in for the prevention onto Charlie back-to-back as well. Look at the sentry guns now pulled out by CKG Elevate. 1 to guard Alpha, 1 to guard Bravo, and 2 XS1 Goliaths being dropped in. 1 sentry gun for Charlie as well. Do we want to take, or do we want to play the guessing game as to who's going to take the victory here?
I think it's pretty much a safe deal. If you were a betting man, well, this wouldn't be a high-risk take at all. So, Elevate here. Oh, okay, wait. Tyrant Destra. Look at this, though. They are trying to make something happen, almost taking control of Charlie and Bravo, but not really able to close that endeavor out for the meantime. I mean, AJ, this is looking like a done deal. Look at this lead that they've got. This is pretty much impossible to come back from at this point. C and A in the hands of Elevate. Honestly, even at this point, if they only have 1 point, if they only have like Alpha or Charlie, they can still probably win it just based off of the point difference that they already have. And so this was a done deal, honestly, for CKG. At this point, you're only kind of extending the inevitable here for Tyrant, and they will go out down with a whimper. 3-0. They have yet to win a map in this entire group stage, and that shall be their fate, as the triple cap will be ended here. Completely decisive win for CKG.
3 sentry guns, 3 XS1 Goliaths, 3 sights in the bag. CKG Elevate. What a way to end the final series that they had in here for themselves. And they managed to impress 3-0. What an amazing play.
Yeah, I mean, we're one step closer to that second place, tiebreaker that we might just have. But for the meantime, props to CKG for closing that series out 3-0. Very strong for them. Very nicely done. And they do it decisively as well. Tyrant has been yet to, make really much impressive moves here in this entire day so far in the group stages. And they go down 0-9 in the entire Group B stage. Such unfortunate for them. They put up a valiant effort. There were some rounds and some maps where they did have that control early on. They did have a lead early on, but they've been struggling to close it out. So I think it should be back to the drawing board here, back to the books for Tyrant. There is some light at the end of the tunnel for them, some hope in their future, but there is a bit of grinding as well to come from it. So what a game, what a series from CKG. That's what they needed.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, man. I mean, Tyrant most definitely need to move on right back to the drawing board, see exactly how they can patch up their strats in here. Most of those map plays were quite questionable, and those gunfights were very, very weak at many of those positions, right? I mean, we saw exactly how CKG went in here for the final domination match, and all of their score streaks were used to perfection. But in the first place, in order to earn those score streaks, they were winning their gunfights. Tyrant was losing out this game from the get-go, and the moment CKG started playing the score streaks, it was just full-on dominance at domination, managing to hold on to that triple cap for so long. 150 to 121, 6-2, 150 to 72. What an impressive victory. A 3-0 serving up the donut hot. CKG Elevate takes down Tyrant Destra.
We've had other 3-0 sweeps today here, but none of them have really looked as dominant as this one. The other 3-0s, Tyrant were able to make it a bit closer, yes, but this one just seemed like CKG was in the driver's seat every single time. I don't know if Tyrant kind of lost steam after, going down 2-0-3s in those series that we had a while ago for them. It can kind of, deflate you. You can kind of pull some of that confidence out under your wings, and I think that's kind of what happened here for Tyrant. So for them as a team, move on to the next competition, move on to the next tournament. They've got a bright future ahead of them, but they have to get back to the drawing board, and I'm sure they will. But for now, it will be CKG, at least clutching, at the very least, a third place slot, as we will be moving on over to the final map, the final series of the day.
Yeah, I cannot agree more, man. I mean, CKG was just so impressive. Let's take a quick look at the highlights of that matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Once again, as CKG took one of the most impressive series within the day for themselves. A perfect 3-0, so dominating over the side of Tyrant. But I do agree with you, man. It just could be that Tyrant Destra has lost some of this steam after they took back-to-back losses. But if you ask me, when they opened up at Hardpoint, this was one of the best showing from Tyrant Destra that I've seen throughout the whole competition. But it's just so unfortunate that even towards the very end, they went on to lose this.
That has been the tale of the tape for Tyrant time and time again. They open up a map strong a lot of the time, but they just can't finish it the same way. And I think they just, kind of get a bit too ahead of themselves, maybe getting a bit too aggressive. They see we have a lead, so let's try and push it. But that's not what you kind of want to do a lot of times. When you have a lead, just hold down, keep on playing the game that you have, try not to do anything too fancy or too risky. And they get caught out in that endeavor time and time again by a lot of these great teams that we have here in the groups. And so for a team like Tyrant, they definitely have the mechanics to go on par with the best of the best here in the Philippines, but just, that split-second decision-making on how the team will really play around things has been kind of lacking for them. And we did say it here on map number 1, on Raid, on Hardpoint. We both mentioned that this is looking like the best Tyrant performance so far here yet today on that map specifically. They got lots of early control at the start of the map itself, but even after that, it was CKG who were able to bring it back, and that has been the tale of everything here today, time and time again. If you have that strong start, you have to end it just as strong. Otherwise, the comeback is definitely inevitable. And in that case, CKG have been the masters of that endeavor.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, a strong start is not only important, the usage of those score streaks, very, very important. I mean, in game number one, we saw how CKG ended that, right? Double sentry gun setup at the kitchen, and they also brought in the cluster strike for Central Garden as well. And Tyrant Destra, unfortunately, just got outplayed time and time again. At Search and Destroy, it was just all-out annihilation. CKG, they were just going out for hunts on those kills, right? It was just a pure deathmatch. Teflon was on another level altogether. All he was looking for was those melee kills.
I mean, how can you blame him when he makes it happen like that? Such a fancy and creative way of getting the job done, but job done nonetheless. When we went over here into map 3, AJ, it did seem like, a lot of hope was taken away from the side of Tyrant. Well, at least the opening half was kind of close, but you saw that CKG, time and time again, they have been prioritizing map control over the actual point itself, because they know if you have that map control like here, where you can see Teflon on, if you have that vertical, that height advantage on the high ground, then you can definitely make the take on the B point a lot quicker. And now Teflon, he will be the MVP, the soldier of that game from that series. What a performance from him, slicing and dicing things up no matter which weapon you put in his hands.
Yeah, absolutely, man. 18.0 on average kills and the KD of 2.0. Nothing short of impressive for Teflon. He had so much to prove in this competition, but it was just so unfortunate that the teams that they had to take on, C8 Esports as well as PDR Esports, they just a class too good. And in a competition that is just so difficult like this, to move on towards the next stage, I feel like CKG as well as Tyrant Destra gave their all, and they should be very proud of themselves. CKG a little bit more, because at the very final series, they managed to grab back a very convincing victory for themselves, to show us exactly what we can expect when we see them in competitions moving forward, Nico.
Definitely so, but that will be the final match being played there by both Tyrant and CKG. We're going to have the very final series of today here between PDR and C8, the two front runners to come out of these groups into the playoffs. Who shall prevail? We're about to find out after the break. I'm Black and Blue. With me is AJ, the mustachio himself. We'll see you guys in a bit.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Welcome back here. Final series to get things off going. We're going to be going to the marquee match of today. C8 versus PDR. I am Black and Blue. With me back again is the amazing Mustachio AJ himself. We are in the final match of today here at the Philippine stage, Group B, for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship presented by Sony. AJ, what an amazing day we already have. And I think we're going to have another amazing game to close the day off.
I love it, man. I love it, right? I love it mainly because we have to wait till the very, very final series to find out exactly who moves on to the next stage and who picks up the 40,000 pesos for them. It's not like a competition where you've just got one team dominating all the way through, right? It's been so even throughout this whole group. I guess for the exception of Tyrant Destra, unfortunate for those guys, they haven't been able to hit the mark. But it's always like that, man. You are going to have some of these teams who step in. They don't impress us the first time round, but so many other future opportunities will arise. But what matters is whether or not Tyrant Destra is strong enough to hold on and face the music at those times as well and learn things through the hard way. The more you lose, the more you find out just different situations which you should not be dying in, Nico.
For sure. And I mean, by all means, they can put that in under their belt to be able to say that they played for the championship. Perhaps they were able to make it to group stage here of the Philippine champs in 2021. That we are going to be going now to the marquee matchup of today. As I said, PDR Esports, they were the favorites to come out of this group to go to the playoffs, but with C8, with a great performance from them, then they are also looking to turn that over Jello, JB Lux, Millones, Rage, and Young J. Such a great roster this team is. They have that international experience. They have that experience under their belt from being able to play some of the best teams in the region, and they're bringing that into full effect here in the Group B stages. But the team that they're up against, this team, nobody was expecting them to be performing this well here, AJ, but by all means, they have put all the doubters to quiet.
Oh, absolutely, man. C8 Esports. Let's take a quick look at their lineup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The team of Kramers, Dark Haze, Evra, Iron Fist, Cookie, as well as Storm, stepping in to pull a crazy upset onto PDR Esports. It needs to be a 2-1 victory, a 3-0 victory. It doesn't matter. They're both equal at the get-go right now, and it is all up to either side to take it. Each and every single one of those map picks will matter. I'm curious to see who has won the coin toss or who did win the coin toss earlier on in the day, and what sort of maps are they going to be dropping us into here, Nico?
Well, map number one, Hardpoint we're going to be starting things off, of course, S&D for second and Domination for third. But the vetoes here are not to be expected, honestly, will be Firing Range. Now, we did see this a while ago, coming from PDR and C8's matches, respectively, but can we see another ban here from Crossfire? I think that's kind of what the way we're going to go. It seems like Crossfire has been the most common ban here so far in the group stages, the most meta one, and that it shall be. So Firing Range and Crossfire, two of the most long-lasting maps that we've had here in the competitive rotation for COD and Call of Duty in general being taken off of the board. Map number one, though, to kick things off, it will be that Hardpoint, and Hardpoint is going to be definitely a doozy. Standoff as a Hardpoint. Map number one. What do you think of this, AJ?
It's going to be tough, man. I mean, obviously, the hotel yard is going to be well lit up. The rotations over at each and every single hard point, without saying, obviously is important. But the points where the game can turn around is at the third as well as the fourth hard point, at Granny's house as well as Bakery. Let's see which one of the squads will be able to use those two hard points to swing a lot of the momentum their way. Summit will be the place of fighting for search and destroy as dictated by C8 Esports. And to close the day off, the final decider, if it is required, will be at Domination, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That is going to be map number 3, pulled in by PDR Esports. They are the ones who were the favorites to win this. They get the coin toss. Does that mean we are looking at the winners who will be moving on to the next stage? Because remember what you said, Nico, every single time PDR Esports has picked any map, they've won those maps.
AJ, look at the bans here. we're going to have at least a Sparrow or an Annihilator in this case, the Death Machine taken off of the board. Lots of Death Machine action has been happening today, and the Sparrow will be that second operator skill band, so we will have the Annihilator here to come into play. PDR seeming to want to play with that for the meantime, and I think this could be a very, very opportune moment to see some of the best skill that we're going to see in the Philippine region here for COD. And the Annihilator, it just brings out the best of a lot of these cracked players.
Yeah, it most definitely does, man. And with the side of PDR Esports going in for the ban on Death Machine, I love that, right? They open up the Annihilator for themselves, but they also open up the Annihilator for C8 Esports. And if there's anything that we've learned in here so far, is you do not underestimate C8 Esports. Opener in here for hardpoint number 1. Let's see how both of these teams take it. It's going to be quite a straightforward one for C8, moving right the way through. Look at those KRMs go in here for the pop. Rage is absolutely fantastic with the opener, but Iron Fist drops right back in there to show him that he's got a little bit of that rage to bring it as well.
Iron Fist, he definitely lives up to the name here, AJ, and this opening hardpoint in front of the Granny's house here, in front of that hotel courtyard, is looking heavily in the way of C8. This is not the start we were expecting from the side of PDR, but they do rescind control of that and have taken it back, but I don't think it's going to last for too long because C8 are out the gates, but PDR Millones, he makes it happen. How does he do it once again? He's found another, just completely shredding things down. You can see the full power of the holder there.
Let's see if or not that will be enough. PDR Esports 24-18 now. C8 they need to go back in there for the fight, which is exactly what they do. 10 seconds more. They should be able to pick the scraps up and take the lead as well. PDR Esports backing away a little too early. This better drop into their favor because C8, they just can strut in there ever so slowly right after that hardpoint is over. And before the hardpoint is even unlocked, C8, they should be able to ask these tough questions. Going in for the challenge, Storm will be able to put on so much of pressure. Jello unable to take him out just yet. Storm finally shuts him down. PDR Esports are being held back. That early rotation which serves them with nothing, no points at all, Nico.
That is certainly going to be the case here, AJ, for the meantime. Look at this, the lead is going to be cut down to basically nothing here by PDR. They have full control of this P2 for the meantime. C8, they are in no position to really take this one away. The only player close to that will be Iron Fist, who has been very amicable, but he will be eventually shut down here by looks. Crawling on in, and PDR just completely shredding them down as they try and make their way into the point itself, but C8 have somehow taken control. He wins the fight. Great shots here by Kuki and Doc Hayes to make things happen. They will cut the lead back down and really send and take that control away from them, but now up close with a shot, making it happen. We're going to P3, which PDR are already prepared to hold on to.
Yeah, once again, PDR Esports with the early rotation away. They don't want to lose too many of these battles. They don't want to give those streaks on for the pickup for C8 Esports. And now this early rotation seems to have proven to be very, very effective on their side. They've got the spawn as well, which is going to be serving them quite a bit of opportunities in here to hold on to house. And look at that, man. Left, right, and center. It's just PDR Esports getting the win on these gunfights, Nico.
PDR just outgunning the competition at the moment. Their mechanics are so on point, and they're definitely very hot-handed shots when it comes to every single gunfight that they find themselves in here. And now look at this push coming on. Rage will be taken down. That 2v1 situation not in his favor. And C8, they do have control of it, but not for too long. PDR, they've taken it back once again. They have no real mistakes here. They haven't been faltering so far. Now, but C8, they're keeping it kind of close, but PDR have been in a driver's seat. They've been having a lot of this forward momentum for the meantime. And now as we go into P3, it will be an all-out war. Nobody really establishing early control of that yet. It only will be Kuki to find that frag, but it isn't much.
Let's see if or not C8 will be able to turn things around any case, Double Boys, because this is the play at Bakery, but the sentry now has been pulled out by the side of PDR Esports. 96-50 now. C8 Esports, they need to make a comeback, but how will they be able to do that? Against the sentry, against the setup from the side of PDR, which is so solid, so strong. One back entrance entry here for Iron Fist, but that gets snuffed out. The rest of his team members just not there to capitalize on the situation. What a play! 2 for Doc Hayes. He equalizes the situation, and they have got the point right back in the bag. Bakery, let's bake some bread. C8 Esports might be able to come right back into this.
And now here, 106 to 70. C8, they might be able to make things happen, but PDR, they have given control away there for the point itself, but they don't have any problem with that. They got that deficit to work with. They have a bit of cushion to really get them some breather, as a gunfight will go in the way of Millones there, but not for too long. He finds another one here in the Iron Fist as well. We're going back to the point, and PDR, they were not able to take control of that early on, but trying to fight for it. But currently at the moment, it seems like C8 have some advantage here.
Yeah, it's barely a 30-point lead. PDR Esports now need to definitely go double time. C8, they are trying to play catch up, but the gunfight's being won by PDR. Thone drops in, Holger! Oh! And Millones takes him up from the top. Doc Hayes drops in a quick stick. He takes Wage out of the equation, but it's just PDR all the way through. And now on to 120. He still can make a comeback, but unfortunately for them, the hold at Hotel Yard by the side of PDR a little bit too strong. And now with the setup of that sentry as well, it just looks like PDR looks to finish this game off, Nico.
We're going into it here now. But now, it seems like you can see that PDR, they've taken a lot of those early points and they just give it up for free. They have no care in the world about holding that because they do not want to give up the early control of P2 here to the side of C8. And that they shall do. They're going to be going now here to the warehouse to try and take those early points. And Jello will just shut them down in from the window. Iron Fist will find one of his own, but this could be a done deal. PDR is starting to run away with this. C8, they're trying to get on the point, but that early control, as I said, was taken by PDR, and they've somehow brought it back. This is still a full two-sided contest.
Oh! They got it, Nico!
AJ, how have they done it? They just suddenly stole it away. It was PDR with that early control, but they take it away from the side of PDR. PDR trying to retake the point here right now, which they are seemingly successful to be able to do, and that they shall. They clear out the point. They have 10 points left to be able to take map number 1 here. C8, they were so close. They had control of this final point, but now PDR looking to close this off with the Annihilator in hand. Millones will not falter, and he's going to find another follow-up here. This is a done deal, AJ. There's no way C8 can come back from this, and map number 1 will be taken by PDR.
Yeah, man, game over. 150 to 106. What a fight. But unfortunately for the side of C8 Esports, PDR just a little too good with those gunfights, man. It all broke down into warehouse. That was hard point number 2 on the second rotation, and it was just all out guns blazing on the defense. And it's not like C8 made that any easy for them at all. The fight, the challenges kept flowing through one after the other, but PDR Esports managing to overcome each and every single challenge thrown at them at that hardpoint match, Nico.
Man, what a hardpoint map there. It seemed like at the end of it, you know, for the side here of C8, they had a sliver. They were able to take that final point away from PDR, but it did not last too long. Not long enough at the very least to make the comeback possible. And PDR, they just secure that final point at the end of things to get map number 1 in their way. For them to pick standoff and win it is a good sign of things to come, perhaps. A good omen for the side here of PDR. Look at the performances here. Millones, 29 to 13. One of the better stat lines we've seen all day. But PDR's Rage will be the MVP of that. Look at how many points he got. Even though he wasn't top fragging, that's when you see how much points, how much time he had on the points themselves. Almost 2 minutes. What an incredible hold, an anchor here for the side of PDR.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it takes so much of skill to step into those hard points because that's where you do a lot of your gunfights. And it's not just about winning, it's all about surviving, right? Yes, you may not be able to get the most frags, but as long as you're not dying at those crucial moments, because it was those crucial moments that managed to pick PDR Esports up this victory. 150 over 106. It was not an easy one at all. And as we move on towards the play of Summit, Search and Destroy, C8 Esports might be able to make a comeback in here with a change of pace, Nico.
Summit now Search and destroy. This is where C8 have to make things happen. Right now, the only point differential between these two teams is PDR have a single map win over C8. If C8 can bring this down to 1-1, then we're going to go into a final decider. If we can go to a final third map there on domination itself with both of these teams at 6 points, then that will pretty much be the map decider for whoever goes into the playoffs and whoever will go into that second slot. So man, we'll also have to remember as well, if either team here, rather especially if PDR are able to clean this out with a 3-0 sweep, then we're going to have a second round, a second place tiebreaker between C8 and the team that we saw a while ago, CKG. And so everything is on the line here. Let's go into map number 2.
Oh, absolutely, man. PDR Esports now looking to finish things off. If they get the victory here, they move on to the playoff. C8 Esports, can they perhaps extend their lifeline a little bit? Iron Fist drops on to take Rage out of the equation. Unfortunately, for the side of C8, they lose Doc Hayes as well as Kookie back-to-back, and it's a 4-on-2 situation. C8 Esports with the two-man push now, managing to get Young J out of the equation, but unfortunately, Iron Fist loses his life. Kramer's still alive. It's a 2-on-1. Locks finishes it off, and round number 1 taken by PDR.
That's a start that PDR wants, of course, for them to get that 1-0 quickly done, sealed in the deal, especially on the attacker's side, is a huge momentum shift here to really help their sales propel them forward in the tough waters that C8 are looking to put them in. But for the meantime, PDR, good opening start from them. B-side successfully held here by the meantime for the side of C8. They're going to be giving up control of that A position itself, as PDR are going to be looking to go there as Doc Hayes and Rage find one apiece.
And this is going to be quite an early plant coming in here from the side of PDR. Now, 43 seconds on the clock. Let's see exactly how the side of C8 goes in here for the retake. Now, opportunity. Oh, backstab. Doc Hayes takes Rage out of the equation, and now this is the side of C8 coming in here for the push. They've got that one extra man advantage. Doc Hayes once again drops Locks out of the equation, but unfortunately for him, gets traded out by Jello immediately. Jello KRM action goes in for the pop. 2-on-1. Leaving all this one and only Kramer, who has been so on point thus far, to pick the defusal up for himself, and C8 right back in the game.
C8, a great response from them once again. This is exactly what we were expecting here from both of these two top-class teams here, AJ. A back and forth, a complete war, a battle without one answers back and the other is going to come out with their own. The left will be answered with a right. And now we're going to be going, seems like all 5 teams, all 5 players from either team are going to be going here to the mid position. But no, A site has been a site that PDR have been wanting to take for the meantime. Trophy systems down to keep him off guard. And Thom will be able to get the double kill there, but a quick trade off from Rage.
Oh, wow. Oh, this is very interesting. The way the chips are falling here. C8 Esports, they should be able to take the lead now. They have to keep a calm mind. Rage almost turned things around, goes in here for a quick pop, and he should be able to buy a little bit of time for Millones to go in for the plant. Bomb plant is just not going to be possible. The attacker now backing away 4-3 as C8 Esports continues to pile on the pressure. Let's see exactly how they will pull this flank away.
4-3 here right now. They do have that man advantage. Plant has not gone down just yet as PDR is looking for an opportunity or a window that he can crawl into and maybe, just maybe, equalize things up. They're going to need an opening pick here. They have the snipe on the Yugi. Can try and make something happen. But will he, Young J rather, can he make something happen? No, Millones will be taken down. Iron Fist will be the dealer of that, and Doc Hayes will also find Rage. It's all on the Young J, but up close, what can you really do with a sniper rifle in hand as C8 take the lead?
My hands are sweating, man, on behalf of C8 Esports as well as PDR. What a play by both sides. It's just back and forth, and now C8 with the lead, going in for the push. They are the defending side. They don't need to take an aggressive stance. They just need to wait for the bomb to come in for the approach. Now, PDR Esports moving in towards Bravo, potentially second floor of control room number 2. On for the control. The quick nade can come through for Kookie, but instead he wants to go in for those scopes. He misses, and this is going to be a price that's just not worth paying. Kookie goes down. Doc Hayes dropped as well. PDR will be able to get the numbers on their side. Oh, such a waste from Kookie.
Oh man, oh dear. PDR, they've taken this loud and clear. Look at that spray down off of the jump off here from Rage. We'll bring it down to a 4v2. Still, Iron Fist will answer back on the looks to get that trade. Not an immediate one, but eventually Kramers will find one of his own. It's all out to Iron Fist. This could be the clutch of a lifetime if he makes it happen. 1v2. He has enough time to work with. He is on the defending side, and so as long as he can maybe get that one pick off and maybe make it a lot more difficult here for the side of PDR, then his clutch could be possible, AJ.
Yeah, Iron Fist, how is it going to go in here for the rotation? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, he's already made in through towards control room number 2. And now it is going to be Lox who spots him out, but he's straight up going to go in towards the second floor, but Millones ends him a little too fast. PDR Esports right back in it, back and forth, and I'm still nervous.
Oh, who wouldn't be in this situation? 2-2. This is the nail biter of a match. It's looking to go down to the wire. I wouldn't be surprised, AJ, if we go into sudden death overtime, because that has been a complete back and forth. For the meantime, the shot will not land from Kuki. Barely escaping there with a sliver of it, a bit more to the side, an inch to the right, and you could potentially have found the head. But luckily here for the side of PDR, well, they're going to be able to escape from that for the meantime.
All right, it's the attacking side that holds on to room number 2. They are making their way. Oh, what a takedown by Kuki. The bomb is on the ground, but immediately picked right back up by Young J. They need to get out of this sticky situation. Back to back, Kramus and Tome drops the players from PDR, and this is just a no way out. C8 looking to pick up the 5th round before we swap sides.
Oh, PDR 5-2. Make that a 4 versus 2 here right now. PDR, okay. They're able to get things a bit closer, but oh, look at that tag, the hit marker. Unfortunate for him, but he does bring it down to 2 quite low. He's able to confirm the kill eventually. They're coming in from Yunj, but he will be taken down at the end of it. Young J almost making it happen. He almost found 2 picks there, but at the end of the half, we're going 3-2 in the favor of C8.
Let's see if or not they will be able to perhaps get a slightly more convincing lead for themselves, right? C8, every time they pick a round up, PDR Esports is just hot on their tails, man. It's now a push coming in from the attacking side. C8 Esports in towards control room number 2. They take over the second floor first, moving in towards the bomb site B. The bomb now needs to be a little patient. The early fraggers need to step up and get the work done first, and that's exactly what Tome as well as Doc Hayes look towards doing. Iron Fist now with the bomb. I would have preferred for Iron Fist to perhaps pass the bomb over to someone else though. Kuki opens up the situation, taking Lox down. The numbers advantage on the side of C8 Esports now.
Kuki here. Going for the peak. No one to be found on the other end of that yet, at least. For the meantime, it doesn't seem like Rage wants to aggress here on that catwalk, on the walkway there. He will still be remaining in the game. A mid left on the clock. There is quite a bit of time to work with still here for the side of PDR, so they're biting it, and the plant will go down on the A site. So, C8, this is pretty good for them. They have that man advantage. And the plant off! What a quick scope from Kuki to find Rage.
Oh, beautiful, man. Kuki strikes yet again. There's 2 for 2. Can he get the third one? He doesn't need to. It is Tome right there behind him for that backup. And now one final player left in here. Millones. If anyone can get the clutch, it is him. But unfortunately for Millones, just 20 seconds left on the clock will be a little too much. And now gets stunned in place. Just enough time for Kravers to take that long off shot with the Fennec. C8 Esports 4-2. They finally break away. But can they get yet another PDR Esports? The pressure is on. They want to catch up, but C8, they've got a lot on the line in here as well. They've already lost the first game, which means the advantage goes to PDR. Oh, what a frag by Kuki!
Kuki, do you love me? Yes, he does. Kuki. Another one from him. He's just gonna be completely eating them alive. And C8 AJ, we're looking to go 1-1 in the series. 5 versus 2, 5-2 in this map alone. As C8, we're gonna get the final decider, it seems like to me.
Absolutely. Now, this is the round for PDR Esports to perhaps change things around, pull in a little bit of momentum for themselves. C8 a little overconfident. Hopefully they don't make these early mistakes. PDR, aggressive push. Jello, KRM. Oh, what a play from C8. They back away, and Rage will be able to drop Iron Fist. Unfortunate for him, but the trade did come through earlier first. Million is taken out for the side of PDR Esports, which means Iron Fist has already served well. Doc Hayes gets one frag, goes in for yet another unfortunately for him, gets traded out. It's just back and forth between the two, but the number's still on the side for C8. Cookie gets a 2-piece, and they pull one match back.
What happened there? Just how? How does it happen? C8 Cookie, man, he just completely riding them down just like a well-oiled machine, just getting hotter and hotter as the series progressed, as the map was going on, and they ended in one of the most decisive wins we've ever seen against PDR. 6-2 for them to do that in S&D. We're going to a final map decider domination. Mind you guys, whoever wins the next map goes into the playoffs.
Everything's on the line now, and domination final match in here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do me a favor, man. 1.9k people watching the stream right now. I need you guys to share this stream. Each person share this stream at least 3 to 5 times, and that is how you can help the Filipino COD community continuously grow, because these two squads more than surely need the eyes on them, man. This is such a heated battle between PDR as well as C8 Esports. Neither one wanting to give in. PDR takes Hardpoint. C8 takes Search and Destroy. And it all now boils down towards that final domination match. And just to throw in this quick note as well, there's no longer an opportunity for CKG in here. With C8 picking a victory up, they now put themselves clear. And now it's guaranteed. It is the players of this particular series that will either move, one of them will move on, the loser will pick up the 40,000 pesos, Nico.
Man, oh man, Kramers, what a performance from him there, but Cookie has also gotten so many high-impact frags. You can see how equal the scoreline, the kills were there distributed on the side of C8, just completely running over PDR in map number 2 for S&D. Whoever loses next map, they're going to be going home with that 40k, yes, at the very least, but you really want to be able to get to the playoffs to play for even more. And Raid will be the final map of this series, a final map of today, and will be the decider on who goes from Group B into the playoffs itself. Will it be PDR, the favorites that we were talking about here, the kings supposedly of Group B, or will it be C8 Esports, the team that nobody was expecting to play like this, but they have proved all the doubters wrong, and they are the usurpers to this throne here from Group B. And so we're going to have to find out for ourselves, AJ. We're almost about ready to get into it. How are you expecting this to go? Who do you think shall prevail?
I really don't care which one makes it through. I'm having so much of fun in here, man. COD community once again. 2,000 people watching right now. We are on 4.7k shares. Before we get into the next match, please make sure at the very least we are at least at about 6,000 to 7,000 shares, right? All of your shares will be able to bring in more eyes on C8 as well as PDR. They more than definitely deserve all of those eyes on them. It's going to be a heated battle as we open up the final match in here. Group B. Let's see who makes it to the playoffs, Nico.
Here we go. Final map of the day, final map of the series, the decider. PDR wins this, they go to the playoffs. Same for C8. Either team could be your representative for Group B, for the top 4 teams from the Philippines. But now let's get into it. Control being taken early on here on the Bravo point. Both of these teams wanting to get early Bravo control immediately, just straight to the point here. No questions asked, and they will be a complete battle for attrition. Rage will find a double kill, but for the meantime, you can see here on the flank, PDR, they seem to want to go a bit wayward.
Oh, C8, they are not able to go in with the push. Although they managed to cram in a couple of players into gallery, they seem to lose the fight, and Bravo has been lost to PDR Esports so early on. How will they stage a comeback in here? They need to either pull a flank onto full garden away, or at the very least, maybe sneak a player into laundry room with a flank and snuff out the players from PDR Esports from the back. And look at this, the flank play now coming in from the side of C8 Esports. They need to be careful. At least one player needs to hang back. Predator missile dropped into the game, and they now have information as to where those other players are on that map as well. PDR Esports playing this to perfection, almost going in there for the cheeky triple cap, but it's a little bit too early for that, Nico.
Now 16-27, the Bravo point taken by PDR. They're trying to let this lead continue to extend here, to let them get that cushion, because C8, we know that if you guys sleep on these guys, they're going to capitalize on that in every sense, in every capacity that they can. On Predator missile here, will not get much value out of it, actually not even able to get a single kill from it. A bit of a waste, but he almost was able to find a double. But for the meantime, PDR, they do have almost a 20-point lead here at the moment, and they're holding on to the Bravo point very amicably. It seems like C8 cannot flush him out of here just yet.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, it's all still down to the map stretch as to how the C8 get the flank on them. So far, it's just supremacy by the side of PDR. They are playing all of those sentries to the point. The first sentry was brought out, and this is the second one. Second one getting placed so close to the fountain at square center, and Bravo's is going to be a little too easy to hold. And the flank over at Alpha Garden, the pickup almost falling through for C8, but unfortunately for them, that plan has been foiled as well. Now, Rage will be able to stop the push coming through from Charlie. The denial drops through for C8. It's just back and forth. A PDR Esports already on that 60-point mark. So close to 75, and to bring us in to the halfway point. C8 Esports are in a lot of trouble here, Nico.
C8 right now 36-67, the 30-point lead now that PDR are continuing to extend here, looming over the side of C8. This is looking very dire at the moment here, AJ. This half is about to end with PDR Esports having this lead, at least 25 points that they've got here now, PDR over C8. This is a pretty good opening start and a bit of stuff to work with here for the side of PDR. So C8, they're going to need to take control of this early on. Otherwise, if PDR start to run away with this, then this could be a done deal, and PDR might be representatives into that playoffs from Group B.
Yeah, well, the good thing here for the side of C8 is they have got the Special Forces base, which means early entry into Laundry Room should be able to give them the upper hand in taking over that Bravo side. But what they really need to be careful is a attempt to flip the spawns coming through for the side of PDR. Beautiful on the snuff out with the Annihilator. Back to back, it's going to be Locks as well as Millones just going through each and every single one of the players from the opposing teams. But still, the attempt for Bravo does not fall through for the side of C8 Esports. They need to step it up. PDR is already halfway there.
PDR, okay. They're very, very close to starting to run away with this Bravo and Charlie control. And even though they did spawn with that laundry control here, C8, PDR, they are looking firmly in this seat right now, but Thom is going to find that frag in the jello, maybe buying them some sort of lifeline. You can see here that more the side is C8. I think they're going to try and go for the backup on the Charlie point, but now the Predator missile will land here for the side of Lokes, and the sentry is going to be such a huge problem here right now.
Yeah, it's a triple sentry setup. What is PDR Esports playing at? How do you fight this? C8, how do you make your comeback through? And on top of that triple sentry setup, they also brought in the Predator missile just to give them a little bit of that backup. Triple cap attempt coming in from PDR Esports. We've seen a little bit of this in the past, but the prevention comes through very, very strong for the side of C8. But the makeup to go all the way through into the playoffs does not stand on being able to maybe pull 1 point away. It is the team that reaches the 150-point mark first. And like you said, Nico, PDR Esports seems to be running away with that opportunity.
Now their Millones with the wall bang. Great anticipation on that. He knew they were going to be coming into the laundry. He finds the frag here in the dock case as well. PDR, they're 30 points away from claiming this series and claiming that spot into the playoffs. What a great job he has been doing there, Millones, to hold on to it. A shining glory moment for the side of PDR. They're 25 points away from sealing in the deal, and the lead here is already way too big to come back from C8. C8 at this point are going to need a triple cap and have to hold it near the end to be able to come back into this one. AJ, this looks to be done.
Yeah, it's all over, man. PDR Esports will be moving on to the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But unfortunate for the side of C8 Esports, they don't get to move on. Hey, but they still do get to smile as they are 40,000 pesos richer. At the very end, C8 Esports still foiling the triple cap attempt from the side of PDR Esports. But it doesn't matter. 145 to 80 right now. It's all over. Come on, no, don't do this. Don't do it, PDR. Triple cap to end it. What a way to just rub a little bit of salt into the wound as well, Nico.
Yeah, just completely asserting yourselves here over the competition. But congratulations to PDR Esports as they move over and advance into the playoffs. The sole representative from Group B. It came down to the wire, AJ. It came down to the final map of day number 2. But they get it done when it matters the most. And PDR, with that veteran experience behind them, seal the deal and make it happen.
Oh, this was just such a great effort from the side of PDR Esports, and they deserve it, man. They deserve the victory. All of those pushes into raid, they were so solid. At no point at all did C8 Esports even look like they stood a chance at grabbing the victory there. It was dominance from the start all the way to the end, and a triple sentry perfection with an addition of the Predator missile. What more can you ask for? And when that's what you face up against, how in the world do you fight up against that, Nico?
At that point, I don't know, AJ. You're gonna have to pull out all the stops. Every single piece of destructible, utility that you have to be able to destroy those sentries. I'm not sure if it'll even be enough, because if you focus your attention to destroy the sentries instead of the point at hand, then at that point, well, you saw that PDR, they already had the lead. You have to go for the points at that moment, but the sentries are just so difficult. At that point, you're playing like in a 5v8. You have somebody who completely just shreds the front line down. It's so hard to try and counteract. Maybe if you had something like a cluster strike to get rid of 2 of them, maybe that would work. But at that point, it was a runaway game here coming from PDR. What a performance, though, from C8 to make it very close and bring it to the final map of the series.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for C8 Esports, but at the very least, they get to secure that 40,000 pesos from them, and that was done at Summit. Search and Destroy was a must-win for the squad, and they did really well. And here's the thing, man. This squad has got something special in them. We have seen the likes of Iron Fist and all drop into past competitions to dominate, but now they drop back in here with a brand new brand. Unfortunate that they don't make it through, but I look forward to seeing way more from them in future competitions, Nico.
Yeah, AJ, I mean, C8, they're a name you guys should be looking out for at this moment. They might not have come into this, whole stage with as many eyes on them or as many expectations from them, but they've lived up to every single one of them. PDR in the end did secure this, and what a map number 1 as well to kick things off here on a standoff. It almost seemed like C8 had the chance at the near end of it during that one of those final points where they were able to kind of take it for a moment. But then PDR just really asserting themselves in complete domination at the end of the entire series. But C8, they've made a name for themselves, and anybody coming up against them in future tournaments should be wary of the things that are to come when you're going up against the C8 brand.
Exactly, man. I mean, in game number 1, it was just such a dominant performance by PDR. But C8 was always there, always asking those questions. Unlike Domination, Domination was just an all-out PDR Esports from the get-go, right? And I just wish we had seen a similar situation for Raid as well. It would have been a little bit more exciting. But C8 Esports, I guess that's all they managed to pull out from themselves. It's a lot to ask, because PDR, they've been in the scene for quite a while. They have dominated for quite a while. And they were the favorites to take the victory in this group even before we dropped in here for match day, right? So through all that, for C8 to reach so close to even potentially kicking them out of the competition and moving forward, I think that is a impressive feat on its own, Nico.
Yeah, and there were really good stand-up performers here from the side of C8. You saw Kuki just land shot after shot, securing map number 2 there on Search and Destroy. Such a stand-up performer. Lots of other great players as well on the side of C8. Doc Hayes has been doing a lot. Thumb, Iron Fist, the whole roster here. Kramer's even chiming in on a lot of those frags. Such a star-studded roster who have suddenly come out of nowhere and really made a name for themselves with their own performances. And that is certainly an amicable aspect here that anybody should be inspired to be for. But C8, man, a great performance from them. But in the end, only one team can move on over to the playoffs, and it will be the top dog of this Group B, PDR. We did expect them to come out of Group B, yes, into the playoffs itself, but not this close, not in this fashion, with C8 bringing it down all the way to the final map decider.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, that was definitely unexpected. And kudos to C8 Esports. Not just me, not just you, Nico. The whole of the community is waiting to see exactly what more this squad has to offer for us in the future competitions. And it's good, man. It's good to see the scene growing in that way, right? But PDR Esports, as we drop right back into the domination match, just so good. Million is finally, this guy steps up to the plate. He deserves the MVP. Look at the KD ratio, 2.23. Definitely the soldier of the game for us, Nico.
Amazing performance from him. Millones just making his millions here with his performance. Shout out to his family. I know they're very supportive there, Aaron and all, but I know that he would love the fact that he was able to make a difference here and secure the game, secure that playoff slot for his team. PDR, they're moving on over and into no small aspect because of the great performance that Millones put on up there from PDR. They barely scraped by 7-6-5. Look how close this was at the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely, man. Unfortunate, so unfortunate. But for both CKG ELEVATE as well as C8 Esports, they were pretty close to their goals in here today, but it was just tough competition in Group B. At the end of the day, only 4 squads will make it through to the playoffs, and that's very little, Nico. We've got 16 fighting for that opportunity. A lot of upsets have taken place, and a lot of upsets will continue to take place until we confirm there's 2 other squads that will be joining PDR Esports as well as Phantasma at the playoffs for the Philippines Championship.
That is what's to come here, AJ, and man, what a performance from a lot of these teams that we've seen today. We're going to be going over to Group C tomorrow. We got RTL, Ultimate ePro, Team Creamy, and Velocity Esports for that 4 teams that will be in the Group C coming in on Sunday. We'll see you guys then, but for the meantime, man, what great performances once again we've seen on today. I'm only looking forward to what more we're going to see here as we're moving into Group C and D, moving on forward.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is just yet another crazy group of teams. RTL Esports seem to be the favorites in the comment section based on what I seem to be reading now. Ultimate ePro, Team Creamy, as well as Velocity Esports will have a lot to go in here and fight for. Are we going to see an upset, or are we going to see the usual names make it through to the playoffs? Hopefully, Philippines has got way more to offer in terms of these smaller teams stepping up to the plate and knocking off those giants. And literally, the giants in here means RTL Esports. It will not be easy having 3 squads gunning for their heads, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, when you are kind of that favorites, every single team is going to bring their A game against you. Every single team has done their homework. They know what's to be expected. That's kind of what we saw happen here by PDR, and that's why, you know, a lot of the best matches that we've seen here today in Group B are against these underdog teams versus PDR, because they know what's to come. They know how PDR likes to play, and that is why they bring their A game as well. Everybody's got it out for you when you're at the top of the ladder. But for the meantime, guys, what an amazing day we already have. AJ, any closing thoughts here before we end Group B day off?
Oh, absolutely not, man. I mean, okay, that's I'm kidding, right? When do I not have any thoughts on what has happened?
Of course.
Man? Crazy day in here. PDR Esports, although I'm happy to see them step forth, I'm a little disappointed as well. I'm a little disappointed that we did not see C8 kind of go in for that final push on domination. That's the biggest point. But, you know, we will have more opportunities for them to come in back here and shine. But overall, absolutely pleased. I'm very happy to have you as my partner in here to shoutcast, not just today, but for the rest of the Philippines Championship as well, Nico.
Likewise as well, AJ, thank you so much for joining me here. It's been a very warm welcome from you and the CODM community. I haven't been back on the side of the desk for the CODM side in quite a while, and to be doing it with my man here himself, the mustachio, the amazing man, AJ. It's been such a great opportunity, but what an amazing day we are already capping off here. That will be Group B to end things on off. Overall, I'm going to say is thank you guys once again. Come back here in just a few days, actually coming back on Sunday, as we're going to be going into that Group C stage. We have 1 day of a break, and then we're going to see you guys once again. Same time, same place. You know where to catch us here at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships here for the Philippine stage, the Philippine Championship, presented by Sony. I am Black and Blue with the ever amazing, the mustachio AJ. We'll see you guys next time.